I have here the definitions from the Motor Vehicle Code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license, registration, or any documentation to travel from point A to point B. It is a right that has been preserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land. Tell me all about how power doesn't matter. I'm so powerful and influential, even my enemies refer to me in a royal fashion. Okay? What does Sun Tzu say? Conduct yourself in a way where even your enemies respect you. I'm right on the money, folks. I'm thousands of years old, ancient information in the flesh. That's been true yesterday, will be true today, and true tomorrow. It was spoken and lived by all great men throughout history that you motherfuckers only look at and talk about when I'm living it. If you can't even handle this broadcast, what are you going to do in combat, boy? You going to sit in the hole and turn to me and ask me what the fuck we're doing here? It's going to be a fucking man once in your goddamn life. It's called stand up, have a voice, speak for the voiceless and the defenseless. Uphold the law, God's law, first and foremost. Stop fucking following insane policy. Why don't you tell me who the fuck you are, what you're about? Would you like to see the Supreme Court decision saying statutes, policies, and codes are not laws? I have about 10 of them. Do something with your life. Go somewhere. Do something to move somebody. Habits that you create today lead to success tomorrow. The more you produce value, the more you guarantee value back. If you think that you're going to half-ass this and fake it till you make it and get some kind of notoriety and some kind of value, some kind of resources, and not do something with it, bullshit. You're a fucking loser, punk coward like all the rest of them. You're there to win. If you're not there to win, what the fuck are you doing there? Go start a sewing circle. This is the problem. Motherfuckers don't want healthy competition. They want participation trophies where they can show up, be incompetent, half-assed, half-hearted, and be entitled to something. Fuck you. That's the bane of human existence right now. I don't get comfortable and say, Paul, you can take a day off now. I get fired the fuck up. Now I gotta put on for these motherfuckers. Now I gotta give them good game. Now I gotta put a fire under their ass because they're on their way possibly to a slave job, working on themselves, wanting to be better and wanting out. Well, I'm gonna help you with that. I don't fucking get any benefit out of shitting on people and tearing them down. That's easy. If anything, I want you to be better. And you're gonna see this gorilla monkey face in your face every motherfucking day till you put me down telling me that. Because I've been waiting for it. You just do what's true, what's right, and you create value and faith. You will get everything you need and then some. As long as you stay consistent and stay real with these motherfuckers and yourself and do the next right thing. Steel, sharp as steel. I hope I slept on the floor, ain't had a luxury of mattress. Had to stress my body like Reed Richards, I'm fantastic. Yo bitch a magician, she be showing me her hat trick. Back in special ed, I wore a helmet in my glasses. That boy ran up on me and we turned that boy to ashes. Ashes, ashes, turn that boy to ashes. Yo bitch suck my dick and now I'm aiming for her glasses. Used to think that mayonnaise was an instrument like Patrick. Hop up on a beat and I go IEP retarded. I don't fuck with Walmart cause I always hit my target. I don't fuck with niggas so they think I'm homophobic. Falling on these niggas like my name was Garen Bolick. I was in the field just like a nigger Kunta Kinte. Knew she was a slut, I didn't listen to her friends say. I just want the top, why is you taking all your clothes off? Bitches shaking ass, I fuck around and turn to Chris Ross. I just fucked the dyke and afterwards I said no homo. Yo bitch suck my dick and I recorded it in slow-mo. Homie went to prison and this bitch kept tryna fuck me. I ain't even do it cause that bitch was kinda ugly. Okay, I'm just kidding, she eat me up like some lunch meat. Okay, I'm just kidding, she eat me up like a zombie. Nigga ran up on me, now his face on Abercrombie. I was in bowling, I didn't listen to my mommy. Hey, didn't listen to my mommy. Didn't listen to my mommy. To my mommy. Niggas going outside now, they be tryna beef about a bitch. Why the fuck would you trust her when you know she out here doing dicks? In the crib tryna lay low, I don't give a fuck about Stitch. Keep sipping on codeine, I see purple stuff when I piss. I done really came a long way from back when I was sending licks. I done really came a long way,
Don't believe me, nigga, ask your bitch. Niggas mad that I'm lit. Spent 10 days in the hospital, know the ops happy I'm sick. I was stranded in Mexico cause my wristwatch got ice. Niggas ain't tryna knuckle up, so that's why I gotta keep a bite. Know my name ain't Tyrone, but I'm here to fuck a nigga's wife. Know my name ain't Joe Rogan, but I'm talking shit on this mic. Bitch nigga tryna run down, be the last day of his life. Remember back, I was so broke, every day I used to his names. Bitch ain't used to text back, now she fucking me for the fame. Fell in love with an E-girl, so I had to stop playing the game. Fell in love with an E-girl, almost made a nigga go insane. Keep popping these Percocets, cause that's the only thing that ease the pain. I know she don't really love me, she be fucking niggas for the fame. Pull up on a hop nigga like, do you know Joy Lane? Riding through East Moley, gotta keep it on me. Niggas tryna smoke me, yeah. Try to fuck on Kelsey, she ran away like help me. Told her this ain't healthy, yeah. Try to fuck on Luna, shoulda did it sooner. Now she with them shooters, yeah. Try to fuck on Annie, I was off them Xannies. She ain't understand me, yeah. Try to fuck on Abby, she be off them Addies. I can't be her daddy, yeah. No, I will not text her. Nigga, I'm a flexer. Just like Lucas Becker. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, everybody? NPC the Game live from Taiwan, District 13, the real District 13. Shaolin's back rooms is the place to be right here. Thank you for joining. Coming through today. My name is Gabriel. I'll be your host. Today we got a very special broadcast. Show, some of you call it. We have the I was going to say today's guest has one of the most powerful stories you'll probably hear in all of the above sector in the panelverse. We're going to go over growing up in the streets of New York, battling addiction, surviving the trials of manhood to becoming one of the most fearless voices online in terms of spiritual freedom and universal rights. We're talking about the unslaved one, Paul Unslaved. All right. So we're going to talk about that viral traffic stop that made him a household name in the freedom movement, and also his raw life experiences and how his wisdom that he's sharing on his broadcast is helping people break out of the matrix, and not only the matrix but their own personal matrix, and those with eyes and ears know. So Paul Unslaved, man, I think I think we're gonna have to show something real quick, because this new chatter named Clayton said, NPC, it's Paul. I'm on my buddy's phone. One of the neighbors drove over here and ran over my Starlink. I'm working on getting a second one installed, or seeing if I can use the phone for the interview. Yeah. Interview conversation, basically, though. Yeah. 33 viewers out there. Appreciate you. Yeah, so that sucks. We're not even a murky retrograde. We're done with that. Man. Well, Paul and the audience, what we can do here is pray that Paul gets a phone, and in the meantime, let's watch this video where he. This is actually a good intro. where he went viral with his traffic stop, and he challenged the law. He fought the law, and Paul won this time. So let's see this video. So it says banned video, police stop, right to travel, success is no license, no registration. So let's see what happened right here. Okay. This is at his channel. It's a pretty interesting channel, True Patriot Hub, one of his channels. So let's check it out.
Let me just start my video, please.
Your video?
Yeah, I'm just going to record this interaction.
Okay. I need your license and registration.
What makes you believe that I need that to travel from point A to point B?
Because you have no license on your plates on your vehicle, sir.
Would you like to see my paperwork?
Yes, I would. I asked for it 2 seconds ago.
That's not what I have for you, sir.
Okay.
I have here the definitions from the Motor Vehicle Code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license, registration, or any documentation to travel from point A to point B. It is a right that has been preserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land.
Okay. Sir, in order to drive in Colorado, you need to have license.
It's not driving. The definition says right there, sir, driving is doing commerce where you're employed on the road.
ID?
I don't need to present ID unless I'm in the commission of a crime, sir. I have not committed any crime.
You violated traffic law in the state of Colorado.
The definitions are right there, sir. If you'd like to go to court, we can handle it.
I need your ID, okay? I need your license, insurance, registration. You operate in a motor vehicle.
Did you even look at my paperwork at all?
Sir, I'm looking at your paperwork.
Did you read the definitions? The Motor Vehicle Code definition is in there. It says driving is doing commerce on the roadway. I am not doing commerce. I am not employed. If you could please get a supervisor out here, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Okay, do me a favor and then turn the car off then. I'll get a supervisor out here for you. Okay.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, sir.
Okay, can you just turn the car off for me then?
Am I obligated to turn my car off? I'm not intending to go anywhere. I'd like to handle this matter and settle it right now. I have no reason to leave. Why would I do that?
Okay. I'm getting another unit out here for your request.
Sure.
Okay. All I asked is to see your license, insurance, registration.
I'm telling you that I don't have such because I'm not required to by law. It's been upheld. It's been upheld by the
state of Colorado. You are required to have a license, insurance, registration.
It's federally been upheld.
Motor vehicle on state roads.
The definition is right there from the Motor Vehicle Code. Driving is defined as doing commerce on the roadway employed by somebody. I am not employed to do commerce on the roadway. I am traveling in my private property from point A to point B, which, as it says in there, is my right to do so, upheld many times in the Supreme Court.
Just hang out for a second.
Sure, no problem, bud.
Just got stopped by one of the officers here, so I am recording. Yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. Gave him my paperwork, and yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one more time for your license, search, registration. Okay.
Sir, there's no circuitous route here. I'm telling you.
Can you at least tell me your first and last name and date of birth?
I don't believe that I'm obligated to give you any of that information unless I'm in the commission of a crime. If I'm wrong, please produce the law for me. I'm entitled to see the law if that's the law. This is nothing personal. I have no issue with you. I'm simply trying to abide by the law of the land and by the Motor Vehicle Code and by all the rights given to me in this country.
I don't know what motor vehicle code you're following, but in the state of Colorado, you need to have a license, insurance, and registration to operate a motor vehicle on state roads.
Okay, can I give you the definitions of that by Black's Law's Dictionary? Operating a motor vehicle is defined
That's not the dictionary I follow, man.
Then you have a conflict of interest with the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court, which is the highest law of this land, follows Black's Law's Dictionary. So I'm not interested in contracting with you or following anything that you follow. Like I said, even in the Motor Vehicle Code, which you guys are following as a corporation, the Supreme Court is beyond that. But let's just take the Motor Vehicle Code. The definition of my understanding of a motor vehicle is a vehicle that is doing commerce on the roadway. It even gives definitions in the code. It says tractor, trailer, bus, or a taxi, right? Taxi driver, bus driver, truck driver. I am not a driver because I'm not transporting or in the act of trafficking any goods or peoples.
Let me ask you a question. What were you doing right there on Colfax then? Operating the motor vehicle. Would you consider yourself a driver?
No,
of a motor vehicle?
absolutely not. A driver's
driving a car.
a driver by definition, I understand there's a colloquialism that we don't understand here, or maybe they haven't told us or we don't understand, but the word driving by definition means you must be employed by somebody. So I was not driving. I was traveling in my private property from point A to point B, which, like I said, the Supreme Court has upheld many times. I have the right to do so. If I was, let's say, doing Uber or some form of hauling goods or services on the roadways, then yes, the government has a right to know that I can operate the roadway to do that business and then tax me, of course. But I'm not doing such. I'm traveling from point A to point B in property that I purchased privately and legally and lawfully.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is your name, man? Why do you not want to identify yourself?
I just believe that nothing personal to you. I have had some incidents in the past where any information that I give, as you know, can and will be used against me in a court. And I don't believe that I have any necessity to give any information.
You see my name, right?
But you're required to produce your name because you are a government employee. It actually says I can ask you for 3 forms of ID, which you have to produce. You cannot ask me for, this is by my understanding of you guys' contractual law to uphold the Constitution and even the codes, quote unquote, of the state and the city. My understanding of that is I am not required to provide any of that information unless I'm being charged or some kind of crime is suspected, which I don't believe.
You're being charged for violating traffic code right now.
If you want to bring those charges, that's fine. But when we go to court and they convict me in a local court, I will go to Supreme Court and you will be held accountable and liable for those charges, just like a credit card. You cannot bring charges and not be held liable for them because the responsibility and onus is on the person bringing them. So I would hope that you'll be able to prove in a court of law, based on case law and everything else, that I don't have a right to not operate. See, this is the game. I don't have a right to take my private property from point A to point B, which like I said, the Supreme Court ruling is in that documentation I gave you. All the definitions are there. So I'm not coming from my own manifestation. I'm not coming from something that I want to be true or made up. I've read the definitions. I've gone through the case law. I've looked at the Supreme Court decisions. It's expressly stated in there. The law is expressed, not implied. This is my understanding of it. I'm a man who does no harm, and that's how I live my life. I live my life by truth and doing no harm, the law of love. I have no issues with you or anybody else, and I'm not in the doing anything wrong at this time. I've caused no loss, injury, or harm to anybody. I'm taking my property from point A to point B.
Do you live in Lakewood, Denver? Where do you live, man?
I would rather not answer any questions, sir.
Okay. Do you live in the state of Colorado?
I'd rather not answer any questions.
Okay. Well, you're operating a motor vehicle in the state.
I'm not operating a motor vehicle. Motor vehicle is defined in the paperwork as a vehicle on the roadways doing commerce. This is not a commercial vehicle.
You're operating a light blue Nissan Maxima with no license plates.
I'm not operating. I'm traveling from point A to point B.
At this time.
Then I guess we have a disagreement in the understanding. I presented you paperwork. You've presented me nothing other than your understanding. So my understanding is backed by definition, Supreme Court rulings, and the motor vehicle code. You've given me nothing except what you believe to be true. So where can we go with this?
Statements that I've made to you are ones that are produced in Colorado revised statutes.
Can you show them to me?
On traffic law.
Can you show them to me?
I can. I'm going to go grab the book right now and just open it up and scroll through the pages for you.
Well, I was kind enough to have all my paperwork and things in order and my understanding here to present to you.
You have not provided me with any proof of insurance, any driver's license, or any proof of
registration.
registration.
The paperwork that I provided to you makes those things not applicable to me because I am not doing commerce on the roadway. This
provided me 3 printouts
of the definitions of the words in the motor vehicle code and the Supreme Court ruling. Didn't you swear an oath to uphold the Constitution and the law of the land? The Supreme Court is the highest law in the land. So that one decision that I showed you should be enough for you to either go and look at what I'm presenting again and give a deeper, more detailed look at it, or to understand that we have no interaction right now. Because like I said, there's many Supreme Court cases on file. That is the law we're supposed to follow in this country. We can have disagreements in local court, but these have already been decided upon. The Supreme Court will hear my case as well if you guys bring charges, because I will take it there.
We will be bringing charges.
Sure. Again.
For violating traffic law in the state of Colorado.
What do you think, Chad? You think you went about it the right way? Would you have gone about this traffic stop this way? What do y'all think? Let me know in the chat.
The word violation in law means to cause loss, injury, or harm. It also means to sexually advance on someone when it's unwanted. I did not do any of those things. So, again, we have to get our words and terms in line with the definitions of what we all are agreeing on here is the English language. We cannot use words and not agree on the definitions. I'm not making up my own definitions. The state of Colorado is a whole other discussion. And furthermore, it doesn't even come into this because, like I said, any roadways federally, the people, a man, a woman has a right to use the public roadways to travel from point A to point B. It's been ruled on. You cannot have a government organization who's supposed to work for the people come in to tax the people to use what is the people's. That is fraud. You may disagree with me. I, however, have the truth, the definitions, the facts, and the case rulings on my side. So like I said, if you bring charges forth, I expect you to show up on the day of whatever the proceeding will be. And then I expect you to show up at the Supreme Court proceeding. And we will have a discussion in front of whoever needs to be there about what I have the right to do and not do, since you seem to believe you have a right to stop me and take up my time and take a right off me. We'll have that discussion if that's what you choose to do. I don't believe you should, because I think by conversing with me, you can ascertain that I am an upstanding, intelligent individual who's out here doing no harm, and I have no, there's really no reason to have any issues with me.
Why is that?
Because like I said, and we can get into all other thing. I don't know if you're interested in all that, but you see where our country's going, and what we're doing right here is part of the reason why. But I'm glad we're doing this, and I expected this, so it's not really an issue for me. I have to stand on what's true and what's right. I have to stand on my conviction, in my heart, and what the definitions and the understanding tells me. So that's all I'm attempting to do.
I think we might have a misunderstanding upon definitions here.
Again, the Supreme Court, it's been the Supreme Court. So let's say we both didn't understand definitions. Supreme Court has heard all these cases, and the judges have ruled over and over again that the right of if you want, I can search them for you right now, the quotes, the right of the people to use the public roadways is an untaxable, uninfringible right. You cannot tax somebody, force them to get registration, force them.
What's up, Storm Crow? He said, "Hey, I got kicked from y'all Discord. Is there a reason?" Well, probably the main reason was you post your links to your show. Like, I would say, no, this is an estimate. About 93% of the time, I've noticed, and other people noticed, mods, that you would post the links to your live show, like right after I would post my link to my live broadcast. And I don't like looking at that, man. I mean, I hope your show does well and whatnot, but posting the links in my Discord like as soon as I go live. No, the whole point of the Discord is to promote the creators' content and community. So yeah, that's probably why that is the reason why you got kicked from the Discord. Thanks for asking though.
To get insurance, you cannot force any of that. All interactions are in this country are supposed to be voluntary. They're not supposed to be under coercion and duress. Do this or else, and you can't use fear and safety as a reason to take people's rights.
Okay.
Well,
my supervisor's here. If you said you wanted to talk to him.
I mean, again, it's more about what you plan on doing, because if you plan on moving forward contractually, then obviously he's going to be the one here to supervise that whole situation, and then he will be on record to go to court as well, being okay with the fact that he supervised you.
It's all good. Yeah, if you want to come back, you're more than welcome. Just like that's one of the pet peeves. Just like when somebody's live, I guess I learned this from Under the Powder Dusty Act. If someone's live, it's not good etiquette to come into the chat or on the panel and say, "Hey, so and so's live right now," type of shit. So it's all good, no hard feelings or anything. Yeah, but that's the Discord. Hey, Miss Beaver, check out our Discord. Give you a tryout. Yeah, and Truth, you're more than welcome to come back in.
Stopping me, taking my time and my
rights. And you can also share your links. Just don't do it like when I'm doing my show. Appreciate it.
Telling me that I don't have a right to do what's already been ruled on. I have a right to do. Okay. That's the only reason I want him here, so that we're all under the same understanding.
Sure. Sorry.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Hey, I'm Sergeant Valdez. I understand your sovereign stuff and everything and all that. What do you prefer to be?
Yeah, I don't
living man, or how do you?
I don't even like to get into the terms and labels. No, I'm just a man.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, just
The
like
living
you
man
are.
or just the man.
Just a
however
man.
You want it.
Just
I
like
got
you
it.
are a man. You know,
Understood.
you're a man, I'm a man.
Understood.
And from my understanding, again, like I told this man, was that
Sure.
I've done my research. I have a conviction in my heart.
Okay.
My mind and my logic aligns with that. Logic, morals, and ethics. This is private property. I purchased it legally and lawfully.
Understood.
And I'm taking it from point A to point B. And the Supreme Court has
Markel,
ruled that I
appreciate
do
you.
not need to
That's a Discord,
register,
hyperspace
license,
Discord.
or any of that unless I'm doing commerce
Come
on the
for a
roadways.
tryout.
I handed in the definitions, has all the definitions there. What's in the motor vehicle code and what Black's law says. That operating motor vehicles defined as doing commerce on the roadway.
I understand. So, sir, just so you know, obviously, we don't recognize that within our municipality laws.
It's common law.
And I understand the common law and stuff, but our laws are obviously not in tune with your common law and the way it's practiced. So the court's going to have to be the one to dispute those. Do you understand the reason he pulled you over? And
Absolutely not.
Why? Okay.
Absolutely
Have
not.
you been told why you've been pulled over this afternoon?
He told.
So here's what we're gonna do. This is a fascinating clip. It's interesting. I'll say this though. Yeah, you're welcome, Miss Beaver. Good to see you, Miss Thing. Appreciate you. Well, we'll have some fun in the Discord. You know. Yeah, this is a great video, and this is how Paul went viral. You know, he just sunned all these cops and shit. And at the end, they ended up learning from him, which is great. I'll say this though. Yeah, if y'all want to come up, it looks like Paul's not gonna wasn't able to make it. Maybe we can reschedule that. I have to talk to him about it. Maybe this weekend we can reschedule, or when he gets his Starlink up, because I know I'm pretty sure he lives out kind of in a remote area, his land. So you definitely would need something like the Starlink to get the shit done. So that sucks that happened to you. Sorry about that, Paul. But yeah, so Paul, get back at me. But in the meantime, if you guys want to hop on the panel, we can talk Paul and Slave. All right. Or rights, freedoms, and natural law. Consciousness is my favorite thing to speak about. Awareness has awareness. Let's talk about it. Links in the chat. Back to the video.
His perception, but I don't understand it at all.
Okay. And so we can help you understand the perception of why you're pulled over and what he told you. What did he specifically tell you?
He believes, like a lot of officers believe, that the common law, like you just said, does not apply to them. However, this is not my common law. Common law is the law of the land. It's backed by the Supreme Court and the Constitution.
What is the officer's common law perspective on why the stop was initiated for you?
Oh, I would have no idea, because common law is defined as loss, injury, or harm needing to take place in order to move forward. I'd not do any of those things. Okay. So his corporate law or legal understanding would be that I am an employee of a corporation. I would assume this is understanding somewhere, because again, motor vehicle means a vehicle doing commerce on the roadway. Driver means someone employed by someone to do commerce on the roadway. The code even describes tractor trailer, taxi driver, or bus driver. That's why we use the term driver. Anybody who's behind this is not a driver. A driver is defined as someone employed to do commerce on the roadway. I am not that. I am a man taking my property from point A to point B.
So what is the reason for the stop today? No plates, okay? That's a common thing that we obviously enforce and do with our laws and what we believe in and what we have to do. So the probable cause exists for him, not with you, in your understanding, for him to go ahead and initiate a traffic stop based on the plates.
What is his reason to believe that I'm driving this vehicle?
Well, you're operating the vehicle and driving it, and you were observed driving it. Whether
I wasn't driving. Driving is defined as commerce. Can you read the paper?
I understand your version of it.
No, that's the definition by Black's Law Dictionary and the Motor Vehicle Code.
We don't follow that.
The Supreme Court does. So then
we're not the Feds. We don't operate under the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but you swore an oath to uphold the law of the land and the Constitution.
Absolutely.
The Supreme Court is the highest law of the land.
But ours is under a municipality and ours is under the Jefferson County division. So you'd have to go to the Jefferson County for anything. Has he issued you any ticket or done anything?
No, sir.
Well, exactly. So we're in a common state here of just talking about the situation, and that's it. And you're being cordial, and
that's a good thing, because we need to have these discussions.
Well, that's it. And so that's what he's discussing with
you.
So understanding your beliefs and what you think aren't necessarily ours, because what we have to practice a certain thing. There's an understanding there. I hope you know that. Obviously, we pulled you over because we don't have the same understanding of what your understanding is of the law. Do you understand that? As long as we have a common agreement on that, I'm good. You're going to have your definition of it is we're going to have what our obligations are.
But what is yours based on?
So ours is based on Colorado revised statutes and traffic codes that we are to enforce. That's what ours is based
The term
on.
Trafficking means to take goods from one place to another.
I understand
That's why drug trafficking is defined as taking drugs from one place to the other. I'm not trafficking anything. I'm traveling, sir.
Listen, by our standards and our Colorado revised statutes, you are an operator of a vehicle operating a motor vehicle. This is a motor vehicle. And
just to let you know, donations are always appreciated here. NBC The Game Live. You know, I have a family, and this takes time. What we're doing, even though I love streaming and whatnot, donations are always appreciated.
Come on. Why don't you just take my blood?
Nah, and blood's not necessary. Super checks are cool. Buy me a coffee is cool. But just you being here is cool too. Leaving a good comment, that's a form of a donation too. I'll take that too. Yeah, so what's really going on? Let's watch a little bit more of this video. It's good. It's getting good. Where are we at? Okay, here we go.
corporation or the land, as far as government is what we see as government, would you have a legal name under that? What would be your false name that we use?
Dude, Landry, you're gonna get forever banned for that comment. You said the entire panel versus live right now. Jesus, you don't have to let people know. Man, maybe I'll give you one strike for that. Silly mother, you silly dude. Let's go.
Be giving, which would be the government name that we go to, that would be given to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if you're comfortable in providing that with him, that's what he wants.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather not provide anything because again, once I provide any kind of information, I'm contracting with him.
Understand?
And I would rather not contract with him. Again, this first of all, again, we can go back to you guys' rules. Those red and blue lights are not to be pulling people over. Those are emergency lights. They're to be used for people to move over so they can move past. Just by me pulling over, I have submitted to something that I know is incorrect because the purpose of those lights are emergency lights. They're not for pulling people over. So I did so because I understand that in today's day and age, that if I do not do that and I go like this and say, go ahead, which is...
Oh, yeah, just... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I thought, okay. I mean, just to be fair, what I was telling Truism Crown about him, Crow, about him posting his live broadcast when I go live broadcast. Now, it wouldn't be fair if I wouldn't address other people who are doing it. And I think Ortho just did that I thought he was just posting a video in my Discord. Ortho guy. I don't like that, bro. I'll just let you know, man. Please don't post your live in my live stream when it's at the exact same time as me. I get it if it's like an hour or something like that before or hour after, but the right time, at the same time, I know there's even times when I see Flow State live, I usually used to post my link in his Discord. I usually don't even post it if I see him live, to be honest, but that's me. I mean, I'll still go live, but like, yeah, guys, don't do that if you're in the Hyperspace Discord. Posting your live stream link in my Discord when literally the same time I go live. No.
What it actually tells you should do when a policeman pulls up behind you and the regulation says, oh, roll down your window, pull over, and wave him on. I did not do that because then he'll say, oh, you were trying to... I understand the psychology of how most officers think. I understand that
you complied and you pulled
No,
over.
Miss Thing, you're good. You can post links. I'm just saying. Well, the creators know they know what I'm talking about. Like, yeah. Please post links in there. It's just when I'm going live at the same time, the same minute. Yeah, don't post links. That's what I'm talking about. You're good though.
and stuff, and that's a start.
Because I want this interaction.
Well, that's
I
great.
want the
And
interaction one way or the other. We have to get it on record.
Have you interacted like this in a court of law already?
I would rather not get into that.
Understood. But I'm just, and if you have,
I have a lot of experience in a courtroom and with the material.
Perfect. And so with that being said and stuff, I just want you, so we're not wasting time and being naive on understanding all this stuff. You're an educated man. You understand what your beliefs are. We have our certain rules that we have.
They're not my, can we just say, I don't mean to be, I'm not being a dick. They're not my beliefs, sir. It's a knowing that I've come to based on eternal truth. This truth is not going to change whether you understand.
Oh, I'm not even showing it. My bad. I thought I was showing this guy.
The same thing the court will have to use to either convict me or not, because it rests in my heart and it cannot be changed by any other man's belief. A belief and a conviction are two very different things.
I understand. I understand. And you hold it true to yourself.
Absolutely. I live by certain morals, logic, and ethics that I hold. Fine.
Are you okay with my card?
Sure.
All right, I appreciate
it. And if you ever
so at the end of the traffic stop, these guys are doing good.
I try to be faithful and I try to deliver them a message that touches their spirit.
Okay.
So that they can open their mind and heart to the truth that we're all supposed to be experiencing here.
All right. Okay. So the cop ended up like being cool with them and whatnot. Cool. I think there's another traffic stop I saw that was interesting that he had. It didn't necessarily end this in that same way. It's a little different. Where's that one? I think it's this one. Yeah. This is says Prescott Valley PD says no right to travel. Take me out of my car. Steals his car for $1,000 or something like that. Yo, what's up, CJ? How's it going?
Hey, how are you, man?
What's up, Dale?
All right.
I'm okay. I'm good, actually. How are you doing? Good. Thanks for coming up.
Me too. I'm all right.
Yeah. What's new, man?
Oh, this is my first time seeing these videos. I've heard all the rumors, and now I'm putting it to actual footage. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised you haven't seen it because you've been around the panel verse longer than me.
I try to fucking judge people on what I see, and I just can't pinpoint him as a bad dude. So.
Yeah. No, I like Paul. I wouldn't be talking to him if I didn't like him. Like some of the stuff he has to say. Hey, what's up, Snafu Snaps? What's up, Leo King? How's it going, man?
Sure, MPC. Since you know we are the digital experience whistleblowers, journalists out there, I'm going to throw a interesting optics in the backstage. Did you ever see Paul's festival days when he did festivals and talk?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you saw that or not. So.
Yeah, I actually seen it from. I first heard about it from that Flow State clip where he bombs.
Oh, okay.
On Slavia.
Okay.
And it shows him walking back and forth on the stage. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I appreciate it. You're a shit disturber. Oh shit! No, but it's a good video because we usually see him sitting in that chair all the time. It was good to see him walk around.
That was the whole thing. We actually seen him stand up. It is a thing. It is a thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, all you fuckers, make sure you thumbs up Mr. MPC. Make sure you share, like, and get his shit out there. The optics are high.
Man. Same with you, man. Hey, wait, Self, don't go. Okay, don't go. I saw you with a puppy the other day. That was cool. Okay, good, short and sweet.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
So this is CJ. The other one basically we saw most of it where it ended up good. He didn't get a citation. He didn't get arrested. He ended up at the cops and ended up like laughing with them. And I guess they learned something new, which is good, right? I don't think this traffic stop went the same way. So let's see.
Hello. Hey, how's it going, bud?
Good. I'm Officer Rosendahl, the Prescott Valley Police Department.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm pulling you over because you don't have a
license. Oh yeah. By the way, Cynthia.
Okay, so
these videos are like 3 years old.
Give you kind of what my understanding is.
3 years old. They were uploaded. I assume that's what the time that they happened.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Good. I'm Officer Rosendahl, the Prescott Valley Police Department.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm pulling you over because you don't have a license plate.
Okay, so can I just give you kind of what my understanding is and.
Yeah, I'm willing to hear you out.
Okay, so, right, I understand the law. We have a right to travel, right? This has been upheld in the Supreme Court over and over again. I have given notice to Prescott and Prescott Valley Police Department of who and what I am. All right, I'm a private man moving my property from point A to point B. As I said, I'm not driving a motor vehicle. I'm not a citizen. I'm not an inhabitant of the municipality. I'm not a resident. I'm not a person.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
Absolutely not, because I'm not driving. Right in the code, under the code, right in the federal law, driving is actually defined as a commercial term.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything?
Okay, so this is the base life says these are usually 5 years. This is 5 years ago. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know when they originally happened, but this one was uploaded 3 years ago. Okay, 3 to 5 years ago. We got it. Thank you.
Why
for
would
that.
it be his first go to is like, do you have weapons? Like what?
Oh, the cop said that. That's what he said.
Yeah, that was what he said.
Yeah, let's start over again. Let's see.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Good. I'm Officer Rosendahl, the Prescott Valley Police Department.
Okay.
All right, how you doing?
Good. I'm pulling you over because you don't have a license plate.
Okay, so can I just give you kind of what I'm?
Yeah, no, I'm licensed. That's
I
different.
admire
Have you ever
this
rolled
shit
like
out
that,
of
CJ?
What do I? Sorry.
Have you ever done that before? Like,
No.
you had your license plate?
Dude, I'm as nice as I can be to them. They're normally nice to me back, but I can't afford to get it back at the moment, and I really want to try this shit, to be honest, and see if it works. Like, because I don't have it. I can't just get it back monetary. What am I supposed to do? Get a scooter? Like, I've already done all that, guys. I tried to do it their way. It doesn't work. So
you don't. So according to the DMV, you can't have a license or something like that.
No, I can get it back if I had enough money. I could get it back.
Okay. Yeah. I guess in the meantime,
I'm not allowed to work without it, though. You know.
Yeah, you do need it for that. It makes everything
I could get a $25 an hour job tomorrow if I had a driver's license. Tomorrow.
Damn.
What my understanding is, and
yeah, I'm willing to hear you out.
Okay, so right, I understand the law. We have a right to travel. Right, this has been upheld in the Supreme Court over and over again. I have given notice to Prescott and Prescott Valley Police Department of who and what I am. All right, I'm a private man moving my property from point A to point B. As I said, I'm not driving a motor vehicle. I'm not a citizen. I'm not an inhabitant of the municipality. I'm not a resident. I'm not a person.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
Absolutely not, because I'm not driving. Right in the code, under the code, right in the federal law, driving is actually defined as a commercial term.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything like that in the vehicle?
I would rather not answer any questions, sir.
That is pretty quick to that, huh?
Why?
Don't you usually say something else before that?
Yeah. There should be steps.
Have you been drinking?
You ask about the weapons, guy.
Yeah. Have you been drinking? Have you had any drugs or? Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, hang tight.
Okay.
Yeah, much different than the last cop. A little bit more. I don't know. Get a bad vibe from this cop.
I don't think Paulie's doing this because he had. I mean, I think he's doing it because he has to. He found a way around it.
Do you think he's doing it also too to show and prove?
I mean, yeah. Once he, I would too. If I think he's got a gift, dude. I think the guy's got a gift, and I don't know what you call it, but you know, I hadn't had the balls to try it yet. So more power to him.
Yeah, I heard him say that numerous times he's putting his life on the line by doing this. It's like the first time I've seen some of these videos like you, though.
He kind of is, because these cops think he's a retard for trying it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, from the cops' point of view, though, if all they know is the law, that law, do you blame? I mean, can you understand why they think that? May think that though.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's fine that they have a misinterpretation of the law they're supposed to know, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a misinterpretation of the law they're supposed to know. I believe.
Right.
System. I don't think you can just. This is already in the system. I ain't gonna take it out.
All right, Chopper Jeff. I'll see you, bro. Shout out to the Beatles, Strawberry Fields. Nothing is real. So at this point, as a police, they have nothing to kind of get his information if he doesn't have a license or license plate, huh? I guess the only thing they would have would be the vehicle number on the car to run that. That's about it.
They gotta have a reason to pull him over. Not having a plate's not a reason.
I'm gonna get out. Just have a conversation.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
I mean, how? What did he do? What did he do? Did he do anything?
No, I know. Like
anyone?
technically, you're right in the spirit of it. Like not like he's not hurting anybody. He's not driving crazy or anything. Violations. However, they do have these stupid things that they can get you for. Like
Right.
not having a plate, having
At least
a
let's
cracked
acknowledge that's what it
windshield.
is. A stupid thing they can get you for.
Yeah, music too loud.
Don't make me not work over a stupid thing you can get me for, please. Like, please, guys.
Yeah, they'll threaten to jail you over the plate.
Hey, so I just want to.
Oh wait, so he got out himself. I thought they. Okay, I thought he was gonna. They told him to get out. Okay. Let me see.
I'm gonna get out. Just have a conversation with him.
He's gonna say, "Get back in there."
Hey, so I just want to.
I don't know about this. I would have not stepped out of the car. That's.
You ain't trying to get capped, right?
That's going at the. Yeah, I don't know if I would have done that.
It's kind of an aggressive move.
I don't contest them at all. I let them abuse me if that's their plans, which sometimes it is. You know? But normally, ever since I stopped doing drugs, they've been great to me. So I will give them that.
Hey man, I test too. Like, I mean, when I used to smoke weed all the time back in Cali, the only time I would be like, I don't like cops and all this shit is because I was riding dirty. I was riding with the shit in my car. So allegedly, yeah. So I mean, I don't do that anymore. So I really don't have any problem with them.
More information? Okay, not a problem.
So yeah, moving property, stopped, Prescott Valley. Yeah, I guess he's going to make a call, see what they say, and get back to me. So we don't know they're showing up on the scene here.
What do you say, Jeeves? You said they don't see how this is part of the enslavement, the slow conditioning identifies. Yeah, I mean, we know it. Oh, I know it. I know all the whole person and maritime law and all that stuff for sure. It's just that some people, they rather just, what they call it, agree or what's the word? They rather just, I guess, yeah, exactly, because out of convenience. Right now, you may call them slaves or whatnot, but they're doing what they feel they have to do. That's their choice in life.
That's what a man has. That's what a man does. You have to do that. You have to do that to survive.
Right. Do you think what do you think about folks who just call them slaves and just go hard on them like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's clearly the grift aspect of it, I think. But whatever.
Yeah.
Riling and, being over the top.
Up.
Yeah.
It's something to talk about.
Right.
No, Jeeps, they probably don't know. Jeeps, we really, my chat, we don't really talk about that stuff. Even though I know a little bit about it, I don't really talk about that stuff. But hey, that's why you're here. I appreciate you expressing what you know. Because if something can help someone like not fall into traps, that's good.
For me, if I could just say something before you replay this video, it's like how many years of my life am I waste trying to get right with the law or whatever in order to play the game the way they want me to play it. Like I've already almost wasted all my
I see you in the back
getting anything done, And
yeah.
Do I just
wait? How old are you, CJ?
38? Do I just
You're
continue
young.
trying to do
Come
it
on, bro.
your way, or do I stand up for myself and do what Bobby's doing? You know, it's not illogical. It's actually very logical, I think.
Yeah, no, it is logical. It's I wouldn't say just, but there's definitely things that can happen, and maybe we'll talk about it because I think we have them. And first of all, you're still young, bro. I'm 10 years older than you. You still got a lot of life in you, CJ. So it's good that you're questioning things, though. That's a good start. CJ, I'm gonna drop you down. I really appreciate you coming up. We'll talk to you later. We'll open up the panel later. Thanks, brother. Be well. You're muted. You're muted, CJ.
Oh, was I? Oh, money. Okay,
Yeah.
I was saying thank you, and I'll pop back up whenever the panel. I thought this was the panel, but anyway, we'll do it.
No, I mean we're waiting on the special guest, the special guest.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you in a minute, okay, CJ. Peace, brother. Yeah. With that said, he's not just an avatar.
Greetings, Gabriel. You see why I didn't want to
Let's go to
tell you I'd be somewhere definitely, because I'd have told you I'd have been here, and then this guy came in over here and ran over my Starlink, and then now it's in 3 different pieces on the ground out there. So I had to go get my buddy Starlink, order a new fucking subscription. I just got done with that. So we're here now, man. My apologies. There's really not much I could have done to avoid that, and it's very synchronistic, right? I was literally sitting here going, I got an hour and a half till I got to be over there, and all of a sudden my internet goes out. I walk outside and they're all standing over it looking at it. I go, it's fucking incredible. You can't
that
make
shit
this
just
shit up.
happened. That just happened. Wow. Okay. Well, I appreciate you, man, for pulling through. That is synchronistic, and there's probably some type of mythical narrative overlaying what's happening, but yeah, that makes it special, even more special you're here. Because I told the people that this is the one interview I've been waiting for. I already interviewed the 3 horsemen of the Panelverse. This is the 4th horseman, the Honorable Judge Unslaved. Yeah.
All right, man, I'm here for it. So unless you want to reschedule, we could just pick it up on the fly, man. We're here.
No, let's do it, man. Because yeah, it was great because I actually saw. Yeah, last night was the first time I actually saw that video, the viral one, and
the travel,
the travel one. Yeah, that was the first time because I didn't know that Patriot Hub channel was yours. So like, fuck, that's a good channel.
Just changed the name. Kill some time real quick. I need like less than a minute. I'm gonna run across the lot, give this guy his phone back because I needed to use his phone to order the new Starlink. I'm gonna run his phone back over, and then I'm gonna come right back, and we'll get right into it.
Okay, we got you. All right, peace. Okay, guys, you heard that. You heard it from Mr. Unslave himself. Hold on, let me hit this real quick while we get ready.
Go ahead, NPC. Whenever you're ready, bro.
All right, let's do this now. You know, when I hear you talk about universal law and freedom and rights, in my travels and studies over the years, the closest thing I remember first hearing those terms were people like Jordan Maxwell, like with the maritime law and whatnot, and also what's his name, Mark Pizio, I think it was, when he talked about Passio, about natural law and whatnot. But how would you describe what you do, what your passion is in sharing with the folks?
I would say that it's similar as far as how it's described. It's just I believe, regardless of what we all do or don't do, I believe that the only way out of this is kind of through it. And the only way to be recognized, right? Like our ability to choose and our universal rights, our natural rights, is if we get on the radar, right? That's the only way we could be recognized, if we get on these people's radar. And the only way to get on their radar is to say, hey, this far and no further, we got to get these people to respect us. And they're not going to respect us if we just keep going along to get along,
Yeah, and I would think that is one of the why there's an urgency about your message, in the sense that if it's gonna work, really everyone has to be on board, right? Type of shit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really like us collectively making a statement, if we don't, that we really don't care about ourselves and our land and our future, and that we're willing to let these people do whatever they want, with us and our property and our future. So it really doesn't matter what we say or what we like and don't like. It really just comes down to what it all communicates, to the universe and to the players within that universe, right? What roles they're playing. So I really just believe at this point, if we do not take up this banner and stand on something and get the recognition of these people, that we're going to see same old, right? It's not like, it's not like we haven't seen this before, in a sense, right? We're just going to relive through the same kind of things that we've seen in the past that are less than ideal. I mean, it may go that way anyway, even if we do what we're supposed to do, right? But yeah, I just see it as kind of like an indwelling, sort of written into the cosmos, main mission, right? If we're in the open world game, then this is one of the main missions.
Right. And other things like could be like side missions, where people would be a side mission, maybe like like metaphysics, in terms of like getting healthy, or I don't know, or is that all the laws? Is that part of it too?
I'd say that's main stuff. There's a list of main sort of quests, and some of us go on certain ones and not on the other ones, but I think we can objectively stand back and say these are the main missions of this open world game, right? And one of them is to keep your body as healthy as possible so you could do the great work,
Right. And why do you do the great work, Paul?
It really is just comes down to who I am and how I'm formed to be, right? I at my core, I recoil from any groups or even individual men who claim that they have authority over other men and their property. It's never been true to me. It's never been real to me. I've never been able to accept it, and I've never saw the benefit of being able to accept it. As a matter of fact, I've seen the detriment. The more people comply and go along to get along, the more these folks double and triple down, right? And that's criminology 101, man. When I studied criminology, I remember hearing a few stories about if you go to prison and you're locked up with predatory people who want what you have, and they take what you have and you let them, they will keep doing it. And they will get to a point eventually where they will take your life because you're not fighting back and you're boring them. The only thing they understand and respect is somebody standing on who and what they are and putting up some resistance. Now, I'm not saying we have to fight these people. I'm just saying, if we want to be recognized and we want to live free and we don't want our time here to be a bunch of bent over, pimped and hoed out time, then we got to stand on something. We got to be recognized, right?
Yeah, right. So what you're saying is like at its core, the law and the so-called enforcers of the law are predators to a
In
certain
a way,
extent.
you could argue that it's what it's become. You know, if you really
Yeah.
look at it, it starts off as a service endeavor. You know, it's about serving the people, upholding rights, right, protecting the people's property from other people who want to kill, steal, destroy, kidnap. And instead of them upholding our rights and protecting us, they're killing, stealing, kidnapping, and destroying, right,
Hmm.
and making money while
Right.
doing it. So
Right.
yeah, man, it's just the nature of things, right? If we are the ones to be served and we will not act like people who deserve to be served, then the people who are supposed to serve us are going to rule over us and treat us like garbage. You could
Hmm.
argue the same thing happens in a prison. Even in a prison, if you're a prisoner or a group of prisoners, if you do what you're supposed to do and you conduct yourself properly, then the prison guards will probably serve you. If you act like a bunch of disempowered, dysfunctional slaves, they're going to treat you like it
Yeah.
because that's what you need. You know, so we got to get these people in service positions to respect us again. And the only way to get them to do that is by acting like real men and women again. And it's no coincidence. This is right at the same time that we got fake ass politicians saying we got to make America great again. Well, I agree. I just don't agree on how we're going to get that done, right?
Hmm. Yeah. I think it goes to the individual man himself first. That's a good start. Even for that to be possible.
Absolutely,
Now,
bro. I'm in a service position myself. And guess what? The reason I know why these people feel is because I know how I feel. It's very difficult for me to serve the public and feel good about it because they're cowardly, because they're dysfunctional,
Yeah.
because they lie to themselves and each other every day, because they beg for and pay for slavery. It's very difficult for me to respect them and show up every day and feel good about what I'm doing serving with the majority of them, right? So if I feel that way and I'm supposed to be a man of the people, I know how these people in the system feel. They
Yeah,
can't do what the
that's
fuck they're supposed to do because they don't have any real men and women showing up to compel them to actually serve properly.
yeah. Mm. Man, so in terms of your early life and whatnot, because I really do feel that how we start off is a reflection of like how the narrative's going to go in a lot of ways. It doesn't mean it has to be only, but the themes are there early. So I wanted to ask you about your early life in terms of, because I think you said you're from New York. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you say growing up in New York in that environment shaped your mindset?
Criminality and gangster culture is at the dinner table, you know, so to
You
speak.
said at the dinner table. That's not a metaphor, or is that you're
Wow,
for real?
I don't mean necessarily in my home specifically, but I'm just saying that like the general consensus is that criminality, underworld activity, gangsterism, tyranny is just part of life. You know, it's like my father grew up with Italians who were involved in certain activity, and I'm sure he was involved. He doesn't talk about it, whatever else, but he alludes to it. You know, and that's just kind of the culture, man. When you grow up on New York in certain places, I'm sure California is very similar. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
the more time goes on, this is pretty much everywhere. Like everywhere now where you grow up, it's like criminality, gangsterism, thuggism is intertwined into everyday life to some extent, right?
Yeah,
You know?
even here in Taiwan, it's international because the Shanghai Shek, who was the first dictator / president of Taiwan in '49, in China he was a warlord, which is basically a glorified gangster, right? And he fought the communist Mao and he lost, so he came over here with his gangsterism. Except he had a nice suit on, you know. And it's here in Taiwan, even though it's a very safe place compared to other places. But yeah, it's gangsterism and violence are everywhere. Paul, you're right.
Yeah, so it's becoming more and more mainlined. So I think that that's a generalization at this point, an objective generalization. But yeah, man, I think that there's just something to be said for, and maybe this is just everywhere, but people feel like that because they're from their place, right? New York's kind of its own thing, in a way, right? Like they'll say the rotten apple. You know, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, I went there one time, and it was actually the last time I was in America, 2018, in the winter, Christmas time, and I was amazed at this is one of the best cities in the world. However, I could see the underpinnings. If you look with the right eyes, that must be a crazy place to grow up. You know, New York City in itself, but the whole state though. So you mentioned your dad. So until you didn't have your mom around, and if you didn't have her around that much, how did that affect you? You think as a kid and as the man you are today?
She was there. It's just that she was paralyzed, and then
Oh
she
shit.
was not interactive with me. So
Mhm.
yeah, man, it took a toll on me. Like at my core, if you can imagine being a child, all you really want is your parents' attention, right? Time, energy, attention, and
Right.
love. Um,
Absolutely.
so yeah, man, when you don't get that and that's all you want, it starts to break you internally.
Yeah.
And you start to feel
Yeah.
like you're not lovable. There's something wrong with you. You're never going to be able to make it in the world. You're never going to be loved or accepted. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think it kind of was part of an alienation story, a story of being outcast. Um, and I think that story is still underway as far as
Mhm.
potential closure. I don't know if I will ever completely get over or reconcile that event. But yeah, there's no denying that it makes you feel separate, alienated, sort of outcast, unlovable. That kind of was extreme low, not wanting to live, going to street drugs.
Mhm.
And that whole process, I think, was part of a bigger process of compelling me toward quote unquote finding God, right?
Yeah.
Um,
That
you
I'm
know,
interested in that for sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
finding a bigger purpose or meaning for life and what I'm doing here specifically and what I could be a part of rather than just pining away for people to like me or love me. So, in a weird sort of bizarre way, as I've joked in the past, like Bane, me being kind of born in the dark, um, formed me, it seems at least, to do some of what I do because I don't crave. I've got beyond, at least that's what I want to believe. Maybe I'm kidding myself, but I believe on some levels I've got beyond um, this idea of needing to be liked or loved, even by
Mm.
people closest to me, right? Like, even if I like it
Yeah.
or I want it, I have so much time sitting with this idea of it not being there that
Yeah.
it almost makes it that much easier for me to just surrender in faith and do the next right thing and not care about what anybody thinks or feels of me.
Yeah.
So, um, but I'm sure there's a backlash to it. There's people who've reported to me in my life that I don't love like other people. I don't know if they're just saying that because they experience that with everybody and
Yeah.
they just happen to be experiencing it with me at that point. But I could imagine that my romantic or empathetic, emotional love is not the same as other people who maybe had that. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, that remains to be seen, right? I haven't made a complete determination on that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Or
My
even
I
our,
almost might.
even our
Uh,
no homo, but even our relationship, I see that kind of dynamic a little bit. We talked about it the other day on Modern Man the other day. Like my mom love bombed me to the ends of the earth and whatnot. And which and you're kind of right, bro. I have those tendencies where uh like I search for that and I've over the years wanted to be liked as a top priority. And as I get older, I'm realizing that's not serving me always, you know. What I will say though is that I think I'm blessed to have that because having even if you have a little bit of that, I think that's an attribute, that's a positive thing, you know. Would you say that you could you see yourself being more accepting of or being more secure in the sense that, because I heard you say a couple times you don't feel safe around some of these creators, for example, in the panelverse, and I wonder if that has anything to do with what we're speaking on, because
yeah, I think there's a fine line there between a trauma that acts out a dysfunctional way versus a trauma that gives way to an instinct or an intuition.
right,
And I just definitely think there's a very fine line there. But I think that a
yeah,
lot of these folks reveal why intuitively I don't feel safe or trusting around them.
hmm
And again, that may just be more readily available for me because of my past history, but it may not change the fact that there's something there to look at, right?
right,
Um, but yeah, man, I don't necessarily doubt that or deny that my core wounds make it such that it's more difficult for me to trust than the average person. That can work against me and others. That can work for me and others. It's really about what I do with it, right?
Exactly.
Because again, the last I'll do my rap. The last 5 years has proven to me that the majority of people are not trustworthy. They're not discerning, and you shouldn't feel safe to be around them, because they will literally sign their life away along with yours to a system to kill everyone to keep everyone safe. And I get it that most people are not willing to question their friends and family, themselves and everybody else, because they haven't been tortured by the ones they love. I get it. But again, the reality is the reality.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I heard you say that on Landry's the other day about being tortured by the ones you love. That was wild, bro. I was
It's the reality of it. I don't come here to play the victim. I don't talk about this shit a lot. But if people want to ask me, we could get into it, because I'm not going to bullshit. Me growing up in the houses that I grew up in with the family I grew up with, and even recently, they've seen me on there with my father. It's equivalent to a torture to me. To live with a bunch of undiscerning, ignorant, arrogant, slaved out people who play power games all day, every day, and don't stand for nothing is fucking torturous.
Yeah.
While they tell you they love you and try to guilt you and make you feel bad for not wanting to deal with them.
Yeah. I think maybe that's why I moved out to damn near the other side of the world, because I wanted to get away from that type of shit. Red 20 with Red 40 with the $20. Appreciate you. That's very generous. He says, Gabe, Gabe. Thanks for bringing this interview to your community. Absolutely. And also to your community. I think he might be part of your community, really, more than anything. For the enslaved community, for sure. Yeah, man. For sure. I appreciate that.
I mean, when it comes to business and anything that's successful, a friend of mine the other day told me, he said, I don't know what it was, but someone was around and said, yeah, because money can't buy happiness. And he turned around and he said, no, money does buy happiness. You just got to give it away. That made all the sense in the world.
Yeah. I appreciate that for being generous.
Did you get Cash App or PayPal?
No, I did not. I just had them buy me coffee.
Are you going to get it, bro?
I will get it. Yes, I will.
Yeah, I really do believe that if you get it, you know, first of all, I'll be the first person to contribute to you, and I'm sure there'll be more, right? You're missing out on a whole section of people who'd be contributing and supporting if they had an ability to. The more abilities you give them to contribute and support, the more that will come in, man. It's just the law of average.
Yeah, thanks for that. Oh, we were talking about the 7 daily sins. I guess I was under the Sloth Act, because you had told me that last time we talked. Leopard Print, what's up? How you doing? How you doing, sis? Good to see you. Yeah, we did
7 deadly sins. I'm guilty of all of them, man. I don't know if we want to go there. I got this
how about currently? Because we were asking the panel that the other day. Currently, I said mine was lust. To be keep it 100.
Yeah, we'd have to pull it up.
Luckily, I have a wife.
Yeah, we'd have to pull it up and define it. But from what I remember and what I believe the understandings would be, I'm probably going 7 for 7, if not 6 for 7.
Damn.
Damn. But yeah, man. I mean, again, if we really look at it, there's nothing in this realm that isn't a reflection of who and what we are, and we may not be aware of it, but we display all these things, right? The reality of it is the 7 deadly sins are just the qualities of the flesh. You know, and if unchecked, the qualities of the flesh will destroy not only the flesh, but the spirit of the being, it would seem, right?
Wow.
So I think that we see on these panels a lot of these people exemplifying all of these dynamics, just depending on time and place, right? Including myself.
Right. Yeah, like how you said, including myself. And I was the one that always has to like preference what I used to say in old broadcasts. Like when I'm talking about someone else, I'm talking about myself. But it got to a point where got redundant. I'm like, you should know by now I'm talking about myself. But it's good to remind people. Now with your dad, what do you think? What was the most important lesson your dad taught you, even if it didn't make sense at that time that was taught?
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to what I've related to the panel verse. That I also had to relate to me at some point, because I didn't relate to it, but I had to get there. And one of the few things I would say that was a constant theme in my father's life, if I had to give him credit for something or some things, one of them is an ethic, right? In the sense of being on time, showing up, putting in the time, energy, attention, doing the work in order to get the result. You got a lot of folks on here. They want success. They want this. They want that. They believe they deserve this. They deserve that. But somehow they don't think they got to put the time, energy, and attention in order to get that. And again, at one point, I was the same way, and it's just part of being immature. I don't care how old you are. We believe something's going to show up and get dropped in our lap, and 9 out of 10 times, shit don't go like that. If you ask anybody who's successful at anything, they were grinding, they were moving, they were shaking, they were networking, they were failing before they were succeeding because they were trying in order to generate a result to get better, right? So, yeah, man. Step one is if you're not successful or where you want to be, then you got to look at what you've been doing and not doing, because it's very rare somebody puts the time, energy, attention in and brings the proper spirit and the proper understanding and stays passionate and puts it all together and doesn't win, doesn't succeed on some level, right?
Yeah, there has to be something wrong.
Yeah. So, investing in yourself, showing up for yourself and others, putting the time, energy, attention, and doing the work in order to get the result.
Yeah, that's actually good lessons. Now, you talk about the streets in your broadcast a lot. Like,
let me give you another one, Gabe, because I think it's kind of interesting. My father always used to tell me, do what you want to do or do what you love to do. That's the American dream, but he never did that. So I guess he was telling me to do that, but he never showed me how to do that.
Yeah.
Right. But I guess indirectly, either way, it must have stuck with me, either that or I was just so dysfunctional that I was probably not going to make it in any other environment. So I almost had to be a content creator. I almost have to work for myself just because of the way I am and what I'm interested in and not interested in, like what I'm motivated for and not motivated for. So, I'd say that's another lesson. Do what you're good at, what you love to do. You never work in a day in your life, and then you get to live the American dream to some extent.
Right. There's almost not enough time to do this. Like when you're good at something, like if you're good at this, at broadcasting, I bet you could just talk all night and make money off of it. So, I have to say though, what you said about your dad didn't do those things, even though he gave you the good advice. That's interesting because I've heard different people say that our children, like what we give to our children is all the unfulfilled dreams we didn't achieve. And I'm aware of that with my son even,
There's definitely something to be said for instilling a certain ethic into them without living through them.
Right.
With that ethic, right? Like giving them the ability to get the game and understand the game and move with it, but not tell them exactly how to play the game, right? Let them do whatever they want or need to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you see, I'm the type of person even with me, the reason my mom got me into sports was so I would stay off the streets, because I definitely was on the streets if I wasn't playing sports. But would you say that the streets were the second home for you, and if they were, what kind of education do you think did you get on the streets that you never got in school, that school never gave you?
Well, yeah, that goes back to that gangsterism, thugism. If you're at home and it's prime time and all the best shows are Goodfellas and Scarface and Godfather, and you go out in the street and you see the people who want to emulate that, the older people, and they're doing the criminality and they're involved in the drugs and the violence and all the rest of it. Well, you believe these are the cool people. These are the interesting people. These are the people who keep it real. They keep it exciting. They play it their own way. They don't live by how everybody else does it. The schmucks, right? All the rusty nails, the empty pockets. No, these are the people who are ahead of the game, right? They're moving and shaking. They got something going on. They're involved. They're not like everybody else. So you start to think there's power there, there's value there, there's rarity there. On some level, maybe there is, or the potential for it. What does it usually wind up being? Just another emulation of what you get typically in the corporate world, except in the underworld, right? Kill, steal, destroy. We got to step on everybody's head in order to get ahead and make something out of ourselves. Lying, cheating, and stealing is on the table if we have to, right? Doing violence, doing corruption. But yeah, man, that's part of growing and learning and maturing, right? You know, the system is corrupt and full of shit. They try to put this image forth of who and what they are. You see through it at a certain point. So you go to the actual, what seems to be the actual low lives and criminals to get another reference point, right? Because you reject this conventional society, because these are the goody two shoes. These are the people pretending to be good who, when you question them, are lying to themselves and everybody else, right? So then you go to the streets. The streets must be where the real motherfuckers are, who are empowered and inspired and got some good game and got some motion and all the rest of it. And, you know, maybe some of them do.
You said
but
motion.
yeah,
I like that.
maybe some of them do, right? In their own way. Because again, it starts to get intertwined. You know, on the streets, you got a lot of the rugged individualists at times, certain folks who know how to make a way, they know how to survive and thrive. They know how to be themselves and do what they want to do. And still get everything done. So, yeah, man, when I look at it, it was just basically subconsciously, I wasn't conscious of it, but subconsciously, I was going to all the different classes and arenas and venues to try to get a taste of what the lifestyle was like, to try to figure out who's who, what's what, and where do I want to go, you know, what do I want to be, where do I fit in, right?
Yeah, and I assume the soundtrack for you was like similar to mine, like hip hop music mostly, like gangster music probably.
Yeah, bro, they got us, you know, and I'm not saying like it's just part of the game. They got us caught up on this trap or die bullshit, you know, where we really believe that we weren't going to have to work actual jobs. You know, we were just going to be able to put out the product and somehow we were going to get value back. Now we were right, but for the wrong reasons, right? Entering broadcasting, you know, and legal lawful and all the rest of it. We can put out the product and get the value back, but we don't have to kill, steal, and destroy. So, yeah, man, I just see the whole thing as a engineered, organized path. I didn't realize it at the time, but when I look back, it was everything I needed to be in order to get the experience I needed to get, in order to do what I needed to do on a different level, right? Because the corporate world is not for me. The gangster world, the underworld is not for me. I've never felt quite comfortable or at home in any of these arenas with any of these folks in any of these worlds. And I have more and more when I started to move into the otherworldly, right? You know, this rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, common sense, co-creativity, live on the land, right? Live wild and free, do whatever you want to do, but make sure you're not causing loss, injury, and harm, because then they can't. Yeah, then they can't set you up to be the bad guy, right?
Right.
It's really not cool to be the bad guy, right? Like nobody's ever really
nobody
happy
likes
about,
to be the bad guy.
Yeah. And the bad guy doesn't ever really have a good life. He doesn't have a long life. You know, he doesn't have love in his life and prosperity. He's got fear and guilt and bitterness and resentment and shame and all the rest of it, man.
Yeah, but this is a weird thing in that maybe there's a Generation Xer thing that that they actually identified, but they supposedly it's been around since Catcher in the Rye with Holden Caulfield and other people, and you see it with wrestling, like, you know, with the bad guy that's not really bad, the anti-hero. I think that's the word I hear a lot, and even to be the hero nowadays seems like you got to have some of that villain in you.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? That world is only there if you want to call it the Sith or the dark side of the Force. That world, that part of the world is only there to teach you certain things, to me, it seems. And one of them is you got to go after what's yours in life. You know, nice, kind, polite, positive people. They want to open the door for everybody, and that's cool. And, you know, be nice, kind, and polite and ethical, and that's cool. I get that. But then when it comes time to activate and get into that certain mode and take what's yours in life, they want to stutter step, right? And he who hesitates is lost. So there's something to be said for quote unquote winning or being successful or being prosperous or just getting what you need in life by being what you're meant to be, right? And oftentimes, like they say, the nice guy finishes last because he's too afraid to be what he wants or needs to be or is meant to be because of how everybody is going to perceive him.
Yeah.
So that's what that world will teach you, you know, is you're not doing yourself or anybody else any favors by being too nice, kind, and polite at the expense of being real.
Right. And I bet your homies you used to hang with, They kind of you make it, you have to be like that, especially if you have other people with that mindset growing up. Where and probably would you say that prepared you for the trials of adulthoods, hanging with your homies, your friend group,
bro,
or whatever?
the people closest to you will hate on you the most because they see you every day and they don't know what the fuck you're capable of. Oh, Paulie boy, you're gonna do a broadcast, you're gonna do legal lawful. You sit here with me, you do drugs, you ain't shit. You can't do that because they can't do that. You can't do that, right?
Right.
And I've had motherfuckers telling me heroin at one point, telling me, Paul, why are you even buying this shit? Why are you here? Why are you with us? Why are you doing this? You're intelligent, bro. You can make something happen out here. It takes the fucking dealer to tell you sometime this shit, the people you're fucking with and hanging with and living and dying with, bleeding with, tell you the opposite of, right?
Yeah. Dude, they push you down, bro. The crabs in the barrel shit.
But this is the point. This is what I try to tell these people in these spaces, man. Don't get too comfortable around these people. Your comfort zone will kill you. If you hang around people who don't see the best in you and you won't see the best in them, and encourage and inspire everybody to do and be and have that, and if not, get clowned on, then you motherfuckers ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is the 13th month anniversary for me in the Panelverse, and this is where I'm at now. And yeah. It's kind of like a mirror shit. It's the stuff that you've been saying this couple weeks to me. Could you share a moment from when you were a teenager that made you realize that, life's kind of like a fight. You got to fight.
I know one moment that always sticks out to me. I mean, there's been a couple physical altercations and conflicts, but one thing that came up for me was, for whatever reason, when you said that, one of the things that stuck out was, I guess, because spiritually, there's the physical sort of fights and confrontations, and then there's spiritual ones, and it seems the spiritual ones take longer potentially and are more difficult or challenging, and are more testing / rewarding, if that makes sense. But when the guy said to me, who was like 10 or 15 years older than me, he was ex documentarian for the military, been to Afghanistan. He was pretty accomplished in his own right. And we were shooting heroin, and he said to me, don't ever think that you're gonna get off this shit, because it just doesn't happen, so just get used to doing heroin for the rest of your life and figure out how you're going to do it and maintain it, and it just, I don't know, something about that moment, man. It just hit me that this shit is a struggle, just just to maintain yourself and move forward and be, in alignment and not do bad, fucked up shit is apparently a struggle. It's a test, it's a challenge, it's a war.
Right. That tells you that the default society, the gauge of, I guess, morality or whatever, is not righteous in a sense, maybe. So that's why it's a struggle. It seems like a struggle to be right, somewhat righteous.
We just accept so little for ourselves and each other because it's what we're used to, that it just doesn't occur to the being that we can have that spiritual change or upshift and actually be a completely different person and live a completely different life. It just doesn't occur to the being, right? It's not possible.
Yeah, these stories. How do you think your early environment prepared you for standing up to authority later in life?
I started to realize how hypocritical and confused, chaotic, and cowardly most people are, regardless of what they show and what they're willing to admit to. So I think seeing behind the scenes of people who I thought were so big and bad and tough, crying and being guilty and regretful, and doubting who they are and not knowing where they're going in life and what they're going to become, just kind of made me realize that authority is bullshit. A lot of this shit is personality. People want to wear masks in life and be powerful and be in charge, and that's cool if it's true power and value and you're really taking charge to get something done. But You know, when it's these power games and these positioning games, there's no foundation there, right? So I just started to realize that authority in all its forms, you know, this toughness in all its forms is most likely an illusion. You know, when you put these people on the mark and you demand something of them, they usually fold. You know, it's like
This is a
those
kid looking at it. You as a kid and recognize that. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, I used to smoke dust and talk for hours with gang leaders and murderers and all types of people, you know, and I'd see that they were vulnerable, that they were scared, that they weren't as big and bad and tough as we all thought. And they really didn't like themselves, and they didn't know where their life was going and how they got there, and they wanted to change, but they couldn't leave the old ways behind, right? These are extremely disempowered people. You know, but if you saw them day to day out and about, right, not at nighttime when they're crying or, you know, the thoughts are flashing through their head of what they've done or been a part of, you know, you see him during the day and you think, oh, I wouldn't want to fuck with him. He's big and bad and tough and they got it all together and they're running shit. And it's just, you know, most things are not what they seem. And I contend the same is true for cops and lawyers and court personnel and all the rest. I've had them admitted to me. You know, I've taken what I've seen there with street people and people with some form of authority and power and value, and I brought it to a different arena, and it checks out. You know, the secret to life is most people really don't know what they say they know or how most of this shit works. They're just filling a position for a check, and they really don't know what else to do. You know, it just really is that simple. In its complexity, right? Yeah, I've seen that just over and over again. Even just here recently with the septic, the guy literally just came out and said to my buddy, he goes, "This system is all fucked up. It's all over the place. We just kind of go based on whatever comes forward. So basically, whoever complains the most is who's next." You know, you think there's this big, bad, complicated system of authority and checks and balances, and it really just comes down to the squeaky wheel gets the oil. They'll admit it to you from time to time, right?
Right. Combine that with nepotism. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Well, okay, that's perfect, because what else did he tell me? He said after going around and around and back and forth, and the guy finally getting with it, the other guy went down there who's been here 40 years, and he told some other guy who he knew, get this done. And he had to tell him twice. And eventually they said, we couldn't do it. We can't do it. Okay. He says, we'll do it. We'll get it done. Right. You know, this is just, it really is fascinating and entertaining and almost silly when you realize these systems that human beings are involved in, and how much supposed power and value is being generated there, and how incompetent the majority of folks are that are manning these positions
of power. Yeah, this is why I think really there's a nostalgia, or there's like romanticism of some like archaic cultures and like, you know, tribal cultures, for example, where they had like initiations of manhood and whatnot. And here in the wilderness of North America, we don't really have those defined initiations. And I don't know if you agree with me, but I would call that life is a series of initiations, right? Male or female. But can you think you can describe a trial that you had that felt like it was a rite of passage, maybe like in your teenage years or whatever?
I'd say getting arrested over and over again and not ratting. And I don't want to say being able to lie to the cops, but just being able to sit there and be interrogated over and over again, be charged, be put through the ringer and not fold. I think was something that I learned from the gangsterism culture that serves me now in what I do. Because I just keep getting through shit, and I just keep teaching myself that I don't have to do anything anybody says, because I just keep coming out the other side. And it's not what we think it is, right? So yeah, man, staying true to myself no matter what they threaten me with, and moving forward and having faith, and somehow always being better off for it. You know, it's definitely one of the the rites of passage. But I agree with you. I think that in most of these cultures and societies, there are no actual honorable rites of passage, and that's done on purpose because they want to keep the population infantilized. You know, they want to keep the population neotenized, a bunch of childlike beings who emotional intelligence is not developed beyond a certain point.
Yeah, I would love to, like, some of the stuff. Like, I've seen some of these YouTube videos. I would have loved to see your take if you were sitting there watching it with me, like how some of these like corporations, as it is, are like very passive aggressive, even though that culture of corporatism, even though office culture, even though, like, you know, they're doing the gangster shit, really. But they have these like team building things and stuff. It's stuff like dodgeball tournaments and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, like, I remember we played that like in elementary school and stuff. So it's just funny how you're right. It's like a Peter Pan syndrome out there. But in terms of like what you said, like not snitching, that, to go back to that, that's actually a really good attribute. I think it, like loyalty, right? So what did you learn about loyalty and trust and respect in terms of your younger years of life?
Well,
Those
accountability,
attributes.
man. What you do and what you're a part of, you gotta stand on. You know,
Mhm.
and you got to deal with the consequences of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, accountability and responsibility, right?
Yeah.
We got to learn what we're supposed to do and not do, and we got to accept whatever we've done and not done, and the consequences that come with that, and account for that, and then do it all over again.
Right.
So yeah, man, you know, coming into your own to be able to do whatever you believe you're supposed to do, and stand on that, you know, and not waver and not try to put it on somebody else when you don't necessarily get what you want or what you like.
Yeah, speaking of that, definitely what you like. Remember, as a teenager, the number one thing was, you know, we're trying to get trying to get into those girls' pants, those teenage young ladies' pants and stuff. I heard you mention before. And this is like an initiation too. When
Gabriel's
you
on
lose
some
your
Bill Cosby shit. You're breaking up, but you're on some Bill Cosby shit, Gabriel. I already see where you're going.
Bill Cosby. What?
Yeah, Gabriel Cosby. That's your new name,
There you
man,
go.
on the Panelverse. He's out here putting
Hey.
pills and drinks and shit. You gotta
Oh,
watch
they call
this
me.
guy.
They
You
call
gotta
me
let
Bill
Gabriel
Clinton.
know.
Oh shit, man! I love pill. That's about it. No, so but I remember you mentioned before. You said you lost your virginity at 26 and stuff. But do you think that losing it later than some people? Do you think it shaped your perspective about relationship and self-worth?
Yeah, I've had a way more training than the average person when it comes to just being with myself and not needing a woman to take care of me or validate me or anything else. And there's a double-edged sword there, right?
Yeah.
I'm so used to being with myself and taking care of myself and just doing my own thing that I almost don't cooperate well, you know, when a woman's around. I'm almost selfish and inconsiderate,
Yeah.
you know, and
So used
distant
to being by
because,
yourself.
right. And like, I don't, to me, in my mind, in my world, I don't get it. Like, what are you looking for? What do you want me to do? You know, like, I don't
Yeah.
want anything from you. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You could be a part of my life or not. And if you're a part of my life, then you are. But, you know, there are certain things that quote unquote normal people expect to get and give in relationships that I just grew up without. So it would make sense that you can only give away what you have, right? I may not have those things in the same capacity that most would, but yeah, man. I think that it's again that double-edged sword that allows me to be unapologetically me and be authentic and do what I do and move forward. And that can work for me and others or against me and others, depending on how that's
Right.
perceived.
I think Red has a good point. He says, but because you're aware of it, you're ahead of the game for sure. Awareness does help. Do you think that waiting actually gave you an advantage in understanding intimacy? Because a lot of these people, they lose it at 13, 14, and they still don't know how to be close to people.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a disadvantage. I don't have
Mhm.
as much on the job training or experience
Yeah.
with certain normal aspects of life, arts of living. But
Yeah.
yeah, man. I mean, I'm still for myself figuring that all out, right?
Yeah.
How much of it is two people come together and then bring up each other's traumas and kind of have a back and forth power struggle, and or how much of it is just me and my dysfunction.
Mm.
That's kind of putting the relationship out of balance at times. But
Yeah.
yeah, man,
It's both,
I'd
man.
have
Both
to.
people.
Yeah, we would have to ask. We would have to let somebody else up here, a few other people up here who had a mother, had relationships all their life since they were young, been a couple, and see the differences in how we perceive and process life and experience.
Yeah. I know a couple of boys growing up and they're divorced that have those things that you said. Like some of them got remarried, but yeah. Yeah. So
I think one of the benefits or detriments, because I think most things can have their benefit and have their detriment.
yeah.
I don't always prioritize romantic love. It seems a lot of
Mhm.
folks here prioritize that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't necessarily prioritize that. Like I'm open to it. I believe I've felt it at certain times.
Yeah.
But it's not like the end all be all of why I'm here. Right. And it seems that with
Yeah.
a lot of folks who have that overbearing mama and
Mhm.
they live their whole life in these relationships, that's the whole goal of living and existing, right? Is to find your other half, settle down, and be in love,
Mhm.
even if you're in a concentration camp. So I think that that's part of like why I am the way I am and why I do what I do. And because I'm needed for that, it's almost like God had to use the guy who wasn't going to prioritize safety and mommy's love and
Mhm.
romantic pleasures and validations from relationships, above other things, right?
Yeah. Because that's what the mom gives you. Supposedly in the child development theory is she gives you security to let you know that it's okay to go out and love and be open to meeting new people when she's there. And like I've been married for going on 13 years now. And romantic, I was raised, a lot of men are raised. A lot of times it seems like men are more romantic than women, right? In this Western way or postmodern way. But I've noticed through the ups and downs of my marriage that that there's other modalities that are important or even more important to me, right? And that's actually helped me because romantic, I can't move like that either. That can't be a prioritizing. There's other things that are more important, like building a powerful team, I guess, with my family and my. So yeah. So how would you say your view of masculinity today differs from what you saw on the streets, Paul?
That's a good question. Um, I'd have to say that one of those aspects of masculinity would be, honorable, faithful, trustworthy service
Hmm.
to a cause or to a group of people outside of oneself, rather than this idea that the most masculine. And we're back to what I said before. See, it's kind of hypocritical because the most masculine takes what they want or need in life, right? Even if they got
Right.
to take it from somebody else and it ain't theirs. Um, so I think that ties into that whole thing. What did I learn from my father, right? That the most masculine people don't lie, cheat, and steal and try to work people over to get what they want
Hmm.
or scheme. They
Hmm.
put the time, energy, attention in, the work in, they make themselves valuable and of service to others, and therefore they gain power and value back in certain ways.
Yeah,
So,
I'm thinking about the Bronx Tale movie. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie,
of course,
where Rob De Niro, yeah, he was the bus driver, literally serving the community as a bus driver, and then and then the other guy, what was his name? I forgot. Yeah, he was the gangster.
Johnny.
Sonny. That's it. Driving his car backwards. Yeah, yeah, man. He was doing those things you mentioned. You're right.
Yeah, the truly sacred masculine incorporates elements of the sacred feminine, right? Like
Right.
you know, staying behind to get ahead. You
Right.
know, the tough guy on the street wants to jump out the window, beat everybody, take over, conquer. Just like in that movie, you see the hardworking man says, "No, we can't jump out the window. We can't take over and conquer. We just got to
Mhm.
put the work in one day at a time, right?" And the reason
Grind
why
it.
the gangster doesn't want to put the work in is because they don't have the fortitude, right? They want everything quick and easy and
Mhm.
right now. They don't have the time, energy, and attention, will, and discipline to put in the time, you know, over the course of a long period of time to get what they want and need, right? So
Right.
it appears masculine at first, but you start to realize it's actually more of a toxic masculine dynamic, which is actually in a way more feminine, right?
Yes, it
Because
is.
that's what a broad would do essentially,
That's
right? Is I need it right here, right now.
yeah.
I'm not going to put the time to work in. I'll even sell my pussy to get it. Excuse my language, but you know that's that hoe logic, right?
Right.
So
No, that's true, bro. Because when the homies were growing up in California, I'm from Northern California, but I went to university in the Long Beach, and that's where I got introduced to the real hardcore gangs, you know. And I have to say, man, like a lot of those big tough gangsters are some of the most feminine people. The way they be overreacting, that's what I overly emotional in a bad way like that, man. So you're right on there. I've seen it before. My eyes. Um, yeah. So, like, you did have dark times, and like, and now I'm thinking about when you mentioned you used to be addicted. You mentioned earlier about heroin and whatnot, or I don't know if you said heroin. I'm assuming it was heroin. But when did you start using hardcore drugs? When did it enter your life?
19, 18, 19.
19. What was the circumstances, if you don't mind?
Yeah, man. Like I told you, I didn't feel lovable at my core. That's why I do with. I'm not gonna like have a whole thing here, but I do
Yeah.
agree with what Jack says. It may not line up with what I see from him. That's just my perspective, but I do agree with what he says in the sense of uh, love is very important in the sense of, and again, maybe we can come up with different synonyms, but true care at the core, right? True care, true love at the core is important because without that sensation or that availability for that experience, one is uh, hopeless and faithless, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, not knowing love as a being or true care and purpose as a being, and feeling outcast and alienated and unloveable, and just not feeling comfortable in my own skin, right? Not wanting to
Yeah.
live, led me to want to kill that pain. So, you know, I just water seeks its own level. You find yourself around other broken people from broken or fucked up homes. And at a certain point, somebody gives you the opportunity, right? Here, have a little bit of this.
Mhm.
So, you know, you start sniffing the heroin, and then you need more and more and more. And then sooner or later, it doesn't matter how much you sniff. You got to smoke it, and then you need more and more and more, and then it doesn't matter how much you smoke, and then eventually you go to the needle. So that's where I wound up, and I'm somebody who's been afraid of needles all my life. I couldn't go to blood tests without passing out. I never would have thought.
One of those guys, huh?
Yeah, man, needles are just, you know, and again, it's
Yeah.
just a testament to how powerful that drug and that addiction
Yeah.
is. That'll take you. It'll take you to places you never thought that you would ever go.
Right, because we call it addiction and whatnot, but you mentioned, but it's literally you're trying to escape something. What do you think you were trying to escape?
Well, like I said, that feeling of despair. You know, the feeling of being alone and lost and broken and unlovable,
Yeah.
and not wanted, and having no place in society. You know, just a general feeling of The way I used to describe it would be if you took an animal and you removed it from the nest. You know, the animal just has no reference point for any kind of love or care or family. So there's just no will to live anymore, right? It's like a damaged animal that's been taken from the nest. At a certain point, if it doesn't have its reference points for connection and care and the development of that, and it doesn't see a purpose for itself in life, it almost just loses the will to live, right? There's just no point in living or existing. Life just seems too hard, you know? So essentially, it would be what people would describe as anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had one of my YouTube, teacher, mentor, like this guy named Paul Heidemann, who was he's a recovering alcoholic, a Narcotics Anonymous counselor. And what he does is he uses the teachings of non-duality and tries to bridge it. And one of the things he says, and I'm paraphrasing, is that him trying to get high all the time, him wanting to escape, is a symptom of the biggest thing, the issue in the human condition he sees is people being attached to this, how do you say it? The bondage of self, right? And how to him that's not real, I guess you can say. And everything we do is a way to escape that feeling of anxiety and that uncomfortable feeling, when in fact we're already here, we're already enlightened, as you would say, as we are, but for whatever reason we think we're this thing that we're not. And he said that some of us get into drugs and alcohol as a symptom of that. So yeah, I don't know, any thoughts on that theory? Or
yeah, I think there's something to that. And I think that one of the changes in my life, presuming it's not just some band-aid or delusion, is finding more true care and purpose and meaning, and developing a value for myself and in the community and what I do and what I serve. I think a certain level of purpose is important, to where, especially in your, the quote unquote prime years of your life, there's probably a different process that undergoes when you're biologically close to death, like on the numerical side of things. But yeah, man, this idea of waking up every day and feeling like you're just you in your body, separate from the rest of the world, and what do I do now other than just go work and make money to pay for shit? I mean, to me, that was like, I'm dead already. That's the sensation. Is what's the point? Like, how do I differentiate myself? How do I feel alive? Where's the real purpose and meaning here? Is this all there is? Right. So I think that was part of it too. Not only the feeling of alienation and brokenness, but just the boredom of life. Like this is it. I would say to these people, like my family, and they'd say, there's something wrong with you. When I'd be 10, 12 years old, they take me to go see the tree in Manhattan. I go, okay, now what?
Rockefeller. Yeah. Rockefeller Square. Yeah. Yeah.
They go, and I always wondered, what was I supposed to do exactly? What did they expect they were going to take me there and look at this thing and then look at me and have me do?
I thought you weren't even excited, just saying. Wow.
There's a big tree with lights draped over it. Okay, now what? My mother doesn't love me. I'm surrounded by slavery and genocide and authoritarians who are bullshitting me and trying to behaviorally modify me while they're pretending to be my friend.
Yeah.
That was my schooling and upbringing, man, was basically,
I can see that, bro. Why you would be like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I was in special class after a certain point. So that was part of it, right? I forgot all about that. Part of what later led to the drugs and more depression and confusion was after 12 years old on, or whatever it was, being in classes with retarded people and blind people, and people who had various disabilities. And then when I would ask them, like at a certain point, later in life, because you just don't really think of this shit. I go, why was I there? Like, why was I away from everyone else in these classes, surrounded by people who had physical disabilities? And they were like, because you have behavioral issues, you wouldn't listen to anybody. You know, so that was the theme for me, right? Paul Unslaved, in quotes, from day one is, it doesn't matter how intelligent everybody keeps saying I am. I don't want to listen to anybody. And if you don't want to listen to these people and do what they say, there's something wrong with you. So you got to go in the class where everyone else has something wrong with them. You know, so that was kind of the overarching sort of energy, right, that I had for me, that was shown to me from the world and in life. This is why I, in a way, resonate with Talcott so much. I go, this is a similar story. The overarching theme here is Paul's dysfunctional. He can't get along with anybody, and we don't want him in our cultures and in our groups and in our systems because he's not like everybody else. You know, so when you're young, man, you don't realize that could be a blessing or a gift or a superpower.
Right.
You really think, I'm fucked up. Something's really wrong with me. Nobody wants me, including my mother, my school, my, you know.
There's no one there to tell you it's okay. Like I've always used the trope, you know, the people with you know, behavior problems, the kids in our culture, or even dyslexia or something like that, or ADHD. In a shamanic culture, the people take those kids, or autism or whatever, and they take them and they say, oh, actually, you know, we can use these skills that they have to, you know, help the community in a different way. But there's no one like that, really, unless you have some phenomenal parents and support group. But most of us don't have that here.
Right. And this is where a lot of my angerness and bitterness and resentment has come from at times, is at a certain point in my development, it pivoted from, these people don't like me and love me, there's something wrong with me, to, oh my God, all the people who are supposed to lead, guide, and protect and control are wicked and evil. And they will be complicit in the wickedness and the evil of the Babylonian system as long as they get paid. And they don't give a fuck what happens to the children. They don't. There hasn't been one of them, including my father or my family members, who's ever admitted wrongdoing and ever apologized for what they did. And I was just one of many folks of a whole generation put on drugs, told they were crazy, separated from everybody else because we could see through the lies and the bullshit and dared to ask questions instead of suck up for a position. Oh man, oh boy, were we bad people. You know, so you start to get a bit bitter and resentful when you realize that. And then you got to go to the next level and realize, forgive them, they know not what they do. If they knew better, they'd do better. They really think this is all that's there for them. So now you got to become the mother, the father, the teacher, the quote unquote legitimate authority that you never had, is really what this all becomes, right? That's really part of the Paul Unslaved journey, is realizing you be bitter and resentful and angry all you want, and you have some reason to be, but ultimately the whole point of all this up until now is to form you to be the answer to all this, if you can get it done, right? And I say if, because it's easier said than done.
Yeah. And first you got to be those parents for yourself too. Then yeah, I think so. That's why I see it.
Wheels writes, I see a lot of similarities between Paul and my son as far as ODD is concerned. Again, this is mockery and sorcery, bro. They want to talk about oppositional defiant disorder, and the acronym is ODD. You're supposed to be odd in a world of slavery and genocide. If you ain't, you're in trouble.
It's not natural, yeah.
So you know, if you're smart, or if you get the game here, you don't start sticking fucking labels on your child unless you want him to get really close with God and depart from you and not trust you as a father anymore and respect you and have any loyalty to you. I argue they may need that. So go ahead. Keep repeating what some person in a lab coat said about your son, because your son is just like me and he's not willing to listen to what other people say he's supposed to do with his life. That's not odd. That's normal human behavior for a race that's not completely broken mind and heart control.
Right. Absolutely. And by the way, Red 40 has it. They say, let's go slaves, donate. Let's go slaves, donate to the host for this amazing interview. For sure. Because I actually
I get a cut of that or what? How does that work?
I'll pay my tithe on slavery.
Yeah,
on
I'm
your
coming
cash
in
app.
for 30%. It's not me. It's the Unslavian Revenue Service, the URS.
Okay.
These people I can't get rid of these people. And I'm unslaved himself, right? They're still calling me.
They're bonded to you.
Yeah, settle
Bonded
up.
to
They keep telling me I got to settle up.
Yeah, but I seriously, I looked at some of his interviews with Paul. And I was like, we got to come with something a little different. But yeah, this is for sure. Donate. We love donations and whatnot. We give back to, but yeah, we love donations and all that. Appreciate that, Red 40.
People. We love donations.
We love donation. I have my shekels right here. Literally, my wife got me these shekels I can rub together for my magical purposes to get more money. What's up, Markel? I appreciate you on the mod stuff, reminding us of that stuff. But hey, so looking back at all those dark days, how did they prepare you for your path today?
I want to get back to Wheels too, because again, whether it's my trauma or my spirit, I'm being called in quotes to go at him, and I want to answer what you just said. But whoa, back the hell up! My son was not labeled by some lab coat. I did my research on it. Yeah, I know. Tell me all about research. Is the ODD safe and effective like so many other things? Give me a break. Research. What is research when you go into a search engine and all your search results are curated to give you only the answers that the they or the it wants you to get? Okay,
yeah,
so listen, this is I can't. I have to get away from this to do the interview with you, because if not, I'm going to attempt to try to parent this person who, God forbid, is parenting a child. No, go ahead, Gabriel.
No, I was always going to tell you before. I'm going to tell you, like, I'm so locked into this interview and what I want to talk to you about. Like, please don't read the comments, because I know that's one of the great things we love about your broadcast is when you address the chat. But sometimes, bro, they
turn them off. No more comments. They're all done.
No more comments.
Sober.
Yeah, you did to yourself, folks.
So right, go ahead, Gabriel. What did you say? I just one final word. Tell this person to get their head out of their ass and get real with themselves and others, and stop buying into the fucking mind and heart control.
Yeah, I mean, Wills knows she's a good woman. She knows what's up.
I may need more details on this. That's the bottom line here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm presuming and I need more details, but I'm just encouraging you. Really seriously question this and really look at it and make sure that you're not stomping the rebellious human spirit, which is somewhat godly, out of a young being who may just be going through a phase of don't tell me what to do. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. To not want to be told what to do by anybody at any time. Leave it there. I'll leave it there. Go ahead, Gabriel. You were saying
that's good. Now, we're gonna talk about that, Wheels, after what he just said, because that's some deep.
He's saying his son is autistic. So am I, sir. How dare you? I'm undiagnosed autistic. Paul. How dare you, man? Whatever. It, they, them. How dare you? I'm also an autist, an ADD, an ADHD, an ODD, and everything in between. I'm now a god of all media. Okay, get a hold of yourself. Go ahead.
Howard Stern has been dethroned. It's Paul Enslaved, the king of all media.
What is a king to a god, Gabriel? That's what I ask you, right?
Exactly. I feel you what you mean, because listen to
Book
this.
Of Gabriel, the God of Taiwan, peace and continued success. To the Emperor of Emperors, I salute you. Book of Gabriel, the God of Taiwan, peace and continued.
Thank you. I appreciate you talking about me. That's what I got from that. Go ahead, Gabriel, please.
Unless your name is Gabriel, the god of Taiwan. You're like, I'm the god of the universe, Paul. Okay, we have our hierarchy.
I get carried away sometimes.
Just
the media. Stick to that.
The media. I'll give you that. Turning points, right? What was the first spark you think that when you started to question the way you were living? For me, it was when I was 19. I know that. Yeah.
I've been, I've had that instinctual, intuitional spark from the beginning about the world and this place. This isn't right. Something's wrong here. Something's got to change. And then I would say, the mid-20s situation. After I'd been arrested a bunch of times and was at a certain point where I was kind of sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I wanted to see if there was anything else out here for me, other than drugs and complete dysfunction. So at that point, the system stepped in, told me to go to rehab, and during the process of rehab, I started to get the taste for maybe there's more here, maybe there is something to this growth and
Yeah.
development stuff, maybe I can change, maybe I can have a better life, maybe it's not just prepare for the worst, right? Because that's what I'm condemned to. So
that's how you got into spirituality, and because here's the thing, Paul. I like how I ask a question, then I go on a diatribe. Here's the thing. The reason why I probably haven't gone more into like what your teachings on the law and whatnot, because I'm just fascinated and captivated by when you speak your spiritual downloads, I call them. Those are fucking top notch, man.
Yeah, I'd say it's intertwined.
Where did that start?
I'd say it's intertwined. At a certain point, I started to just talk to either to or at whoever was around me. So it kind of started early with my family, and they were just dismissive. Paul, you're always rambling, thinking out loud. Shut up. We don't care. We're not asking. Or you're always trying to debate us and ask us questions, and then point out how we're wrong and ridiculous. Little did they know they were describing the broadcast later. But
that's how you show us when you love us. All those things you just mentioned because you loved your family.
Wow.
Well, I'll let you speak on that.
Connection there, but again, this is the theme. This is the idea. Is it really true love, or is it just an attachment or a connection or an obligation, a belief that we have to be with each other, interact with each other because we were born to each other, right? Yeah,
enmeshment. Yeah, right.
And again, maybe I just don't know what love is, and cue the music, right? I think know what love is.
I'll let you know, dude. My mother was a quote unquote cancer. And so that's definitely a love bomb. And a lot of the people in my family was pretty loving. I have to say, maybe it is what you said, the attachment. That's what love is, like it or not. It doesn't sound sexy, but maybe it is. But does that mean that's true love? I guess for me, I don't know.
Right. Again, the meaning is in the words to me. So I wouldn't even have to feel it to know what it was, absent of a feeling, because the meaning is in the word. It's relationship. The root word is relate. How do I relate to somebody that doesn't see, feel, think, speak, live any of the ways that I do, or toward what I believe is true in life? So to me, they're very much tied in, right? And we can call love a narcissistic endeavor to an extent. And then we can argue, are there different types of love? Romantic love, the agape, or as Brian says, agape, and I think there's something to that too. Yeah. Love as a feeling versus love as a lifestyle versus love as a spiritual experience versus
eros,
right. Love as an action space. Because again, how can you tell me that I don't know what love is, and maybe I don't as far as a feeling, but tell me you do when we go to the action space and you're slaving and genocide in your own family and your own children? And you can tell me whatever you believe it is, but in the action space of love, it's not actual love if you're causing loss, injury, and harm, or subjecting your loved ones to harm for a belief. That's a lack of discernment. So then we have to wonder, how much are we love able, and can we really love if we don't have discernment? Is it not just a connection or an attachment at that point that literally could take you down rather than build you up and lift you up and push you forward? Can take you down.
Yeah. So when you said when you were in the rehab and then you started really take time maybe to slow down, and so you started studying spirituality. Is this when the metaphysics? Is this when natural law, universal law came into you? That you started to focus on that too?
I mean, I've been studying, whether I knew it or not, I've been studying a lot of things from pretty much the beginning. But there started to be, I guess, what you could call a tangible, palpable sort of experience where it started to become real for me. I'd heard a lot about some other things. I've seen testimony. I've read some stuff, but it wasn't real to me. To me, it was, these people are all just on some trip. They're really gullible, naive people. They're imagining something. I'll never be that or have that because I'm realistic, you know?
Yeah.
So it seems to me that after a certain point, I opened myself up to the universe and it started to talk back more beyond just the indwelling intuition that God put there, but an active relationship, right? It was more tangible, it was more palpable. Started to see more give and take from or with the universe, sort of seemingly more directly related to me and whatever I was doing. And that kind of sped up after a certain point, right? So
Yeah.
if I go over the timeline, it just seems that after a certain point, there was a conduit open to what would be described as a godly experience, to where even when I don't know what's happening and may think I'm right and be wrong, there's more to discover and more to be revealed, and potentially a complete change in perspective and lifestyle. Um, so yeah, it's like the universe somehow knows, man. We can't logic it out or cognize it, but the universe somehow knew, for me, and then I presume that means for everybody, exactly what I needed and where I needed to be and what I need to be doing to create the rest of this story. And to start using me to do its work to some extent, right? Because I mean, it makes sense, right? I was a complete open, empty waste of life. And that's almost the prerequisite. If you go to the Bible, I put this all together after the fact, right? Way after, and I'm still kind of piecing it all together. But it's like a prerequisite for the universe to start dealing with you and using you is you got to be a completely empty waste of life who has no other
A
purpose
vessel.
in this world. Right. An empty, broken vessel that God can get in and start mending and healing and also using at the same time. It's just not going to open itself up to other people who have something to live for here and other shit to do. If it does, it's going to be a faint whisper to the point where it's almost as if it's not speaking.
Yeah, and I'm a book guy. I like physical books, not like reading from the computer. And a lot of stuff that you share and express, I'm getting the Tao influence. Did you ever read that? And if so, how would you say it's different than the street life? I mean, what drew you to it? That's what I meant to say.
I believe that a lot of these texts are they're energetic. They have energy in them or around them. And so they essentially are personified in a sense. They call out to certain beings on certain paths because they genetically resonate, right? It's kind of like if 1,000 generations touched a book or a text or put eyes on it and changed their life with it, then it creates a thing, like an entity in this reality, right? I think it's similar for all of us and what we do. An entity, almost like an entity gets created, an energy signature, and it starts to become an energetic beacon in this reality. And it starts to call out to the various journeymen on their courses, right? And they just somehow, some way find their way to these certain people, places, and things, right? So I think the Tao is just one of those. Where it calls out to people and it finds people, right? People don't find it.
It does.
And it starts to work on you, right? It's a lot of these texts, I believe, are all communicating similar ideas at times. And it's basically the experience of God. So you open yourself up to that experience through the text, and then it starts to work with you or on you. But yeah, man, at one point I was doing, 6 to 8 hours a day. When I wasn't working, I was working 10, 12 hours a day. I would do 6 or 8 hours while I was working, listening in my ear. And then, whatever the remainder on that 6 to 8 hours would be, in text or in audio. So
you were
I did that
locked
for
in.
probably, well, I needed it again at that time. The first woman that I ever been with, who I had some love for, kind of lied on me and put me through the ringer through the situation. I'm sure I did in my own way with her. But it pretty much felt like it was one of those my world is caving in kind of scenarios, right?
Well, yeah, I felt those first love. When I was my first love, did that shit to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, like to me, I was like, I need to work and listen to this to avoid feeling like I'm going to hurt myself. You know, is really the bottom line, right? To like avoid going back to that really dark place of not wanting to live and feeling like I'd rather be dead. And just again being purposeless and valueless and stagnant. You know, I said, okay, I'm going to commit myself to working at least 6 days a week and spend the rest of my time with these texts and see if I can get anything out of it, because I in my life needs a change, right? You know?
What kind of work were you doing?
Menial stuff, construction work, warehouse stuff, and I wasn't even really doing real construction, like, you know, gopher stuff, fire caulking, you know, just kind of like job placement stuff. Whatever they needed that day that they didn't have extra guys for, that's what I was doing, you know.
Because the reason I asked is because like there was a part in my life probably in my late 20s where I had this ravenous need to soak up all this information, right, in esoteric texts and stuff like the Tao and other things, and I would listen to it during my job because I was in retail in the local union, like for retail, you know, working at grocery stores and whatnot, supermarkets. And the reason I asked you is because I noticed in listening to the psychology stuff and all this humanist stuff, I could see it being played out too in the people I was working with or customers and whatnot. And I was wondering if you ever experienced anything similar to that.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, that's kind of what led to my acceptance of this mapping of the world, that this universe is somehow holographic and reflective, because what you put your time, energy, attention on and observe and begin to understand, you start to realize is all around you,
right?
You know, and is playing itself out over and over again ad infinitum in the people, places, and things all around us, right? So it's like the wheels within the wheel within the wheel. If you go back to the ancient Asian traditions, they have symbology like that. The Vimana, or whatever they call it. The wheel within the wheel within the wheel, right? There's no separation from that experience and that understanding, right? And even that acceptance. So yeah, to me, that's proof of a good idea, is when you can take your understanding and mapping to anything in reality and it checks out, and you can see the holographic reflection, right? And you can go back to any when in time and you can see the reflection once again of that same experience with the same mapping of the world, right? And so it just keeps checking out all the way down the line mathematically.
Yeah. And when you first started to wake up spiritually, did you lose any people from your life, Paul?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, and again, I'm not going to tell this story as if I'm an angel and I'm enlightened and everyone just started falling away because they couldn't handle how angelic I am and how angelic my purpose is. I'm sure a lot of times in my life, people come and then they leave, and I'm kind of just so focused on whatever I'm doing and whatever I'm a part of that I just presume they're doing the same thing. You know, people are living their life. They have their own walk, their own journey, their own demons, tests, and challenges. And I really don't need much of anything from people to sort of complete me or make me feel complete within myself. But yeah, man, you know, it's just the nature of things. If you're gonna leave the block and stop dealing in drugs, either using or pushing or both, and you're gonna stop trying to be criminally minded and hearted and actually make a difference in yourself and in the world, you know, those people are not, they're not interested in that. You know, even the ones who are interested in that, you know, okay, that's cool, Paulie boy, you know, good luck with that.
They might not be ready
for
the message.
Yeah, they ain't ready to change, you know, because ultimately it requires change. But again, that process allows one to be more flexible and fluid and dynamic, because once you go through that process over and over again, it no longer limits you, or impedes you. So, yeah, man, I think that there's some value to that, right? Give everything up to be given everything back.
Right.
If you're really seeking the truth here in this realm to be set free and be more inspired and empowered under God, then you got to be willing to give any person, place, or thing up in order to get that revelation. Because that's just part of how this thing works, man. It takes one thing to give you two other things.
Right. Now, if you could go back to your younger self and give them one page from one of those books, what would it say?
Oh man, I'd have to think about that. Yeah, I'd have to really sit with that and think about that.
Yeah. When I hear questions like that, I always think about like, I don't want to change the way things are, because even though there's some bad, quote unquote, bad things that happened before, but I wouldn't want to change. But yeah, but I'm trying.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, bro, is like that question is posed potentially from a perspective that the being now in the moment is regretful of the way things carried out.
Right.
So I think part of the reason why it's difficult for me to pinpoint something is because I'm in a pretty good position in my life.
Right.
I've seen enough and overcome enough, and I know God's grace and sort of inspiration and empowerment enough, and I'm young enough that I'm old enough to know better and young enough to do better, right? So I can't really go back to a certain time and go, hey, you need this, because if not, it's going to be this when it could be this. I'm still here now, and it could be whatever it needs to be if I do what I'm supposed to do, right? And I have that opportunity. I get to do that. So, yeah, I don't even know if I would go back and give my younger self a quote, because I just believe trust, equity, and faith is the most important thing. So if anything, I'd go back and just remind that being that you get out of life what you give. What you give is what you get, essentially, if you want to boil it all down. Right. So if you don't like who and what you are and how you're living, well, that means you got to change who and what you are and how you're living.
Listen to that panel verse. Listen to that, Gabriel. That's some good shit right there. Now this is now we're gonna get to the part, the really fun part, the viral traffic stuff.
Hold my feet to the fire. Rake me over the coals. Give me the work over. Give me the treatment.
Oh, I meant like the good stuff. We already did that. The dark years.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, you're like, that's nothing. Maury Povich, you are not the father. No, the viral traffic stop. Like, now, what was going on through your mind when that happened, bro?
I got lucky, bro. That's what
crazy.
That's what the haters will say, and the bad faith folks. I got lucky, and they're right for the wrong reasons, right? I believe this experience. If you were there and you were me and you felt it and saw it, and that like a couple weeks before this, you just kind of decided, hey, I'm going to get stopped. I'm going to get arrested and probably go to jail, but we're going to get it on record, right? We're going to give it the old college try. So, even when I was getting stopped, I was a bit nervous, but it's hard to explain. And the only way I could explain it is you just kind of know that it's your time, right? This is your time to shine. You better do whatever you're going to do and do it to the best of your ability, and see if you can inspire and influence the situation, from your spirit. So that's pretty much where I was at, man. I wasn't thinking anything. I was pretty much thoughtless and mostly just speaking from my soul and trying to speak to the soul of whatever being was in front of me.
Well, so you say you're speaking from the soul. That's why I was going to ask. It's like, so where did you get the confidence to stand up to the law like that? I mean, first I ask you the knowledge, because you already had been really studying it. You probably must have been really, really like concentrating on it, I would assume, before all this happened.
Yeah. I mean, once you get the thread and you start to realize what it is, it kind of, the rest of it starts to fill in. But yeah, man, part of the confidence comes from at a certain point I got sick of being a coward. And it continues to be the case, because we all have fear inside of us of what these people are going to do if we don't listen to them. You know, so that right there, that dynamic of me feeling like a coward to myself compels me to say, I'm not going to give into that. I'm going above and beyond that. And I don't even care what happens to me in the car and my property, because to me, the practice is about faith over fear. I'm not going to let the fear of what they're going to do to me keep me in that self-imposed prison. You know, it's really just a personal choice at that point, right? It's not about getting arrested and even being free or all the rest of it. It's I'm not going to be a coward, and I'm not going to let fear define my boundaries of what I'm going to do and not do. You know, I'm not going to let this fear take my faith, you know, and break my spirit. Not yet, at least, you know?
Right.
And I still maintain that, man.
Yeah. So why do you think that clip resonated with so many people online?
For exactly
There's a
that
lot of those
reason.
clips, but this one, because why?
For exactly that reason, because people know that we all have fear of what they're going to do to us. And we know on some level that it's not really for safety and order, it's for control and revenue generation, it's for power and money. And in deep in everyone's heart, they on some level would like to live at least one moment in their life where they say, I'm going to do whatever I want to do, and I'm not going to listen to what everyone else tells me to do, especially if you do it from a non-combative, respectful position, right? Which in this interaction, it kind of all came together. You know, I was a free spirit. I stood on business. I stood my ground. I was unwavering, but I was also fairly loving and caring, you know,
I noticed that.
or peaceful and patient, right? To whatever degree I could summon that, you know?
Yeah. Were you surprised how they were actually trying to learn? Or after?
Yeah, I thought for sure, you know, and I still maintain that I don't, you know, I'm just like the people who say, why is he free? I still can't believe that they haven't hit me with a bunch of fines and tried to, you know, run me over and put me in jail. So yeah, man, I've been surprised through this whole journey, you know, and that's why I'm going to continue because I have been surprised that maybe we do have some power here. Maybe we do have some say.
Yeah.
Maybe they can't just roll over us and do whatever they want to do, especially when it comes to the court side of things, right? Side of the road with the cop is one thing. They got control. They got physical control. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. When we get to court, we're going to flesh it out. We're going to settle who's got the right to do what and not, right? So yeah, man. Again, I believe that God said you're a fucking waste of life, loser, failure. The same trip that I give a lot of these folks. I believe God said that to me. You're a coward, waste of life, loser, failure. You have an opportunity to work for me and to be a man and show good faith and honorability. And one of the ways you're going to do it is through this traveling thing, because United States is a corporation and it doesn't have an ability to tell the people it serves what they can and can't do with their property based on this fear-based reality, right?
Yeah.
So I just think that it's part of that long game process, you know, of God going, now watch this, now watch this, now watch this. You know, so really all this is it's not even about legal, lawful, and rights, freedom, and principles. It really is about that spiritual faith component where God is showing everybody else, look, I took this fucking junkie heroin addict with no degree and no career, and he keeps fucking coming out the other side. And he keeps getting dismissals, and he keeps having interactions that are inspiring, right? I don't believe that that's all coincidental. You know? It's exactly the opposite of what everybody would say that it's gonna be, or what it's supposed to be and should be. That's another reason that I resonate with Talcott. You know, I could say that it's not practical what he's doing. It doesn't make sense. It's probably not going to work out. But I can also bear witness and testimony to the otherworldly variable, right? That at times protects babies and fools. You know, because they would say, Paul, you're acting childish. You're acting like a fool. You're going to ride around with no license, registration, insurance, and plates and not get beaten or put in a box. You know, it's not going to happen. Right. But God says otherwise so far, it seems, you know?
Right. So is that part of what you want people to take away from that moment beyond the entertainment factor?
That's all of what I'm doing here, bro. If you really step back from it and who I am as a body or a personality, like my story, my journey is just another bear witness and testimony of whatever you want to say that godly experience is, and the mercy and the grace and the reformation and the revelation that's underway, right?
Right.
Yeah, man, that's all that is.
Right.
And I'm
Yeah, I
sure
would
it's
say,
not
like,
over yet. God's going to
no,
continue.
no,
I
no.
mean, unless I fuck up and completely, have that protection, that revelation taken from me, if I'm still in good favor, however that works, I don't know how any of that works. But if I remain in good favor, then it's not over yet. It's probably going to continue to use me to tell some more stories and generate some more events and, have some more content and potentially bring forth content mint in the sense of us being content in our mind, right? That's what content mint is, us being content in our mind or strong in our mind to accept our truest meaning and purpose and value here, which is the free spirit that God gave us.
Right. Yeah, because like, I mean, you're definitely beyond the Paladin verse, and I've seen that with all your, the networking, especially from that other channel, and also you have a lot of people watching your broadcast every day or when you do broadcast, and because definitely in the panel verse, the way I see it, you have the most powerful broadcast for freeing yourself from this so-called matrix. So what would you say your mission is?
The enslavement,
Enslavement,
the enslavement of the human race.
Yeah.
I think that would obviously be square one of God, the goal for the God of creation to manifest here in human form.
Right.
Just like the Christ of being in Scripture. Step one is come out of the church, come out of the political systems, come out of the false institutions of indoctrination and dogmatic tradition. You got to start to cultivate a relationship with a living God and with yourself and your conscience and be able to objectively understand right from wrong and be responsible and accountable. That's what being a grown man or woman is under God. Stop acting like children and stop begging and acting like you need parents in the form of political science majors, right?
Yeah.
To keep records of your affairs and to govern your affairs. So that's all that's going on here is we're given an opportunity over and over again in this world to go from cosmic infancy and cosmic abandonment to fulfilling the law and our legacy, which is to come into our own, a coming of age story, a growing into adulthood, so to speak, for lack of a better term, right? And most folks have failed to do that because they abdicate their responsibility, their rights, and their freedom over to a corporation and its presidents, vice presidents, and legislature. So that's why we see the chaos and the destruction that we see here, because we're meant to come into our own at this point.
Right. Yeah, damn, that does sound like a corporation. President, vice president, all that. So Dr. Tenth, man, I see you in the back. I had put that link earlier to get Paul up here, or get while he. Anyway, what I'm saying is we have a couple more questions, and then we'll probably open the panel. So you're gonna have to wait probably another 10 minutes maybe.
Yeah, hang out, 10th man. We'll get past the questions, and then we'll have an interaction if you want to have the interaction.
Yeah, we got a couple more, bro. This is fascinating. 10th man has never been on my panel before. It took Paul Enslaved, the great Paul Enslaved. You got clout, man. Oh yeah, personal sovereignty. Yeah. How would you say natural universal law connects to personal sovereignty in everyday life?
The human creature in its purest form has a conscience, and the conscience can deduce through experience right from wrong behavior, using guilt as a guideline, guilt and regret as a guideline. So the more we live, the more we do wrong in order to get right, and the more that our conscience and the various aspects of self compel us to do such, right? So a human being in its natural purest form is a being that over time can distinguish with its conscience objective right from wrong, using empathy, and be a better version of self, right? So that's the growth, that's the development, that's the self-governance. It's already an indwelling supernatural process. You know, we don't necessarily need an overlay, but we do because the majority of folks here believe they can do whatever they want because they have that freedom. And because they believe they're free and can do whatever they want, they need to manifest cosmic parents here to tell them what they need to do, right? Because again, this is just the system's dynamics. Preponderance of population that refuses to do what's needed to be done and continues to do what they want to do will create a power vacuum where someone or something will have to come in to re-level that, to rebalance that. So there's a reason why we're seeing what we're seeing. It's supposed to be here at this time. It doesn't have to be here in the form that it is if we would do and be what we're meant to do and be based on who and what we're formed to be supernaturally, right? So again, we start to activate conscience and start to live with objective logic, morals, and ethics to some extent, and form communities based off of pursuing greatness, because that's essentially what greatness is. Then we will have success and prosperity. So personal sovereignty and the ability to determine right from wrong is key to developing greatness in any society and being successful and prosperous. The antithesis of that is a bunch of folks who don't know right from wrong, so they have to be told and shown with the statute, policy, and code, or the corrupt politicians. And of course, there really is no benefit for the corrupt politicians to tell all the hoes what's objectively right from wrong, because they may turn around and ask them about how they got in their position and what rights they really have and what obligations and duties they really have to serve, right? So it just starts to feed on itself. The abdication of responsibility and accountability, the lack of conscionability, just starts to feed on itself with the individual and the collective. So to me, it all goes together. It's all inextricably connected.
Right. What's the first step in doing that, you think, of someone who's new to this information that wants to break free from that mental slavery?
You first have to recognize that you are under mind and heart control, or you're involved in slavery. And sometimes the only way to do that is continue to choose your own suffering. As crazy as that sounds, right? Like one of the prerequisites to enlightenment or more conscious and awareness oftentimes is choosing one's own suffering over and over again until you realize you're doing that and then say, I'm out, you know? And then of course that's a lifelong process to be practiced over and over again. So first the being would have to come to that recognition of what was here and what's been going on for the longest time. And then they would have to essentially, as the founders have talked about, and we've seen in pop culture, I'll give you one of the lines from one of the movies, because again, this is archetypal truth. These lines go in the movies because it's true and it'll never be any different. You got to say, I'm a human being, God damn it, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Something along those lines, right? Network.
Yeah. Network. That's it.
Yeah. So again, this is archetypal truth and experience. Nothing's going to change it. Nothing's going to sublimate or supplant it. There is no substitution for the firsthand, authentic, spiritually aligned experience.
Now, how could people turn pain into power without going through the extreme suffering like you did?
I'm not so sure there is a way. Yeah, I'm not so sure there is a way, because if you haven't experienced certain things firsthand, then all of your reference points for that experience are theoretical and conceptual. So it's almost like the universe forms everybody. This is why a lot of folks here say this is a hell realm, because the universe is forming you to understand certain things. In order for you to understand certain things, you have to go through certain things. Oftentimes, the things that are the most profound and worth getting are wrapped in what you're least likely to want to do or experience, right? So that's the paradox that's resolved of this quote-unquote hell realm, is you can't get to heaven unless you know the experience of hell first.
Right. Kind of like the lead makes the gold, alchemy, for sure. That goes for relationships, like my alchemical marriage. That goes to life in general, bro. All this stuff.
That's why I like the Tao, because the Tao has a way of detaching from the emotions about these things, and even states something about going beyond good and evil in order to reconcile all things. It's good to be able to discern right from wrong objectively and see the difference between quote unquote good and evil. At the same time, it seems that it's necessary to detach from the feeling about it in order to recognize what the purpose is of it, right?
Right.
So yeah, it would seem to me part of the hellish aspects of people, places, and things in this realm is it's the perfect mechanism for revelation through firsthand experience, right? That's how we all get taught individually without getting taught individually.
Right. Daddy Magic has it, Monkey. You can't reach heaven without roots reaching to hell. Absolutely. In my last question, and maybe the guest in the back can answer this too, because this is a good question, I think. What vision are you holding for yourself and your community in the world in the next 10 years?
You're going to start to see what you've already started to see. More and more politicians come out on both sides. One side on changing the statute policy and code, and they're going to give credit to QAnon and the white hats. And maybe that is all the way up the line, right? We're reflections of the hologram all the way up the line. Anything's possible. And you're going to see potentially people coming out more and more to demonize this idea of unslavement, right? It's scary, it's chaotic, it's terrorizing all the people who want the legalistic order. You know, what are we possibly going to do if we can actually do whatever we want and not be ruled by thousands of policies and codes? And again, I think that this is silliness. And over a long enough span and period of time, it will continue to bounce from extremes, and it will have periods in between of middle ground resting places. You know, especially for the microcosm, right? For the folks who are having the firsthand experience, sort of in the world and not of it, living in their own sort of replication of the universe. You know, in the forest, on the land. You know, barring some huge natural events, I think they're going to experience more reconciliation, resolution. They're going to become more and more debt free. They're going to become closer to the land and the animals. They're going to get everything they need, and they're going to start to open themselves up to God more and being led by that, right? So again, the best of times, worst of times, man. It's always a dualistic reality here. You know?
Definitely. And I mean, I appreciate you answering my questions, bro. I feel refreshed. Actually,
I enjoy it. I enjoy when there's somebody who has good questions that causes me to sort of pause and reflect and you know, work on my delivery as well, my presentment, make sure I'm making sense, you know, or that I'm being authentic.
And this is,
but
and
yeah,
I'll
it's
tell.
interesting, right? If you ask me, what do I see more of? I see more people getting free, and I see more people enslaved.
No,
Isn't
for
that
real.
always the way, right? It's
Yeah.
inversion paradox.
Yeah, it's my mentors would say the same thing. It's the best of times for some, and the worst of times for others. And my son Benjamin, who like this is the main purpose of this channel. Like this is a really good broadcast for you to when you get older to listen to, man. Hopefully, give you some peace of mind. All of them have been good with I call you guys now the 4 horsemen of the Panelverse. The first one was Tommy and Limitami. The second one was Jack Telcott. The third one was the Powder Dusty, and then the final one in the series was the Honorable Judge Enslavia, Paul Enslave. And I appreciate you, dude. This has been great, bro. This has been great. And if you don't mind, I'm going to open up the panel right now.
Open it up. Let's get to it. How many viewers we got, man?
We had 33.
All right, not too bad. A little Masonic wink and a nod too. Yeah, go ahead, man. Open it
Let me
up.
bring these guys up in a second. What we got? It's a fat nigga summer, even though we're cut.
No strip clubs look like titty bars. Big boys when it's snowing. Fat niggas got reels on till like net bones when you smoking. On vacation, we don't ride dolphins. Fat niggas ride orcas. This summer we in Mexico, Costa Rica, Bora Bora. It's a fat nigga summer. No shirt, watermelon, snow bunny.
Yo.
Yeah, I like that. It was a vibe.
I like that shit. That's fire, huh? So what's up? We got a special guest. One of the 4 horsemen of the Panelverse, the Powder Dusty. What's going on, man?
I like
How's it
that.
going?
What's going on?
How's it going? Going good. I'm going good, bro.
I'm
We
just
also have
cruising
my
around
new
the
friend.
Panelverse tonight.
You cruising? You cruising around the Panelverse? Yeah.
I actually
you picked
started
a good place
listening
to
when
stop.
you're talking about the addiction stuff, and then realized I was behind the stream. So
No, that was the dark times, which actually brought a lot of light. Well, what's going on? Landry, modern man, gone again. What's up, man? How's it going? I see you there. He's having a Talcott summer. Yeah. So, you guys, what's really going on, guys? Powder Dusty. It's been a cool interview. Go ahead.
nothing, man. Just
Nothing.
Same shit, new day.
You got a thong on your head?
No, it's my bandana.
Oh, bandana. It's like a.
I'm a Latin
West
king
Side,
now.
huh?
I'm a Latin king.
You're like, what's his name? Blind. Yeah. Latin king. Huh? Well, luckily,
Blind, he was.
They're not my
Up
ops.
in the purple.
Yeah.
I'm not your ops.
Yeah. Even though I'm not a gangster, I wasn't an official gang, but we did have some friends that were norteños that read XIV. What's going on? Kansas City, you got that shit?
Kansas City is very. There's a lot of Bloods.
Yeah.
Of course, it's our football team colors, right? So it makes sense that.
Well, interesting enough, the KC would be a Killer Crip. Some of the Bloods in Inglewood do that. They wear that stuff for that reason. Now, let me ask you a question for that. What do you see? What do you envision the world in 10 years?
Man, I have been so bad at predicting things in my life. You know, the standard interview question, where do you see yourself in 5 years? There's like no point in my life where my prediction about the next 5 years would have been accurate. So I quit trying to act like I'm driving things around here, and I try to surf life, not drive it.
Like that boat kid, Indonesian boat kid back there. Yeah. No, I feel you. My thing is like 10 years from now, healthy and alive and making money, having fun.
Which one of those people in that boat looks like they're living their best life? The one that's
the
riding.
guy in the front. The guy in the front, absolutely. And that young man's the ambassador of Indonesia's tourism right now as we speak. Yeah, all because of a meme. But yeah, but the other guys are working hard. He's not. The only reason he's able to do that is people are busting their ass, too. What do you think the metaphor lies in that, Landry?
Get other people to do.
No comment. No comment. Okay. What were you gonna say, Dusty?
Get other people to do the work for you and take the credit.
There you go. How about you, Paul?
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'll concede it's a very Talcottian presentment. You know, let everyone row and pretty much work themselves to death, and you make sure that you look good up in front while that's happening. You know.
Yeah, but some would say that the boat dancer is the one that motivates these guys to do what they do. They wouldn't be able to.
That's kind of
go
sus.
to those heights. That's kind of sus.
Yeah, I could argue they could literally do exactly what they're doing there rowing and even get there faster if they would jettison about 140 pounds of nothingness toward purpose.
Yeah.
But again,
no, I'm saying that's what the boat kid would say that. He would say like that.
Yeah, it's like, what does my boat get to the finish line faster because this guy's millie rocking on the front or because he went overboard?
You know, that extra drag on the front end, you know, pushing the nose down, that can't be good for.
No. But I mean, unless they get like style points or something, which I don't think they do. But some of the other clips, it's funny because of that, when they're like, okay, we're gonna take this seriously, the dancer will jump off. Usually he'll do it like in a flamboyant way. He'll do like a backflip into the water or something. But there comes a point when they're like, get the hell off the boat, kid.
Do the dancers ever just eat shit?
Yeah, they fall sometimes. Yeah. But if you notice that it's funny that the different cultures in the West, they have like 3 lifeguards in that kid. I mean, life jackets on that kid.
Oh, yeah.
But in Asia, they don't give a fuck, man. They ride motorcycles, dance on boats, like all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
Grab cobras and shit.
Yeah, all that as babies and whatnot. Yeah. What you got for us, Landy? What's really going on, man?
Oh, I was actually starting the song with. I was doing it live, but I was doing a. What we need from you, Paul, is we need a few things. We need some more Hey Landry's, some more Hey Gabriel, Hey Flo, whatever you want to do. But we need like a good. If you could just pump those out for us, so we can insert them into the song. You know,
As Talcott.
Yeah.
Hey Landry.
Thank you.
Did we get that? Did we get it? Did we get what we need?
Oh yeah, I can get it now that it's been said.
Hey Gabriel.
Hey Patter Dusty.
Hey Taylor.
I'm not sure what are we doing? Hey guys,
They're getting some
Hey,
ad
guys.
lib B-roll from me. I don't know what he's doing, but he
You're
asks and
gonna
I
love it.
deliver. I
You're
don't
gonna love
need
it,
to
dude.
know. I'm a born performer. Just tell me what you need and you got it.
Paul, yesterday, dude, like you did that Hey Landry. I'm like, oh shit, sounds like Talcott. But then as you were talking to Jaren's, I think it's his name, Jaren, right? Having that discussion, it was a pretty good discussion. I think that edible started to take its effect because you sounded like you were on at some point like on 0.5 speed or something. Like when you were still very coherent in your thoughts, but
Man,
were you
you don't
feeling
have to
that?
tiptoe with him. You can tell him he was incoherent. It's okay. He knows.
I just
the whole,
did,
the whole
but you're
world knows.
speaking over me, dude.
Yeah, no, you did, but you didn't because you said I was coherent, but I was just.
No, you were.
I was-
I'm saying, listen, that's what I'm saying. You
I was
were coherent.
throated, like the African Americans say.
You know, your speech was just like super.
Yeah, I was a little
drawn
slowed
out,
down,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
he was chopped and screwed.
There you go. There you go.
You could say that.
Yeah. So what are we doing, guys? I feel like
Sometimes I feel like you sound more nervous than I understand. Like I just don't know how to read you sometimes in PC.
you feeling nervous.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's like I feel like sometimes it's just there's a nervousness, it's like a nervous energy. But it's maybe I'm wrong.
Probably. Yeah. I have to say I'm probably nervous sometimes, especially when nobody's really talking.
I'm nervous about that lion there.
Yeah.
Me too, dude. He's here. He's here with me
He's
right
really
now.
close to your face.
He is, dude, and that's kind of really how I do feel in the real world right now. There's a lion pretty close to my face, but he's not the kind of lion I thought he was.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Jack the Leo?
Talking about the lion.
I know, but now it sounds like you're talking around something.
No, dude. Of course I'm not talking around anything. I will never talk around things. I'm just making jokes. But no. Yeah. Talcott's obviously here, but he's Did y'all catch any of that stream with Mr. Pie?
Hold on,
No,
I caught a little
groundbreaking.
bit of some shit earlier. Did you guys stream together?
No, he wanted to stream from his setup, but he's at a hotel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he was
sitting on
vibing
his
with.
hotel bed with him?
I don't know. There's a lot of pulling pieces here. There's a lot of people pulling him in different directions, and it's very interesting how tomorrow might go. Because I don't know who Mr. Pie is, but he came out of the woodwork to do a stream with him. He invited me from my own setup though. But Talcott, he's a very mellow. Like I mean, when you met him, Flow State, did you feel like he was like almost too calm? Like it didn't seem like the same. No, okay. Well, that's the first thing I felt.
I felt like
was
Talcott was exactly who I expected him to be. Yeah. I can't say there was much surprise there with him. Same with Joe Cool.
Landry's shocked that Talcott's not who he is on the broadcast, and it's like I could have told you that, Landry. You know.
Well, there's not just one Talcott on the broadcast. There's multiple layers, but I just have
a hard time. I have a hard time believing and picturing that Talcott rolls out of bed and goes, "Greetings, brothers and sisters. It's here for love and live without." I'm not buying it. You know, I'm
He's
just
probably a
not
little
buying
groggy or something.
Although when I met him, I had on the drive over, I came up with an idea for a stream, and I mean at first suggestion he was on it, right? So we kind of had not a plan, but something to do next, right? It wasn't just like hi, now what,
Yeah,
we didn't have to figure out the next thing.
Yeah, we had a few plans, but there's just so many people in Dallas, so it's kind of it's a competitive thing. But I got everything I needed to because everything we did was offline today. We did a bunch because I was like, dude, I'm gonna
planning.
No, like filming. We just filmed a bunch of stuff, so that way it's, it's better quality because we were moving around a lot. We did a whole we did forward-facing Dallas Drive like interview or whatever, then the facing us, and I can chop it up and make it, And then I also did the before and after and all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, he's like so soft-spoken. He moves at about Paul last night speed.
He does move a little bit slower than.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where you don't really know until you meet somebody how they like kind of, how tall they are, how fast they move, how they.
How tall is he?
He's, average height.
He's 5'7" or 8. He's 5'8", I think.
Okay.
Totally average.
He's not. But people forget that when you're managing a panel, like there's a different social dynamic, right? Because. And it seems like he's more chill, obviously, as he would be when he's not having to manage the chaos, and he attracts more chaos than any of us, I think. So
that says a lot. Yeah. Are you going to do any more streams with them, Landry? Because I think you remember you were saying that you probably weren't going to do any streams.
No, I'm open for it. But it's the thing is like I could tell he was so. This is the vibe I get from him. He's more comfortable doing it with our own setups. I mean, he could do it here, but I felt like I know what happened. I'm not gonna lie about what happened. He heard me talk in a stream about how my wife was a little bit uncomfortable with him coming here and staying here, and then he like totally changed his mind. Was like, I'm gonna get a hotel, dude. I'm sorry that I was gonna intrude on your life. And then he said, all this stuff. So what clearly happened is he feels a little bit uncomfortable here. Yeah, I get that.
I don't think it's just there though. I think that he is more comfortable on his own turf because we streamed 2 nights at his hotel, and then the third night he came here, and he was out of here in about half the time that I was out of there. So I do think that he's more comfortable on home turf.
I see. And maybe it's the evil part of me because I guess I vacillate, but why even try to keep this facade up, Talcott? Do what you want to do, man. Like you should have told Landry what you really wanted to tell him.
He doesn't know what he wants to do.
This wife of yours is fucking selfish. Okay.
Well,
she's greedy.
He can't admit that he was listening to. Because sometimes it's, you know what I mean? It's me and you going at it for what, 9 hours, and it's like 7.5 hours through. So I mean, did he scan the transcript?
I overheard you and Paul and that bitch wife of yours and how selfish and greedy she is. Why doesn't she like fucking sign up for a life coaching, right?
Dude, it was really funny. Okay, so my daughter was standing like she was getting. He put a cord because I actually have his entire hard drive right here of all the stuff. So he plugged this cord in. So she was about to trip over it, and he was like, "Your baby's about to trip." And I was like, "Hey, Daisy, come here. Stop. Don't do it." And then she stopped, and he was like trying to like get her to stop, but he was too afraid to touch her. I mean, I get it. It's not his baby. So he's just like frozen with his arms like right here, like about to touch her. Like,
baby.
It was so awkward. I was like,
"Oh, here, let me get you." Bow.
And dude, so y'all know how like 1-year-olds, they always have like messy face no matter what. So she had some stuff on her mouth, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, stop everything. She's got some shit on her lip. We gotta take care of that right now." I was like, "Okay, dude, I'm sorry. I usually just let her roll like that, but I'll fix it if you need her to not have like salsa on her face. I'm sorry."
He's a clean cat. Shout out to the freak for the $2. He said Landry is Talcott's biological. No doubt about it. Thank you very much. Very generous of you, the freak.
I'm still here in the body office. Many old parts in my warehouse. I'm waiting for you take them. They are very company. And many old parts.
Thank you so much, the freak. That's just for you.
I like that.
Yeah, dude. That's so. Shout out to this person, RBXH, for putting my MMLA moderator title. Like, I mean, I should start paying you if you're gonna wear it like a badge.
It's a Bex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said she doesn't think she has
I
an
was kind of
accent.
shocked. I was like, dude, I was a moderator, and then I wasn't a moderator.
Well, here's the thing, dude. People were telling me, "Oh, you should make this person a moderator. You should make that person a moderator." Like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. I just don't know. So I'm gonna start from scratch. Everyone is removed, and I'm gonna do that again probably once a week because I'm so tired of people just telling me, "Oh, no, this person." It's like, dude, does it really matter?
Yeah,
Like,
bro. The reality of it is, if you don't have a lot of chat action at times, you don't need a moderator.
Exactly.
People just are like they're fucking so desperate to play these chimpanzee tribalist power games, and it's like, for what? You got like 20 people watching and the chat barely moving. You just take care of it and handle it. If it gets wild and crazy at some point,
I
And you
got
need
too much going on.
Wow,
What's
you
up,
know, everybody's busy.
Alexander, the Oracle? What's going on? Good to see you.
Hey, so this song that I'm making up, do you have any other ideas for what we could do for? Right now, we're just doing that video, the one that the big one that we keep going back to, the your bitch ass. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think are you talking to me? I haven't heard
talking
any
to
of
you.
this.
Well, I just started making it tonight, but you've heard the video, the clip with Brian, and
I don't think that I have, man.
Something to
yes,
add
you
to
have. You have heard it. Okay,
Powder
good.
Dusty. What do they need for their song about? Is it about Talcott?
Hold up. Yeah, you don't understand what I'm saying. I don't think, Mr.
I don't.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Huh?
Praise God.
There you
Praise
go.
God.
Praise God. Holy cow.
Holy cows, man. Also, if you call me Modern Man Gone one more time, NPC, I'm going to start calling you
What do you call me?
CPP or PCC. I don't know. You call me Modern Man Gone like 10
Did I
times.
say it again? I'm sorry, man. When you have like, hey, Gabriel, it makes it harder to remember.
Okay.
Yeah. I like this calling you Landry. That's why I always call you Landry.
Hey, Landry.
Yeah, hey, Landry.
But dude, it was crazy.
Any questions for Paul, guys? This is.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean, I
sorry,
love
Paul.
Jack and all, but
back to
this
Paul.
is the Paul Unslave interview. Come on, guys. I know Flo's known him for a while. Oh, he's doing this thing. Okay. I don't even call him Flow State anymore. I'm being loyal to the brand, the Powder Dusty.
I'm not. I appreciate the effort that people are putting into promoting the new channel. I honestly called me, however, Flow State, Powder Dusty, Taylor.
Can I call you Osho reincarnated?
Osho.
Remember
Dude,
Osho? He has the same birthday as you, the cult guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Do I have any questions?
Or
I came in late to the conversation
or whatever.
Honestly. No, I don't have any. I was a little bit, like I said, I was a little bit disappointed that I was behind so far in the conversation because I thought the addiction thing was interesting, but of course because I've been there. But it's a very common theme throughout Panelverse participants.
I mean, that's enough. There's so much said that even if you got all the way to that part or started from there.
No, I dropped in at that part and I thought it was live, but I was about a half an hour behind. So I listened to a little bit of it.
Yeah, we went from the early upbringing to the streets, to the to the addiction, to spirituality, to the traffic stop, all that good stuff. Yeah. What's up, Ozzy? In the chat.
We gotta pump some life into this. What are we thinking, NPC? We got anything crazy that we haven't talked about yet? Me and you. I know we got a lot of stuff at the back end that we fight and shit. You know, throwing shade at me. I'm throwing it back at you. You know,
me throwing shade at you. Let's talk about that. I don't think I was.
Dude. I'm just making shit up.
Damn. Hey. What is this? I guess my thing is like, if we're gonna get meta, it's like I think I've come to a point where I almost am over it. All the shit. I'm like, I'm happy to meet people wherever they're at, as long as they're not like, I'll say it, bitch niggas. Right? This is long. I'm happy. I'm cool with every in a sense right now. I'm good, but I definitely want to do my own thing. I want to do my own thing more. Definitely. I don't think I'm gonna be open to panels like I used to anymore.
Why?
Good question. I think I get lost.
Was there a specific catalyst? Let me start there.
Probably this week, in seeing what happens when I don't open it up, when I keep it like this or something like that. At the most, I kind of like this energy.
The conversations are easier to participate. I mean, 4 really probably is the sweet spot of panel participants. But.
Yeah, but I think that that from time to time a big panel is fun, especially when people are, in that mindset of wanting to actually engage, not just hang out. And
I mean, from an audience perspective, you can listen to 4 people talk in a way that you can't listen to 10 people talk.
Yeah, it becomes sometimes it becomes like as a host when it's like 10 people, I can just sit back and put my arms back and let them go. But
dude, no, just call Tracy on, and then like you get Paul up there, and then you can literally just like walk away, take care of your kid, make breakfast. Seriously, and literally at the end you'll just have to press the button because you don't know if it'll ever end.
You forgot. I can call you, or you can call me in the middle of it too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too. And then the cartoons.
The cartoons that Bert and Ernie. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I was having so much fun last night. Did you see that shit I was doing? Where I was like, he started talking about Jared, if he ever is online, he has to talk about the Earth. And I'm like, dude, not here, man.
I don't get
it. Not here, man. Not here, dude. I've heard it 1,000 times. There's no shortage of videos of Jared talking about the Earth. We can find it.
I don't know. I never, dude. Maybe I got into that maybe for like a month or something, but I don't get it being all consuming and stuff. There's so much other cool shit to talk about.
And is that because he feels like because he's actually that stuck on the topic, or because he feels like it's expected of him?
Well, dude, no, because it's people. I mean, he's lost like so many live viewers, so many fans because he switched sides. So he's just like now he's not even. Now it's not even to his benefit. What he does on his channel now is just trivia. So he's really. I don't know what he's doing next, but one day,
Bro, I told him, and I told you, he has a perfect opportunity to quote unquote rebrand and to pivot and do his own version of testimony of enslavement, in the sense of he was doing what he thought was right. He tried to be a voice for the supposed community. He revealed what his findings were, and because they were not part of the establishment, he has been outcast, right? So now he has to in a way rebrand himself as the guy who, it doesn't matter if the masses or the whole won't have him. He's not in this completely for the audience and the benefits and the privileges. He's in this for the truth, right? So he should have no problem rebranding as truther number one,
individuating away from the group identity.
Sure.
Right.
And take those subscribers with you. He's still going to be in the algorithm. He's still going to get browse features and notifications. And the people who are hating on him and don't like him are going to tune in to hate watch him. But he's going to have to really unleash the beast, man. Like I told Gabriel and others, if you want to call it that, you're really going to have to get real with yourself and others and not give a fuck. And you're going to have to get so fucking animated and inspired and passionate that even people who don't like you and hate on you show up to watch and listen, because you got them pulled into the conversation, right? To the conversation that's at hand. He's got a great opportunity.
I don't know if you know the backstory well enough. This is like almost a year ago now, and it's like it just didn't happen, man. And here's the thing: he was a little bit more.
It doesn't matter, because that's where he starts. He starts with, "Hey, I've been gone for a year."
No, I definitely don't know. I haven't been there for the whole thing. I didn't see the money just kind of dry out. It's just not there. You know what I mean? The way it used to be was much. I mean, dude, this guy was getting like, it's like 15 to 25K per view. It was never live streams. It was always. I mean, sometimes it was, but it was always like 15 to 20-minute videos. So it was. I think that's the most monetizable form of content is those. I mean, maybe not anymore, but back in the day.
From what? Ads?
For whatever he was doing. I mean, I just know that the live streams weren't bringing in that much, and the shorts don't bring in shit.
For ad revenue?
That doesn't sound right to me. 25K per stream?
25K per per short form, not TikTok style, but regular short form video. Like 10-minute, 15-minute video.
It's very hard for me to believe, man, on ad revenue alone. I mean, ad revenue's like peanuts. But again, there might be some people who are pushed to the top, and they're getting. What would it even need to be to for that? What is he's $10 per 1,000 views?
Wait, no, I never said $20,000. I said 25,000 views.
Oh, views. Okay.
Yeah, no, I was saying he's.
Okay,
yeah,
I thought you said money.
No.
All right, well, whatever, bro.
Money.
You could get back to views if your story is compelling and you got energy and motion and momentum and people are locked in with you.
Okay.
Yeah. If he came on and said, "I haven't been here a year, I've been slacking because I really been thinking shit over. I got real low, and now I'm back, and I want to take it from here," and reintroduce himself and what he's been doing in his journey and how people hated on him and threw him to the side just for doing the right thing and trying to speak truth, And it's
this
a
is one thing,
comeback
Paul,
story, man.
this is one of those things where it's like, I don't know if you just like clearly don't know that this has been done. You know, he tried doing that and it just failed.
Does he debate?
Well, because he didn't. This is the point. If you tell me he tried doing that and fail, it wasn't authentically him. I'm not telling you he's got to fake something till he make it. I'm saying he's got to get actually inspired as a man and say, fuck everybody. I wasn't meant to be with them anyway. They don't want the truth. They don't want what I'm here doing. Right. And really fucking run with that. Because if you tell me he just tried it and then switched up, he didn't believe it. So his audience didn't believe it. So he really didn't try it. Because to really try it, you got to believe it for the audience to believe it. And then they may take the walk with
believe
you.
it in the audience. I don't know. That's why I've always avoided this shape debate topics as much as possible, because it's religions. All sides of religions. And Mandela groups, Mandela people are even worse.
Yeah. Well, both the thing, the commonality I see between you, Powder Dusty, and Judge Enslavius is you guys actually have relatively big communities and loyal fans, you can say. And but I'm just curious, like, how do you cultivate that in terms of views are cool and stuff, but like money's always nice.
Honey, now you're talking my language.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't know how you. I don't know how any of this stuff happened. Actually,
I do, but I don't know if you want the answer.
I mean, I'm happy to hear it, but from my, because
I think it's ironic that you asked Slow State how he developed a community, and he literally has no answers on how that happened.
Maybe he doesn't know.
I think that's very revealing. No, he went around to a bunch of channels, inserted himself, and pulled people back over with him. It's the model that many folks have done at a certain point. It's just the nature of the beast. I've engaged in similar things. I try to I would even argue that model is more successful at times than what I've attempted to do, which is come and be controversial and then bring in some powerful, inspiring truth as far as what I believe, and then have faith that people are going to be attracted to that or resonate with that. Oftentimes it's not the case. These places, if you're going to take viewers with you, you have to sit, you have to put in the time, they have to get to know you, they have to invest in you. Right. So I'm not really willing to sit around a bunch of people and tolerate a bunch of nonsense in order to just be known and then take people over with me.
And absolutely networking. Yeah, networking is, but not everybody who goes around like Furby, right? Goes around everywhere, universally hated. Snafu snaps, right?
Yeah.
Like people can go around and network.
See you later, Landry.
And have different. I hope that lion didn't get him. And have different outcomes. So,
networking, yeah, for sure. I think it's a combination. Try a combination of both those things you two dudes mentioned, because. Like just like Paul said, he said that he's tried the networking thing, but have you tried what he said, Dusty, about saying? How'd you say it, Paul? Being entertaining and controversial.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much infotainment, right?
Extreme things, I guess.
You don't really have to reach much if you're just kind of a rough around the edges asshole, or you have kind of a morbid sense of humor. So if you could combine your eccentric personality and way of presenting with some information or experience that is somewhat profound or life-changing or just relatable to folks, then, the theory would be they're more likely to invest in you and with you. But again, that has to be authentic. You have to see it and feel it and understand the value of just being a part of that process.
Some of the best Dusty episodes I like is when you tell your narrative flow, like the whole thing about being the beer guy, and stuff about economics.
The stories.
The stories. I love that shit because I want to cultivate, get back on my game with that type of stuff. And that's why I'm okay with having a smaller panel sometimes, so I can get that shit off.
Yeah. And as far as what Paul said about, trying to pop some controversy and then use that as an attention grab and then, pull something together that way. I actually do the opposite, and have the older I get, the more I try to be less just of a brazen douchebag and more, meeting people where they're at. Right. I'm not going to change anybody. It's not my job even. Right. I don't have the capacity. I don't have the responsibility.
Yeah.
So,
but it's like if they come to my panel, that's a different story, huh? Like,
if they come to my panel, then I'm giving them access to an asset of mine. And if they're disrespectful of that,
oh yeah, never that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, no, that doesn't sit well.
Right, but this is where I think you sell yourself short, because as a content creator, on some level, I don't care what the percentages are, you become an influencer, whether you believe that or like that or not. It's just the reality of the way things are in any situation. So once you become conscious and aware of the fact that wherever you go, if you're in a leadership position, you are influential, and people are going to start replicating and emulating who and what you are and what you do. Right. So it's not that you necessarily get up every day and go, I need to change the world or everyone in it to be a better version as far as I see it. You just come into it aware of yourself and your power, knowing that based on who you are and what you do, other people are going to be influenced in their life. Right. So there's a great opportunity there. If you have, I guess, goals and dreams and aspirations to take the leadership position and do something with it in the sense of growth and development, right? Beyond just entertainment and whatever else goes on. And I think everything potentially has its place as a tool, if nothing else, or as an experience.
Yeah, it's funny though. Like, just when I'm about to I feel like I'm gonna cut something off, it never fails, like this karma shit, where I start to see like, okay, there is maybe some value in there that I maybe overlooked or didn't, because it's funny, just when I was saying like, oh, I don't want the big panels, I had a lot of fun, I have to say, with Flo and TML and the rest of the guys the other day. That was fun. But it's like just trying to figure this shit out, man.
The point is, if Taylor's making money and he has any kind of audience that's consistent, he shows up and he is essentially a reflection of whoever's in the audience. And there's going to be someone in my or his audience who either currently or has dealt with drug addiction or jail or, fucked up housing. There's going to be a list of things as people that we deal with and either reconcile and have learned from and become better from, or other people who haven't, right? So even if they're not there to get that, they're there to get that, because they're going to watch and listen to you, and they're going to want to know what you think about certain things, and they're going to infer what you think about certain things. And believe it or not, as silly as it sounds, they're going to potentially model their life off that. So they're going to go, hey, I hang out here 7 days a week. I think this person's cool. This person's interesting. This person likes this and does this. I do too. Versus this person going, hey, this ain't shit. We shouldn't be doing that. We could be doing this. Look at what we get when we do this. They're going to be influenced and inspired to make a change for the better, right? And that's just good karma to me, right? Like that's part of the win of finances beyond finances is karmic coin, right? How's the universe going to recognize you and your meaning and purpose and value and what you're giving out to the people to reflect back, right? And it's going to reward you. I really do believe that.
Yeah, no, I got no disagreements with any of that. I think those are accurate observations too. I do tend to bop around through life, I'm just doing me, right, and ignoring the impacts. But I also think that I believe that I don't believe that I think that my intention on, I can say I want to eradicate people who don't know how to read or whatever the cause is, right? But in reality, it seems to me that the impact, whether for good or bad, that people take away from their experience with me has more to do with them than with what I'm pursuing as what I think my meaning should be. So I suppose I don't get hung up in like, I'm not trying to end all wars, right? I don't have the thing I'm trying to do, or else it's a failure. I feel that people will take what they take, and many times it'll be something I couldn't even have imagined because, well, I was looking at things from my perspective, not theirs.
You seem more like, it seems very a pragmatic approach, which I jive with, in the sense that like maybe we're this. Maybe someone like me is just curious of your idealistic thing about you. Have you ever had that before, Cloud or Dusty, where not necessarily you want to end all wars, but is there something that to you moved you in terms of like the collective ever?
Yeah, and I think, and I'd say that I don't wear it on my sleeve nearly as much as a lot of people do, but I just like everybody around here, right? Like, have a big issue with authority, particularly abusive authority. Right. I am pretty, as far as causes go, right, which I again don't lead with, very much think that the war on drugs is it's human rights catastrophe.
Yeah. I see it's a war of your consciousness. Yeah, that's how I see it. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Go ahead. Like who is someone to tell you what you can't put in your body? You know, if you want to just change your consciousness, for example.
Right, and it definitely has that psychological component of victim blaming, and it's real interesting. Anybody who's ever been through the process knows that at sentencing, the judge's leniency depends almost entirely on how much you can sell that you have internalized your guilt and are remorseful for it. Right, that
like shaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, that would be something, and I still do feel certain sort of ways about that. I just I'm not actively engaged. Like, I'm not out here doing Joe Cool stuff. Call me a pussy or call me selfish. I don't care. My daughter's still in high school. Maybe someday in the future, it'll be worth rolling the dice, but the juice doesn't seem like it's worth the squeeze for me to put myself in the line of fire like that.
Well, I think you've made it known, if people are listening, that is important to you, because that doesn't surprise me what you just said. But yeah, you don't necessarily wear it on your sleeve or lead with it. But I know by the year I've been listening to you, about a year, that is important to you, and you expose those things. Yeah, for sure. And by the way, I heard you mention the other day you and your daughter were watching the Addams Family that Wednesday, right? Dude, that's not my wife and my son. Oh my God, they love that show. Like, it's not bad though.
It's a great show.
It's not bad, yeah.
And yeah, no, they're very similar. My daughter's doesn't have that emo or gothic
look like her.
look, but the behavior, right? That sort of deadpan, you're a moron sense of humor.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Wednesday to break out, because like a lot of times in these sitcoms and in shows, that especially a character that's stuck on you see one side of them, there always comes a point usually where you see them out of their element. Like, so I'm waiting for to see Wednesday kind of act a little bit more, not as rigid or whatever. We see glimpses of it from time to time, but yeah, that'd be funny. It's a good show.
Hey, Landry. But yeah, man, that's why I've been on you with this whole stuff with me. It's like, I know at your core, you're just like me, and you pretend you're not, and then you try to demean or devalue or discount what I do, and it doesn't add up to anything other than hating, because at our core we have the same belief or sentiment, right?
Oh, you mean you, Dusty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, rather than us work together and be part of the movement and consciousness that is organic to all of us that God put there, like, we don't have to tell each other to be that person at our core. We're going to get into all this other extra nonsense, man. And that's been my issue from the beginning, is like, just keep it real with yourself and me, and be a part of the opportunity to engage in the movement, right? And if you're not going to engage in the movement because you're going to take care of your children, why hate on a motherfucker who's putting their life on the line and practicing certain things because they don't have children or any other real responsibilities?
Because that person uses it as a pedestal to elevate themselves above others interpersonally. And I'm not trying to start, I'm not coming at you now. I'm just answering the question from my perspective.
How could the person use that? How could the person use that to elevate themselves above people who aren't a part of the same dynamic? Like, how can you make that statement and not immediately become aware of an inverse statement that could be made? That everyone who doesn't stand for what's organically in their heart puts themselves beneath everyone else who does.
No,
You said there's an organic sentiment in your heart that is there that God put there. You won't do it and live by it because you're a coward.
Which sentiment?
So that means you put. So that means you put. That means.
bro.
Can I just
One
finish
second,
the statement?
please.
That means
Go
you
ahead.
put yourself beneath other people who practice courage by attempting to live free in a slave world.
Okay. Yeah, got it. But like, let's stop with the coward and all
No,
that.
that word has meaning. I
know
just
it does,
told you
but-
earlier when you asked me that my awakening comes down to me recognizing the coward in me. You think I'm going to sit here and recognize the coward in me and not recognize it in others because he doesn't like how it feels to be called out?
Well, no, I mean, he didn't say that. This is me saying it.
Nobody
And,
likes it.
I mean,
Nobody likes how it
I'm just
feels to
saying
be
that
called out for their cowardice
for
and how their
sure.
fear runs their life.
For sure, but I'm just saying, like, both of you guys are coming here in good faith and being cool, and that's. I'm just trying to, I like this right here.
I'm still in good faith, sir. I'm attempting to try to speak truth to and with someone as I see it who has a past of lying about me. So I'm attempting to show honor and good faith and call us back to a unified truth, life, and way and set of principles that I can't understand why we haven't been unified on from the beginning. Other than that, he's been too busy lying about me and demeaning and discounting what I do.
And NPC, I hear you, Paul. I respect that you are demonstrating good faith by giving me your opinion. I don't feel like mine will be received well, so I'm going to withhold my response. But I'm not. Feel free to say what you think.
I wasn't necessarily giving you an opinion. I was giving you an opportunity to reconcile and resolve based on the truth of the facts of the matter of what you presented and what we've experienced.
Yeah. In order to move on, right? Because that commonality you expressed, that is something I think that needs to be built on. We need to see more of. But in order to do that, I guess, things need to be loose ends need to be tied. I guess, right?
Well, we have a similar broad sentiment, right, towards the criminal industry, criminal injustice industry.
Yeah.
But our perspective on approaches are vastly different.
Yeah.
What's your approach?
Right.
What's my approach? My approach is about effectiveness over time. First of all, this is not my primary goal in life or cause or concern. My daughter is. So as you pointed out earlier, you're in a position that I'm not in. This is a secondary issue to me, to my family. But and as I've stated before, I don't believe in martyrdom as a good strategy. So going to jail, for instance, well, noble in the right context, in and of itself, doesn't do anything but actually pay the system. So I try to not put myself in those situations, not even just because I don't want to go to jail, which I don't want to go to jail, but because it's counterproductive to the actual goal.
If the goal is staying alive in an open air prison camp where your life is run and you pay to use your own property.
Pay to use my own property.
Yes, everybody's registered, everything, including their body, and everything's taxed to pay tribute to use it, including your home and your car and everything else.
Yeah. And by the way, 10th man, I see you. Excuse me, real quick. I see you in the back, and I get it. You're a loyal homie. Maybe you came up. You want to come up here and.
Who is that?
I think he's. I don't think he's coming up here. I mean, I don't know, but I would not assume.
Well, let's have the interaction, Gabriel. Why not? If it's not going to go anywhere, then you can always talk.
Through that 10th man, everyone. Let's make sure we're copacetic, man. Because actually, I'm already
We're
on borrowed time.
Chill.
Yeah, we're on the edible.
We're chiller than Paul was last night on that stream.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight and argue and yell as much as possible. Yeah. I'm gonna stick to the truth and the facts and the energy that you seem to bring to this place and see if we can work with that. If not, then I just let it lie where it lies.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. What's up, 10th man? Took you long enough to come to my stream.
How's it going?
What's up, man? How's it going? What you got for us?
This is a man that's
going
passionate about not liking cops.
He hates cops too? Damn.
Came to join the show.
You got any questions, comments, concerns?
Mm-hmm.
How's it going, Paul?
I'm doing well, sir. We're here. Another day alive. Another day with an opportunity to be and do better.
Heard
Right?
a lot about you, bro.
Someone
Heard
is this
an awful lot
I don't
about
doubt
you.
that.
Just a loud. No, it's 10th man. Yeah, that's who it is.
He's
It's not all
51%.
true, just most of it.
Yeah.
Well, no, see, because when you first came to the internet, I had quit, and a whole bunch of people sent me some of your videos and stuff and said, hey, you should come back and address this. And I said, no, you deserve this.
Okay.
What address what? 10th man.
Just
in particular.
Paul in general. And I'm like, nope, you guys got what you deserve.
A guy who pretty much calls everybody a bunch of pet cowards and slaves.
Well, I do the same thing, and I'm actually being respectful because this is not how I planned this interaction. But
I appreciate that, man.
Well,
Thank you.
You and I have it out eventually. But
oh my god, that a threat? Go ahead, 10th man.
You disrespected me a couple days ago, and we just haven't talked about it yet. We will.
Well, no, wait, no. This is no. Let's get it over with real quick. Not real quick or whatever. Let's talk about that.
A little out of line, a little bit.
What up?
I was on Kevin's
a little
panel.
bit.
I was trying to make a joke.
A little bit out of line.
You told me to stop talking as if you were my father, and I just kept my mouth shut out of respect for Kevin.
It was on Kevin's panel. I said that to you.
Yeah.
Oh shit. And
maybe you were really high. It was.
No, I don't get high. I don't need to do that anymore. Yeah.
Shout out to people with real jobs.
There was a lot.
Exactly.
There was
maybe you weren't so nice, kind, and polite around here, and just mixes in with everyone. That when the dark skin finally comes out of them, you guys are just so put off.
You might not even been talking to me. You know how it goes.
All right, come on, let's get down to it, 10th man. I want to hear this, man. Let's get back to me, brothers and sisters.
If I offended you, hey 10th man, if I offended you, if I was rude to you, I apologize, man.
But I think you need to suck it up, motherfucker.
No,
I'm not sucking anything around.
Not you. 10th man needs to get over the feeling.
That's the
tell him, Dusty.
All right, come on.
Go ahead, 10th man. You got the enslaved one. This is his day to shine.
Yeah, I got one fucking day over here, right? Make it good.
So just to cut to the chase, right, Paul? So I've been typing into the chat, into Dusty's chat. I just some of the things that I've heard. So what's the movement?
You're saying what's the movement in the sense of
you said the words the movement. What's the movement?
Yeah, so from the beginning of time, there have been people that have realized, believe it or not, far and few between there are of us, who realize that authority is illegitimate and there's false power structures here, and that we may not be as powerless as they teach us or want us to believe. So the movement is essentially standing up and stepping out on faith and civil disobedience and non-compliance, and having faith in God that if we continue to do that over and over again, we will not only not be harmed, but we will actually change the fabric of quote unquote society, as it were, right? I don't like that term, but I think folks know what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to try to be real cool, right? Because I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying not to be the old me. So, like, do you know who I am? Like, do you have any idea who I am at all?
No,
Like,
I'm not aware. And someone's knocking on the door. Give me 1 second. Hopefully it's not you.
That's a good time. That's a good time. It could be someone I know.
Bird's here.
Just saying. I do have some people that sometimes just do some things.
Guy, he calls himself the 11th man, and he asked if I'd let him blow me. You know this guy?
Gives great blowjobs. Try it out.
Says he knows you. Says that you guys really know.
That mouth to try.
Come on, I'm just talking shit and trying to fucking poke you now. Be straight with me, man. You don't have to be nice and kind. Yeah, breaking your balls a little bit.
You fucking piece of shit! Yeah. Come on. Hey, Jimmy.
Go get your fucking shine box.
Respect, Henry. Are you nuts? Teach this kid a little fucking manners. Hey, Jimmy, what's right is right.
What's right is
You understand
right.
what I'm talking about? It's all right. No, I mean, the kid's over here. We're hugging and kissing over here, and 2 minutes later, he's acting like a fucking jerk.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
I didn't insult him. I didn't insult him
a little bit.
No, I didn't insult nobody. Give us a drink.
Drinks are on the house, 10th man. Go ahead, 10th man. You don't have to be nice,
But
kind of polite,
I'm
man.
just
Be straight.
asking you. I'm asking you if you like. Has anybody said, "Hey, 10th man," to you ever?
No, I if they did, I don't have any memory of it.
I called him 10th man once, but I was drunk.
Now, there's a reason why I'm asking you this, because like a couple weeks ago, I went on Here's the Deal, caused a little bit of a controversy. A few people have said I'm crazy. A few people have said I'm smart.
This prelude is long.
And he said the exact same thing that you said. Less words, less luster, but, you know, whatever, the Winston Churchill or some nonsense, an idea that's so great can't be stopped by the blah, 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 blah. So I asked you what the movement was, and then you said, from the beginning of time, blah, 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 blah. So like I get it. You got a thing to do. I'm not going to go right at you right now because I just can't see the point in it. You got your thing going on, same as Dusty. He's way less of an asshole about it, so that's why I don't go after him. But you say you're back now? So am I. Let's play.
Okay, go ahead. What's the main grievance?
No, I'm just saying,
here?
you do your thing. I'll do my thing. I'll destroy myself just to fucking make a joke of it. So let's see how it goes.
This is a weird meta conversation. I'm not following.
Yeah, this is a non-versation, as I've coined the term.
No, I'm saying I think you're full.
I'm an unhappy person. Everyone can go to heck.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's all I like to do.
No, I'm saying you're full of shit. I asked you a simple question.
I don't see how I can be full of shit when I do what I say I'm doing.
Now you're going to start talking.
I don't see how I can be full of shit when I do what I say I'm doing. And when I'm not, I don't.
You wanted me to talk, and now that I'm talking, you don't want me to talk. See,
okay,
I asked you what the movement was.
Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. This isn't that complicated. It's literally the backbone of humanity before the soul breaking, mockery, humiliation, sorcery, mass rituals that have gone on. I don't know why we're overcomplicating this. Or you are a human being, right? At the core of your beingness, you want rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, probably a good thing. No. Collective order beyond whatever the rules of man are, or
none of the grifting nonsense blathering that you're saying is going to help anybody.
Okay,
it's going to help you. It's going to help you.
So there's already groups of people who say it's helping them and their experience in life, just in general. But you've decided their experience for them. Okay, tell me more about how I'm the narcissist, egotist, and because I see where this is going, and it's going to be very ironic and interesting.
It's perfect. You're back, and so am I. And a lot of people wanted us to
nobody knows you. That's the thing. We're doing narking while claiming others are narking. You got grandiose visions of yourself. Yeah. Nobody knows you. You still haven't communicated what your mission statement is or your results or experiences. You haven't shown us a damn thing. So I don't know what game this is. It's like you came up from my left side and you're like, let's play. And I'm like, okay, let's play.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not intimidated. You're not scaring me. I don't even think you've even intimated an actual challenge, let alone expressed one directly. So I don't know what you're doing.
Full of fucking
more
shit,
clout
bro.
chasing, more nonsense,
really,
power games on the internet.
That's the movement. So you're a fucking preacher or something? The movement is spirituality, blah, 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 blah.
I'm not identifying myself
I'm
as
the
any
potentially famous person. Really? See, I've been around these streets a lot longer than you.
Okay.
Your ego is adorable. right?
I
So
swear I
again,
didn't know.
again, this phrase is out of context. So there's context to that. We were talking
I'm
about.
going to suck my own dick. See, that's the thing is, before I even knew Dusty, I knew you. I knew who you were.
I'm sure you
Powder
did.
Dusty,
sir.
do you claim him
So
at this point?
There's a reason why.
I know. I mean, I'm not disavowing. I'm just saying, like, I didn't know, and so
you're good. You're good.
It just doesn't make any sense. There's about 5 to 10 well-known travel videos and legal lawful videos on the internet.
Yeah, I saw your first one. Yep.
I'm one of them. It's been seen by over 10 million people. So I am, by definition, the potentially famous person in context with the other 5 people who were in the discussion. Great. You're not interested in the actual facts and the record and the history and the experience and what's probably
I
there
know
at
all
any
that.
time. So how is me making a statement that's true?
Okay.
It's
Do you need
beyond
a license,
potentially
Paul?
famous. I am somewhat either famous or infamous, not only for
me
being an
too.
asshole on the internet, but for
Me
having
too.
a travel video.
Wait, stop there. What are you
say
famous for?
are,
Wait, hold
but
on.
None of
Paul.
us know of you.
What are you
Everyone
famous
here
for?
knew of me, including
That's
you.
by
This
design,
is bizarre.
dimwit.
It's more bizarre narking while
Hold
you're
on,
calling me
hold
an
on.
narc.
Wait,
That's
hold on.
by design.
We like receipts in the panelverse. Where's your receipts of you being famous?
Have you ever even gone to my channel?
No.
Yes, I listen to.
That's not how that
I listen
works.
to your channel. I do. But like famous
Good.
though, come on, let's get real. It's a good channel. You have good live streams.
When you
They're
take
fun, interesting.
2 years off at a time, it's kind of hard to be really famous. I don't want to be famous. Anyway,
You just said you're famous, the most famous
NPC,
person.
don't draw the smoke. If you want me to go, I'll go.
Draw the
So,
smoke. You
Paul.
mean
No, go
throw
ahead.
you
You
out
don't-
into
you don't
the
need to
open and show that
do
you're
pimp off or
foundationless
anything.
in
Come on,
your
bro.
position. You just said you're famous, then said
Did
you don't want to be famous.
Did you insinuate that
This is
people
great.
don't need a
I
license?
couldn't have scripted this any better. A
Did
dunce
you
of all dunces.
insinuate? Did you insinuate that people didn't need licenses? And then
I didn't
give them the,
insinuate that. I made a statement based on the definitions of words and terms and the delegation of authority and the chain of title and proper
Black's Law
process and
Dictionary,
procedure.
blah, blah, blah. We know. Yeah, I know.
You're saying blah, blah, blah to the facts in the record. What is that?
No.
What kind of strategy
Oh my
is that?
fucking God.
Wait, hold on. Here's your channel.
Because
I'm trying
it's-
to think where you went famous.
Because it's nonsense, Paul.
Okay, you're entitled to your perspective. You
No,
believe
you're
you
putting-
believe in the natural world. For a man to get on or in their property and move it around, they have to ask their servants permission to do so and pay them. I say that's nonsense. You say what I'm saying is nonsense. That's how life works. I think
Yes,
you're an
but-
absolute fucking retard, and you've already proven that here tonight.
But what I'm saying is
Because
not
you don't
going to
understand
give
nuance
a
and context
dummy.
at all, like most stupid people who think they're
No.
smart.
What I say is not going to give somebody with a low IQ the idea to argue with the
Are
cops
you
on the
on
side of the
record with
road
your
and get
IQ?
murdered.
Are you on
Yeah,
record
you-
with your IQ? Did you ever take
So-
the test?
So
Hello?
when I
Hello?
let you speak,
Hello?
I expect the same courtesy.
I expect you to not make baseless
Hey,
claims
little
and
buddy.
then use intonations to try
Hey,
to play
how's it
power
going?
games when if I question you, you're going to be shown
Calm
to be a liar
down.
you are. So I'll
Calm
ask
down,
you
Guys,
again.
all right, guys.
fella.
Hey, hold on. One at a time, guys. 10th man,
Calm
then Paul.
down.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to
Go
be
ahead,
calm
10th man.
now because I'm talking
you.
to a grown person who's going to answer the questions, and I'm going to answer his if necessary. Have you
I need a beer
taken
flow
the,
state.
Have you taken an
Got one
IQ
more.
test? Yeah.
Thanks.
I thought you said 10th man, then Paul.
Have you
So go
taken
first.
an
No,
more
hold on, Paul,
power
excuse me.
games? Can we just get? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
let him go first.
Okay.
He asked you.
Yes.
He asked you. Have you taken the 10th man? Have you taken the IQ
10th
test?
man, you are the reason why I love government.
Yes.
Not for me, for you and other dumbass slaves who can't figure out where you are and what's
Yes.
going on around you.
Sure. Yeah.
You need
See,
to be vaxxed and slaved out. You need to be brought out of this reality.
I already
You're
did
done
that.
and
No, I
over.
already
Your
did
time
that
is
and
over.
got. I
You're
did
a
that
waste
and
of
got
time, energy,
severely injured.
attention, and
Actually,
life.
I did that
You
and got
haven't
severely
used your
injured.
God-given intelligence. Sorry.
Let me
maybe
know
next
when I
time.
can talk. Let me know when I can talk.
One
You're
at a
still
time,
not
guys. Come
answering
on,
the
bro.
question. You made a statement. We want clarity. Have you taken an IQ test? We already know the answer is no, because if you had, you'd answer already.
Yes,
You don't
I did.
know that I know.
I'm a slow adult. So good. Continue.
Okay,
Come on.
so
Let's
you
go.
made a statement about having a high IQ, but you never actually took the test. It's ridiculous. You don't even
that's
know
right.
what your IQ is. I have
It's
taken the
around
test,
somewhere
and my
between
IQ's not low.
126
so that
and
was another
136.
lie.
Somewhere
So that was
around
another
there.
lie.
You said
126
more
to
power
136. Somewhere around there.
Sure, wherever you want it to be now. After asking you 5 times, if you ever took the test, sure.
So
You're totally
let me
not
know
full of shit. I
what's
feel
your
your
next
authenticity.
question.
Okay.
Go with your next question.
Okay, so what do I owe you exactly? Because so far, I'm not interested in you. I'm not really
You asked me to talk. I was quiet. You said you
keep talking
wanted
over
to
me.
talk to me. You
I'm
asked a
just
question.
saying, are you going to give us something that's going to go somewhere? Or is it just the usual spin in circles, power games, and desperate need for attention and clout chasing?
I could get through all of this very, very quickly. I didn't even ask to speak. I
Okay,
just
so you're
came up.
10th man. You won't show yourself. We don't know who you are, but you're back and better than ever. 10% more power and strength in every bottle.
Yes.
And oh yeah, okay.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, yeah, great.
Wow, he's a lot younger than I thought.
Yeah, no, he's the man. You can tell. So, where are we going
He's
with
not
this?
that young.
Right? What should I expect to see? What should I be
I say
challenged
looks.
by, tested by? What should I be worried about? What should I look out for? How can I be a better version
That's a
of me? Because
lot of fucking words, bro.
Well, pick
That's
any
a
of them.
lot
Pick
of
any of
fucking
these
words.
Pick any of these topics, right? Because that's what we need from you. We need some concise
Let me know
ways.
when I can talk. When your
Okay, go
grifting
ahead.
fucking snake oil salesman routine's done.
I'm
go
not selling
ahead.
anything. I'm not selling
Go
anything.
ahead.
No, no.
Come one, come
I
all. This
don't
will
sell
will
anything.
cure what ails you. We
any
know.
products.
Come on. Let
don't
me
have any
know when
products
I
or
can fucking
services.
talk, dummy.
I don't sell anything. You just lied again.
And in
You don't
PC.
stop lying. But go ahead and keep
There you
talking
go.
so we can pick apart your lies. Go ahead. We're waiting.
Good save.
I know I fucked up the first time.
Are you ready, Paul?
You're
Go
ready.
ahead, 10th man, we
Keep
want to hear
lying
you. Go
so we
ahead,
can
bro.
pick it apart. I love these segments. Go ahead.
I would not go onto the internet and give people the idea for slow adults that they don't need a license and stuff, because that's gonna get people hurt. That's why you were brought to my attention.
I know.
Right?
I know. It's very unsafe.
That's
I
why you were
understand.
brought to
I
my
know.
He showed
attention.
himself.
I know. I know.
You get it?
I know, sir. It's very unsafe. Mama wouldn't like it. I know. Go ahead. Continue.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So
And
you're
as
okay
men,
with
we know
that?
that our core
That's
value
part of your
system should be
movement.
stay safe all the time, everywhere, by letting people tell you what to do.
That's
right?
part of your movement, right?
No, that's part of your movement, and I'm
No,
for
it's part
it.
of
We need
your
safety.
movement to
We
put
need
people in
safety.
danger, and you don't care, right?
I know. Because anybody's going to listen to you or look to you for anything regarding power or value, right? Just based on how you look and speak.
What are the words that
Let
you're
alone
saying
how
even
you live
mean?
like a cucked out slave.
You look
Come
like
on,
an
man.
adult
Do better
Cabbage
than
Patch
this.
doll,
Shaitan
bro.
the Deceiver, please do better than this. Send me something better
Handsome.
than this worm, please.
Adult
The
Cabbage
competition
Patch
is
doll.
really low level
So
at this point.
you have no problem putting people in danger, right?
No, I have no problem with men choosing to voluntarily put themselves in danger in order to do what's true, what's right.
So
No, I have
you
no
are a
problem with
snake
that.
oil salesman, exactly.
No, I'm not
So
selling anything.
I'm
That's
glad
what's so
you're back.
crazy. I destroyed my credibility to sell nothing and no
Because you see-
services. Isn't that crazy, Poindexter?
No, I gave my services
Poindexter,
away for
isn't that
years for free.
crazy?
It's crazy, huh? I
Yeah.
destroyed
New
my own credibility
background.
to sell nothing and no services. Imagine that.
So you're a monster, and then you know what I am?
An
10th man.
inauthentic corporate data mail? It's
No, I'm
obvious
the
by looking
monster
at
that
you.
monsters are scared of for a reason.
I'm not scared of you.
You
Do
you
your
shouldn't
worst.
be.
You're not
shouldn't be.
capable of affecting anyone
What
without
gang is
your
It's
that
not
bandana?
me that you got to worry about, bro. It's the people that watch my show.
This is gonna bring out
Okay.
the gangster in me.
I'm not concerned,
So now you'll
sir.
see.
I've given
Hugged
my
up.
life over
Boy.
to what I do and what I stand on.
Shout
I have
out to,
ex-government agents who are on broadcast saying they've
No,
been
I
after
think-
me. I have
think-
ex-punk coward. I
No,
have
you are either working with the government.
Coward.
You're a shill.
You're
You're a
talking
shill.
over me.
You're
No,
either
I
working.
live my truth, and I don't
'cause
sell nothing
You're
to
an
nobody.
informant. You're an informant.
You're an informant. pure informant. Another baseless claim. You got any proof of that?
Oh,
You
who
got
else
any proof of
sends
that,
people
bitch
into
nigga?
danger other than
It's
informants,
a bitch
bruh?
nigga summer. I can see that.
You act like an
Gabriel
informant.
was
What do you want me
right.
to call you? What do you want me to
just
call
made
you?
another claim, Poindexter. Are you
What
gonna
do you want
bring?
me to call you?
Are you gonna bring the receipts?
I don't need to bring receipts. You
I don't
already
need
said
that.
it
I
on the
lie all
stream.
day, every day, everywhere I go. I don't need proof of my false claims and
I
bearing
don't
false
lie.
witness. I know. And I'm supposed to be worried about you?
Yeah, you should
I'm
be worried
supposed to be
about me
worried
talking
about the
about you.
loser, lying failures that roll with you?
People,
Are you
people don't
kidding?
like when I talk about them.
I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and you ain't
Good.
gonna exist to me, and I'm gonna roll
Good.
out my life. I won't even.
just
I
let
won't
you
even
know.
remember this moment.
Good.
So keep dreaming, legend in your own mind.
I hope you do lots of shows.
Okay.
10th man, we got
I hope you
5
enjoy
extra
your
people
slavery.
since you came on. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, how many vaxes did you get so far? You up to like
2.
5 or 10?
And I got
2.
severely
Ooh,
injured. Yep.
good boy. Who's a
Holy
good
shit.
boy? Who's a good boy?
See? So now make fun of the disabled person. Go ahead.
No, I'm mocking the fact that
Do
you
it.
slaves love your slavery and paid for your own slavery
No,
and
I didn't
genocide.
have
You
a
have the nerve to
choice.
show up here
I
and tell
was
me I'm a fraud and a
coerced.
chill, you dunce.
I was coerced.
I was coerced.
work?
Well, maybe it was
Yes.
easier to coerce you than me because you're such a Poindexter
No,
coward.
because I live in Canada where I was
Shut
threatened.
up, you fucking pathetic, groveling,
Where I
wannabe
was
tough coward
threatened.
online. Get out of my face. You're tough with all the wrong people. Why don't you go get tough with your system that bent you over, coward? You want to masquerade
You are
online
part
like you
of
got
that
some
system.
power.
You are a part of that system.
I'm part of that system. No, I'm for the
Yes.
system using eugenics
Yes, you
to
are
wipe
the type
out
of
all
person
you cowards who are a waste of time, energy, attention, and life so we can
No,
get back to
you're the
becoming
type
the
of
Overman.
person
You're
that
absolutely
makes
right.
the people that
Many
I
of
hang
you,
out with,
including me, by
auditors,
the way,
look
so
bad.
I'm included in this, were kept alive and probably don't belong here. I don't know if that's me or not. I'm sure many others will have an opinion on that. Many folks have been kept alive here. They watered down the gene pool, and that's why everyone's so damn effeminate and weak and cowardly and can't put two words together in a sentence, okay?
Well,
so we know where we're going and why, and we know why it's needed, okay? Great reset time. And you're one
For
of them.
people like you.
Let's let
Yeah,
him.
for people
Hey,
like
wait,
you.
hold on. I want to hear.
We know you're
Because you're
one of them.
trash.
I want to
I'm
hear
not
10th
interested in
man.
what you think, and I'm not
Let
going
me
to
hear what
change
he
a
has to
damn
say,
thing
Paul.
about who and what I am for a coward like you in a pink shirt, Poindexter. Not a chance.
Okay. Thanks for that.
I
10th
love
man.
you, brother. I don't know why any of that just happened.
It's all good, bro. You needed to come out. 10th man, I want to give you at least a minute to share what you uninterrupted. Like, let's go. If you choose to, it's up to you, brother.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to a guy like
Go ahead.
NPC. I can't even believe, like, you seem like a nice enough guy. You really, actually, like, extra nice. But, like,
You know what nice means? Actually, well, let me stop you real quick. It means ignorant, actually. The archaic
that's it.
definition of the word.
Perfect.
Okay,
That fits for him.
polite.
Okay, there you
Nice,
go.
kind,
That's
polite,
fair.
and ignorant and arrogant. Yep, that's you.
Now, let him.
So-
Thank you. Let him speak. Go ahead. You're surprised with me, right?
No, but like I'm sitting here watching it, and then I'm listening to this stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's entertaining, but like, did you never see the clip from the old black and white movie, and the snake oil salesman comes into town, and he's like, "This is gonna cure what ails you. It'll cure your rickets. And he just says all the
Yeah, I've seen
words that
He has a
rhyme,
carton or whatever.
time,
Yeah.
energy, and attention. And he said all the words that had the same letter at the beginning, like MK Ultra Ops, right? Like, that's what Paul does right in front of everybody's eyes. And then right now, I'm talking about it, and he flips out.
Okay. Well, so
and
what does that have to do with me, though?
But you're not seeing that?
Here's
Well, I
another
mean, I see. Wait, hold on,
conspiracy
Paul.
crackpot
You
who's
asked me a question.
imagining his own reality.
Hold on. Like that's your take on it. You see him as a snake or something. I don't see him as that.
Mason. That's where he's
hold on,
going
bro.
with this.
Like I don't see him as that. But if you see him like that, hey, I mean that's your.
But isn't that how
that's your
ads
paradigm,
work, right?
Or whatever.
They use words that rhyme, start with the same letter, things like that. That's how you make a jingle. It gets stuck
I
in your
literally
head.
took that from black people who I've experienced to captivate people in speech because of the way
Right.
that
So
they
you're not
speak.
even right. You're not even saying that this is not even you. That's the whole problem, Paul. And I can see it.
No,
See,
it's
this is
called
me.
there's a modality
It's
of
called
getting
rhetoric.
into. There's a
Rhetoric.
modality of getting into that would be spoken about by the black folks in pimping as ism.
Rhetoric.
This is something.
Ism,
are you gonna
yeah.
let me? Are you gonna let me talk?
No, I'm just going to keep saying rhetoric.
I
No,
know.
just let him go. You got a minute. Go ahead. By the way, what's
the
up,
point
Exile
is,
One?
is that there's been many points in my life and experiences where I've been called back to what is referred to in the black community as ism. If you want to talk about about pimping and hoeing, right? And what I've deduced an aspect of it to be is spirit. Okay, so everyone's got it. You can activate it. And when you go into it, it could potentially change the way that you deliver your truth or the truth. It doesn't change the truth. So again, you can say that it's not authentically me because maybe I'm not always that way, in front of all people, places, and things at times. But it is an authentic aspect of me. And again, when I go into that mode in order to speak my truth or the truth, it doesn't change what the truth is or what the experience is. So I don't see how that makes me a liar or a grifter because I'm animated or activated to deliver the experience or the message as I understand it.
Fake preacher, snake oil salesman is what you are.
Is there no such thing as an actual preacher who inspires and motivates people to do more in their life and doesn't ask for anything?
The Heaven's Gate cult worked out great. They had beautiful sneakers.
But I'm not doing that. You can say that, and people have been saying that for over 5 years now, but I'm not doing that. So why make the false equivalency with someone who's not doing the same thing that some other cult was doing?
Yeah, that's
Because you
hyperbolic.
just said you don't fucking care what happens to people as long as it doesn't affect you. You said that.
No.
Yes,
That's not what I said. What I said
I hope
was,
this stream comes up because I'm going to review
we're
it.
all going to get what's meant for us. And if
No,
we
you're not
all-
allowed. I'm about to. No, wait. I'm going to strike you if you do that. Just kidding.
I'll do it on Rumble.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Just fucking with you, bro. Everyone shut up for a second when I said that. What's up? That's a good way to pause. Exile One, what's up, man? What you got for us? What's really going on?
Honestly, some of the shit you say is just repetitive and the same shit you every point. No, I'm talking about Paul.
You gotta say the name, my brother. There's like five
people.
I don't deny that, man. If you
maybe I might cut out, but
okay,
the thing about it is, Paul, you are proof of why reality is objective, sir. And your reality is not only objective; it's obscured as fuck.
That statement made absolutely no sense, and right away I'm supposed to take someone's.
No, you're not smart enough to understand what we're saying.
We're not
or
going
you're a
to
liar.
Beta's gang up to
No,
take
I
either
can
knee
break it
gorilla.
down
We're not
for him,
doing
Ken.
that collectivist dynamic.
Let me make it make sense for you. It's okay, it's objective because your reality is just your reality in your mind. And you fool people with less
That would be
intellect than
subjective, sir.
yours into it until they educate themselves that you're actually a fucking idiot, Paul.
That
We've
would be
seen it
subjective, sir.
time and time again.
That would be subjective, sir.
Bro, chill with the ad homs, bro. I don't know you well enough for you to get away with that. You haven't earned that yet. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, was that to me, NPC?
Yes, you're the one that's calling people motherfuckers. No one, not even 10th Man or Paul, called each other that.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I knew you were talking to me, bro. All right. And
I
then,
didn't say your name, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
It's all good. And then
I get what this other person's saying about the preaching thing, and that's precisely why I don't vibe with religion. Because most of these guys have a put on affect to deliver a message that is ultimately a deception. If I'm doing that, that's not my intention. I may be doing that, but that's not my intention. So, if I am doing that, I guess it'll remain to be seen, and we'll all know about it more and more. But I think intention's a big part of this, right? And I think that activating an authentic aspect of you to prevent or to present information, or even to prevent certain things, is just part of being a good speaker, right? and potentially even being a good person, activating the spirit at certain times to focus on the truth or deliver the truth.
Oh,
or
the
present
key
the truth.
words.
What's your hold on.
I'm
This is still his
sorry
interview,
that you
bro.
sound like you're
hold on. What's your
half dead and I'm
what's your
alive and I can
intention?
be coherent. I'm sorry.
What's
for
your
that.
intention, Paul? Because you mentioned intention. What would you say your intention is? And what? When you're
Well, I've said
communicating?
many times that one of my intentions is to talk to me, as crazy as that sounds. You know, when I do
To
these
grift a couple old ladies out of some money because
if
they
you're
were
gonna keep
mine.
talking over me, we can't get
Come on,
anywhere.
man. I don't want to do
dumbass.
that to you, man. I respect you, but
You're
let's
just
not do
another
that.
jealous, envious hater who can't put 3 words together in a sentence, who has no personality and looks like trash. That's all this amounts to. You're just another beta male hater, crab in a bucket.
You can respond. Now you can talk. You got nothing to say?
What was I saying when you dropped me? All right, so
You're talking over him. Please don't
How
do
much
that
of a
again.
demonic, projecting, deceptive dweeb you are? That's what you were saying this whole time.
pretty much what you're doing is you're evoking religion in order to fool some old ladies or some people that are like, oh, that adult-sized Cabbage Patch doll reminds me of the one that I had when I was a
Watch
kid.
the ad hom.
And then you get a little bit of money. You go away for a little while when there's some smoke here and there. Like, I've seen this a dozen times. You just
When
keep
have I
doing what
gone
you're
away
doing.
because of smoke here and there?
I'm just calling them as I see them.
It's never happened. You're another Illumitranny where you just make up your
We'll
own
see.
reality. You're schizophrenic.
see.
Everything revolves around you, and you just start saying shit
We'll
that nobody knows what
see.
you're talking about.
This is honestly the most underwhelming conflict from 2 of the most abrasive personalities on the internet. It's crazy. You guys
Because I don't know nothing about
It's
this
out of
motherfucker.
respect that from me, Powder Dusty.
I ignored him since he came
not
to the
going ham.
internet, and
I know.
people wanted me to look at his shit, and I'm like,
Well, I'm
if people
undermining
fall
it.
for this nonsense, fuck them.
Stupid.
Yeah, if people fall for,
I'm letting them
they
go,
should be
but Powder
empowered
Dusty.
and inspired and practice courage and try to live free and not be a pet collectivist slave all their life. Then yeah, I'm the worst person ever, and I live my shit too. So, you know, I don't know what to make of that.
Yes, I believe all the things that you're saying.
Okay, so I don't know what the problem is. It's not like I'm somebody just talking somewhere and telling other people to do shit. I do what I say, and no matter how it turns out, I don't lie on people. I don't rat on people. I'm not an informant. I have to go through whatever I get put through or put myself through. So I don't see how I could be a fraud when I'm literally one of the only ones not selling anything, nor am I selling a course. I give everything that I experience and believe that I know. If I know it, but it's not real, then it's me believing I know. That's why I'm saying it that way. So I give away everything that I have, my experience and what I know. I don't ask anything back, and oftentimes I don't get anything back, and it has to
Same
be that
thing.
way.
I'm exactly the same
and
way.
I don't sell anything, and I don't sell courses. Pretty much every other
Right.
person doing legal, lawful, audit, whatever else sells products and has services.
I know I do.
But when I asked you before we started having a bad interaction, what about the people that you tell that they don't need a license and stuff? Maybe they're not smart. Maybe they're not smart.
This is a good point right here.
Maybe they're not smart like you.
Right, but I'm
I
clear
know
every
I'm not.
time, sir. This is the
I'm-
thing. Why do
I'm
I
not
have
s-
more? Why do I have more videos on my channel of me being arrested and my car being taken than of me succeeding?
Right.
We showed that one earlier, Paul, when you were on
Because I'm credible and I'm being honest and transparent with the audience, and I'm not trying to set anybody up for failure.
But what
and
if they only saw the one video that was sent to me of you going,
You could
see?
literally do what if forever. What if somebody drinks the contents of the battery? I guess we have to put in the manual.
Oh, okay.
Don't drink
No,
the
you're right.
contents of the battery.
You're right. We have no responsibility for our actions whatsoever.
Right.
So then I get to do whatever I want to. Remember this.
No, people have to be responsible and accountable for what they decide to do with their body and property.
Right.
If they come on my channel and they see one
Remember-
video, if they see one video or experience
Remember.
if I heard you, dude, and you're not going to do anything up close to me because you're going to be on the 6 o'clock news, and
There
so
doesn't
am I.
need to be anything up close.
Okay, so do your whatever internet dweeby tools and whatever else you got, because
I'm not gonna
that's
do
your
anything.
world. And Okay, so then why threaten me if you're not
Oh
going to
no, all I do is put my email address in my chat and say, let me know what you guys can do, and then I do shows.
If you do anything criminal to me, you will regret it. It's that simple.
How? I'm in Canada.
You're already threatening me over telephonic communications. You already did something potentially illegal.
Do something,
bro. That's not that serious.
I'm not going to do anything
something.
because I'm not going to call anybody to do anything to anybody, and you haven't threatened me.
Bigger and better have tried. Do something.
I'm not interested, bro. This is all clout chasing. Literally, I just decided to talk about who and what I am online. And I guess do it while being inspired or trying to stay inspired or entertaining while doing it. And a bunch of dweeby demonic losers like you showed up to try to suck off me, demean me, lie on me.
You're the demon.
Project onto me. And then
you're the one
claim I'm what you
that is
are, right?
using religion. You're using religion.
I'm not even a religionist, you dummy.
But you're using it. You're using all of the common tactics.
I had my own experience with drugs and altered states of consciousness and the universe.
You win.
And I am clear about that and honest about that.
Good.
You don't get to tell me about leaving my body and having ridiculous 1 in a million synchronicities over and over again and how I get to interpret that. Loser. Okay?
Yes.
So I'm not a religionist. I don't subscribe to any religion. I'm not using religion. If I was a grifter, I would use a specific religion because it would get me further. Many of your other actual grifters and debaters do that. They either use atheism or Catholicism and Christianity. I don't claim any of that. So I'm an anomaly. I'm in a gray area. I'm getting less promotion and marketing than I could be if I actually was intent on grifting. So you're a dumbass once again. What you said made no sense.
You're the
Most
demonic
Christians and Catholics don't align with me. Most Jews and Islamics don't align with me. We all break off at a certain point. So if I'm drifting and using religion, I'm doing it horribly because I had 3 main ones I could have picked and I haven't yet.
Yeah, that high pitch.
I've had Christians and Catholics come on my channel and quote the Bible, and I tell them, I think you're misinterpreting that, and I think your religion's slavery for you.
Yes.
Wow, I'm such a grifter and user of religions. I've literally spoiled part of my base who hear me talk with certain religious language and think I'm one of them. I tell them, no, I'm not. You're a statist Babylonian coward, and you're a dogmatic.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
So 10th man.
I used to love when people. I got to admit it. I'm coming out in the open again, Gabriel. There's a part of me that's
ask
evil.
him that one question. I'm
going to admit to you right now why I'm still bad, and I struggle with this. There's a part of me that actually giggles and laughs when dweebs like you finally have your past catch up with you. I giggle and laugh when they finally put something in your face and take what you have, and all this act goes away. I do giggle and laugh a little bit. Because beyond this act, which is also a fraud and a fake that you project onto me, you have and stand for nothing.
No, this is me. See, you'd already admitted.
No, this is the best you could put on for the internet. You're
this is 100% me.
You're acting above it all and beyond it all, and like you're going to weather the storm and you're going to get something done. This is all.
You already admitted on the stream.
This is all clout chasing.
You already admitted on the stream that this isn't even the way that you talk in your real life. This is the way I talk in the real life.
This is another part of me that's probably non-Christian and maybe even partially evil. Part of me likes the fact that your dweeby false strength ass was so stupid and demonic, you took 2 shots and damaged your own body.
Right.
Because that's just who and what you are. And instead of learning from that and humbling yourself, that you're not submitting to God.
Just bought a new house.
Submitted to the state and they crippled you. Instead of you humbling yourself and understanding I'm on your side spiritually,
I had just bought
the line of your demonic masters who crippled you.
No.
Amazing.
I had just bought a house, and then I got an email or 2 every single day for 2 months, and then my prime minister came on the internet and said, hey, if you don't do this, you're not even allowed to go to the grocery store. You don't have the right to do anything.
That's great logic. Right? And you, like the coward you are, said, I'll go ahead and take the shot so that I can walk around town.
I didn't want to be homeless, and even though I did shows that said that all of this was nonsense.
What about everyone else who didn't take it from Canada and everywhere else? How come they didn't wind up homeless?
The like 12 or 13% that didn't in Canada?
How come everyone else didn't wind up homeless and without food and all this sob
Lots of
story?
people did. Lots of people did.
I didn't
I've
ask
done
about
multiple
lots. I
shows
said,
about it.
how come everyone else that didn't take the shots didn't wind up homeless and without food and pathetic
Many
and cowardly?
did.
Okay, many did. Yeah, pathetic, weak, cowardly slaves who keep, and I'm doing it right now. I'm just as guilty. The people who don't like me or criticize me, they have a point. They do have a point, right? Because in a way, I'm doing it right now. And I'll be candid, right? I don't like that you're actually physically
No, I think
damaged.
you're the same as a cop.
Because
you
nobody
admitted it all up
actually
here already.
deserves that. Nobody actually deserves that as far as like from me or really anyone else, and that like shouldn't want to be done. But you deserve that because de-serve means of serve, and you serve the devil, so it would make sense.
Oh my God!
I know. Oh my God! Cry out. Which God?
You are
The God of this
fucking
world, or?
unbelievable, dude.
I know. I'm unbelievable, dude. You don't even understand that everything you've done and lived is an invocation of the spiritual dynamic.
Yeah, the spiritual,
You literally
the
don't
demons.
understand that.
Yep.
You're saying that I'm a fraud, but your whole life is one big testimony of demonic presence or lack thereof. Right? Because the demons aren't present. They're deceived.
Are they?
They can't be present if they're deceived.
Is that what the rabbit was that I saw when I was 4?
I don't know what that means, sir. I'm not saying we're all not subject to this. That's the thing. I'm not separating myself from you. I'm just saying one of the things I've noticed in the human condition is a lack of self-awareness at times and an ability or willingness to deceive oneself and therefore deceive others. I may be doing it right now.
Yes,
but you're definitely doing it. Because anybody who got 2 shots and is still sitting here telling me that I'm a bad man for encouraging people to have their own personal choice over their own body and property, when you're the example of what happens if you don't, I think it's like comedic tragic irony.
No, I did the exact opposite.
Movie.
I told everybody, please.
Get the fuck up, you nasty bitch. Nobody gives a shit.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I actually told everybody, please get it so I don't have to.
What?
Right? So I doubted myself.
Hey, if you guys listen, you guys ever read the Bible? What Paul is saying is pretty much the Bible. Like everything he's telling you, bro. If you read the Bible, I know how you laugh, that's fine. But let me tell you, religion, God hates religion. The Bible is supposedly not religion, right? It's the truth, the way, and the life. Read it. Jesus got mad when they were putting faces on coins, doing everything that Paul's talking about. Jesus was mad about. You need to do some research, bro.
Yeah, here's the thing too. You're right. The Bible's great, but here's the thing also too. I mean, the religion is it helps. It does help some people though. It does help some people. So,
come on down to WEB.
You really needed some of this. You need some of this, occult knowledge.
Right? I have that book, Manly P. Hall, right?
Like,
Bro, the reality
that's a fucking spine split.
The reality of this is we already verified in the beginning of this broadcast, and those are the moments that I do this for, that we all have the same spirit in us at some level, right? Slow State doesn't like me or has issues with me or has lied on me or whatever the fucking case may be. He still has the same spirit in him on some level that I do in me. And I would argue everyone here does.
Hey, those clips at the beginning of you, Paul, the ones NPC that you was playing at the very beginning in the intro of Paul
that's
motivation. Really hey, that was hot.
That was good.
That shit was fire. That shit was fire, Paul. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
All right, David, man, I appreciate that, man. I mean, you're kind of hot and cold lately, but we can try to find a balance, a center point.
I promise.
He's being genuine right there.
It's constructive.
All right, so it's always
anytime
it's always
nick at you, dude.
It's always interesting and ironic to me that people who go against me are literally admitting that what I'm doing and standing for is in their best interest. I mean, it's just beyond fascinating.
Who admitted that?
The man just said that while I was getting arrested, not following code and policies and getting fired from jobs and everything else that was going on for no masks and no shots, he was taking the shots to try to go along to get along and admits he's crippled. So I'm literally in real time on the timeline up to 4 to 5 years ago, standing for you and others at that scene, just because I'm pissed off and tired of the bullshit, and I know it's going to be good content, and I wanted to go past my fears anyway because I was scared.
And you want to drag other people down with you, and you don't care.
I want to drag other people up with me.
I'm sorry that you had a hard time.
To drag your demonic ass up to a place of conscious and awareness where you weren't crippled by your shots. Yes, that's what I tried to do.
No, because I was doing it before you.
That, and I knew it would be good content and would be exciting
Paul,
and interesting.
Just,
yes.
you better pray to Jesus. People don't let me know what's going on.
I don't know what that means, sir. It's like you're trying to get me to threaten you.
Paul, I got it. Why do you keep threatening people though? Like
you're not going to do shit, bro.
Like a flex or something, bro.
You and your people are not going to do shit. I've been hearing this for 5 years from bigger motherfuckers than your goofy ass.
All I got to do is talk about you.
You don't. You okay? You're not getting this. All right. You're LARPing. So have fun with your.
No, you're not getting it.
Your whole world's the internet. I could turn this off at any time and go back to reality. Okay. And that's one of the good reasons why it's good. And I recognize it that I'm not famous beyond a certain point. I have been recognized a couple times out in public, but I'm not a household name. And it's probably better off.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah. 10th man. Wait, 10th man, bro. Excuse me, Dave. Do you have anything else you want to add? Because I'm getting sick of the threats and shit. That's not cool, bro.
I'm not threatening him.
Passive aggressively or whatever.
So I can't review shows of his and make fun of him and point to what he does.
Shows you want to make fun of you online.
Threatening him like you're going to do something to him. Like you're going to see him or have people come see him.
The same thing I've always done.
I don't even.
Hey, guess what? The same goes back to you, and my broadcast is rebroadcast on every content. You better hope an Unslavian doesn't catch your dweeby ass out at the market and decide to give you a tune-up. Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah, Paul, no threats, man.
I'm not going to do anything, nor am I going to implore anyone to do anything. But stranger things have happened.
I wish.
I wish.
I'll look out for David Wayne. It's like he's fucking secret agent over there. Yeah. Yeah. So, any final thoughts, 10th man? Canada dry. There you go.
Why you need me to leave?
Real Canadians drink straight.
So, are you asking me to leave?
Yes, everyone. I'm about. Okay. But I'm starting with you. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Wolfie, you have anything? I'll go. I was gonna give him a chance to talk, bro. It's like little diva action right there.
And you better hope I don't decide to put my microphone on later and talk about you.
Maybe there'll be 10 people there. That's 3 less than me, though. Go ahead, Powder Dusty. You have anything?
Well, you're actually ending now that we witnessed that lackluster conflict, and you're just that's it.
I wanted that to end like an hour ago, actually. But go ahead. Maybe we can get a donation or something special happen.
Man, somebody better donate some fucking. If NPC hasn't been getting donations, that's probably the problem.
We got 2 donations. Shout out to the Red 40.
I'm sorry.
Red 40. There's somebody who is loyal to Paul too.
He was loving it. He's great. You need to put an E.
Oh no, he's a complete piece of shit. But
he's not loyal to me. He's loyal to the truth.
To the truth
that flows through me at times, as should we all be for whoever's speaking and whatever they're doing.
He was. Yeah, I agree. He was a gentleman today. Definitely
of the truth content of whatever flows through you, because you're not 100% truth 100% of the time.
I don't have to be. I think Red 40 and many others resonate with this idea that no servant can tell their creator, which is us, what we can do and not do. And I've decided, at least some places sometimes, to practice not complying with that and not obeying with that and going through the motions and attempting to get results. So he respects that because it takes balls, it takes commitment, it takes an understanding and ability to present it.
But
right?
Paul, you don't drive.
Again, you're playing this game.
It's not a game.
I've had 6 arrests in 5 years. So whatever I was doing, I was arrested 3 times for moving property, 2 times for guns, and whatever else. We'd have to go back through it because it all kind of jumbles together for me. And trespassing and a bunch of other legal claims that don't amount to a hill of beans because the charging instrument is fraudulent. Then we never get to face our accuser, and there's no loss, injury, or harm. So again, I have the experience. I've been through the experience. I don't pay. I don't hire attorneys. Chile de Castro and many others have hundreds of thousands of subs, thousands of live viewers. They make millions of dollars selling their products and losing at court and doing 160 days at a time and fake crying. So I don't understand what your big gripe with me is specifically. There's all these people grifting and frauding and lying. I literally do what I say that I'm doing and don't ask anyone for anything or sell anything. And if the consequences ever come, I have to live with it and deal with it.
I'm going to try something. Wolfie, have you been listening for a while?
A little bit.
Could you steel man what you think my response to that question would be?
No, I can't. I don't know what you think, sir.
So at the beginning of the stream, I said, I don't remember how it came up, but my response to a question was, my issue with you is that you use what you consider your accomplishments to pedestalize yourself above others.
Right. I get that. And why not?
Right.
Is that a bad thing?
Why not? Well, if you're going to do that, then you better have a firm foundation to stand on. Paul's foundation is not firm. He's not actually living freer than anybody. He's just not doing the things because he can't do them freely.
How do you know that? He only shows you what you want to see. You don't see him every day. You don't hang out with them.
That is true. It is possible that secretly, what I don't know is that he's driving constantly.
He could be. We don't know. I have no idea.
We're going over this again because it's like looping with you and others who never accept the truth once you're begging for it to come out. You did the expose already. I helped you out because you acted like I didn't already tell the audience that. So we can do it again if you need to. I've been clear after a certain point. I haven't been traveling around in my car. So I'm clear about that. I'm forthcoming with that.
So why are you taking credit for living free while we slaves pay to register cars? You're not.
You're making it a competition and taking credit. I'm saying we all need to inspire ourselves and each other from what I'm seeing and what I believe, what I like and do or don't do aside. I believe all of us have been born into slavery. And all of us are going to continue to be in it, and it's going to get worse unless we start disobeying and not complying. It's not a competition of who's the freest.
Compliance. It is compliance to forego doing the thing.
Can I ask a question in good faith, Paul?
Yeah, I didn't respond to what he just said, but
was you thinking? I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, because I've been challenged by this and I've struggled with it at times, right? But I haven't registered any of my cars at this point. I haven't insured anything and I haven't got the license. I have ridden with other
thing. So that's my point. And I'm not suggesting
right, but your point is based on what I've already been clear about. So why keep making the point unless it's from a position of trying to discredit me or demean or devalue me and what I have done and what I am doing?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm discrediting your claim of superiority in these matters. You're saying that you're not complying by not.
I don't know where this presumption of superiority comes from. If I was superior to everyone else, why would I interact with anyone else? Why would I be here today on this channel, on this broadcast? Why would I not do my own? Where's this presumption that I believe that I'm superior to others? If anything, like I said in the beginning, we all at various times put ourselves beneath the objective standard of unslaved and free. It just so happens my percentages are better than yours and others.
Thank you for answering your own question right there.
Right. No, the percentages being better than others trying does not have anything to do with superior, inferior, because there's always an opportunity to try and get a result and attempt to do the work.
Okay. Better, worse, whatever, bigger, smaller. You understand what I'm conveying.
Yeah, I and others around me are actively
that you haven't accomplished. You're not.
It's not an accomplishment. It's a practice, and I have practiced it, and I have gotten results over and over again. And
compliance.
Okay, slow state. So I've been arrested half a dozen times over 5 years. I haven't paid or signed any paperwork. Everything's been
to do with rights and
It
freedoms.
does, because part of what I do is talking about the experience of navigating the courts without having to submit jurisdiction, hire attorneys, pay fines and fees, or as you say, cooperate and comply and perform, and have a bunch of obligations held over my head. So that is results. That does work for other people and has worked for other people. Nothing's perfect. It's a practice. It's not an accomplishment or a state. It's not an attainment that's monolithic. This is a constant practice that I believe we have to adhere to if we want to generate results over time.
It's not a game. This is real life, bro. I mean, you can choose to drive without a license, no plates, right? Of course you're going to get pulled over. You don't have a plate. Exactly. But that's the whole point that he's saying. It's a practice. He does it anyway.
No, he doesn't do it. He just said he doesn't do it.
He did. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do it again. So again, you once again in your predatory way seized on what I made known and was clear about, and you won't let go of it because you want to exploit it to try to discredit, demean, and devalue. So I have done it in the past for years. I've been arrested over and over again and got dismissals at court. And now I'm working on suing these people to get compensation after dismissal.
Okay.
That's
where
and I will do it again. Because I'm going to get land, as I've told you, and I will be most likely on Oregon unless I change my mind. And I will be practicing traveling freely again. So I'll most likely be getting arrested again and going to court again. And lucky you, because you can sit back like the punk coward you are with a Pope hat on LARPing, and you can watch, wait, and hate while you know you're a slave and ain't going to do nothing to change nothing. We know that.
We're all slaves. I don't know how you don't recognize.
But you love your slavery, and you're cuddled up and cozied up to it, and you're not going to do anything to try to do anything different. You're already a beaten man.
So weak, I have to lie to myself.
You're already a beaten man and a cucked man. No, you are lying. That's the irony. You are lying about me. You've made up a bunch of lies. We're not going to go over them again here today because you only came up here to make this about you at some point.
You are not as tough as you're presenting yourself. You are.
I didn't say I had to be tough.
Everybody else.
I didn't say. There's your game. There's your schoolhouse game. I don't claim to be tough. I claim to not want to be a coward anymore. Something you're not as animated and passionate about.
You won't.
I don't deny cowardice lives in me and that I'm tested and challenged by fear. And I'm practicing moving in faith with what I believe is right past my fear. And I've done it for years, over and over again. And I've had decades of time over my head while going to court with no attorney, practicing upholding the law and exercising rights. You're a punk ass coward. That's the bottom line. And you will remain a slave. I've already proven that I can continue to be free.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Flo.
They OR out transient people from jail all the time.
There we go. Every layer of my story, he demeans, devalues, discounts, and presumes the negative. How honorable and good faith of you.
David Wayne, you had a question, sir?
Just like I don't have a car, right, Flo? I don't have a car.
Hold on, Paul.
You don't use a car.
No, you said the other day I don't have one.
Do you have a car?
I have two of them.
Well, then I apologize for the wrong assumption.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize for being a liar regularly on here for clout and for attention and for power games. Doesn't look good on you, bud. You could do better.
Oh, I think it looks fine.
He's good.
You have a very low standard for yourself. I don't deny that.
Can we let David Wayne ask the question? He's been waiting.
Absolutely, Gabriel.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, David Wayne.
Just I kind of generated two over all of that. One, so you could legally get your license if you just went and paid for them, Paul.
You're asking me if I'm able to get a license? Yeah, I could get anything anybody else has legally if I wanted to do what everyone else does. I may at some point in the future get that stuff. I've been open about that.
Okay. All right. Do you go to your court dates?
Some of them I have, some of them I haven't.
I've never went to mine. I got you beat, slave. That's all.
Okay. There you go. You should start a channel, and you should start a channel, and people will love you, and they'll be inspired by you and love to hate you, and you can grift and snake oil salesman like I do.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Why not?
I've been waiting for you, David Wayne. Man, you already got the setup. Now you got the narrative.
You like my rack?
The evidence.
Look at my rack.
Yeah, that's a rack, all right.
It's ironic.
The only rack you're going to be getting, I suspect, for a while, but just as good as any other.
You got me there.
Yeah, nice. This is a nice plot twist, David Wayne.
Yeah, yeah, we're all slaves, and you kind of confessed, that you wasn't so far up your own ass that you didn't realize you was one too. And I agree, we need to get out of it. Do you see how your purpose is somewhat parallel to Jack's? He wants to end all wars.
He said that earlier.
End slavery. Yeah.
Well, no, this is where ironically Slow State's rap would be more appropriate, but he hypocritically.
State, by the way.
No, you don't tell me what I get to call other people. If he gets to lie about me and demean and devalue me, then to me he's Slow State because he's very slow on the uptake.
Anyway, let's go.
I'm not sensitive. I'm just fine.
All right. So you're saying that the commonality between you and Jack Paul, or along those lines?
Yeah, I see a commonality in the awareness in the sense that Jack, when he decides to, will admit to this idea that authority is illegitimate, and that it doesn't have a right to rule over people and property, but he completely breaks left for a different form of collectivism, and I guess pick your ism. I'm not quite sure he knows completely what he believes that this whole utopia would look like or feel like. But again, that's where the rap Slow State is giving would be more appropriate, because Jack is talking and he's sharing his feelings, but we're not actually seeing what he does or what he's doing and, what he's offering to the people as far as a solution or a service or a product or whatever. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no value or power there.
Jack is an aspiring authoritarian.
Well, I somewhat agree to that. I think that Jack believes he's found himself, like many folks, on the short end of the stick of this society or economy. And he says very clearly he wants to rewrite the rules in favor of, and then fill in the blank. And of course, the blank is always going to be whoever, whatever is closest related to him, is usually how this would go. So, yeah, again, it's like, we can make a change here, I believe, and I think I've proven it in certain ways. I don't have it all together, and I don't have it perfected. And there are other people around me who've gotten results as well, and they may not have it all together or perfected. But there is some thread here. There is something to be learned from this and applied, where we can get results with the courts and the system without complying and cooperating at least part of the time, right? I'm not claiming that it's sound all the way down the line. I've said that many times, that we could literally be killed or thrown in a box, especially on the side of the road when it comes to the cops. Because I got the cops on tape, and many do, saying they don't know the law. They don't know codes. They don't know policies. They don't know courting. They just know what they're trained to do, right? So, again, we're so deep in the hole that we literally are going to have to retrain our servants who are supposedly enforcing law about what their codes actually read and what the spirit of the law actually is, right? If not, it's just going to get worse, it would seem to me.
How will you know when you have achieved your goal?
I mean, I may never. The reality of this life and what I do is you may never actually achieve what you think you're going to or want to. It's really just, sort of an endless striving toward a certain thing or practicing a certain thing.
Have you defined what success is or the goal
on
is?
some level, that's the thing. I may have a very low standard for success, but with me, with this legal lawful stuff especially, my standard coming into this was, can I get arrested and walk out, not be held for weeks or months, not hire an attorney, and not pay anything and not sign anything? That's happened every time so far in a different way. So just for that, I've succeeded. And then I've replicated it with others. I have folks come out of nowhere who don't know about the law, who've tried certain things, and they've gotten dismissals. So again,
I may be delusional. I may have a very low standard. But to me, I've already succeeded on that front, right? But again, everything that you experience and get to, if you surprise yourself or others, there's something more to do, right? So now we got to keep practicing that, seeing how good the results are, how frequent that could be. And then if we are getting dismissals right and left, we sue them, right? Cameron's an example of someone who's gotten a lot of dismissals lately. There's been a bunch of folks, right? There's definitely a movement underway in conscious and awareness.
Who's that guy? Drama something? I was watching one of the videos.
I believe. Real quick, Gabriel.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Taylor, I believe, and I told you a while back, if we could get over this nonsense and actually like unite over something that matters, because I don't care if I don't like you or not. I'm not going to wish bad on you, and I don't want to see you or anyone else go to jail or have your rights taken. So I've been clear with you that I could put everything aside to work on even formulating for you a statement of your intent and a declaration of status and standing, and have your convictions and other people's convictions reversed, and have their rights restored. They can never really take your rights, but they use the legal system to interfere with what they've deemed as benefits and privileges, right? Which are actually your rights. So, you know, you're a man, you should have a right to own a gun. I don't care what you did in the past. I don't care if I don't like you or not. I have to stand for rights, freedom, principles, and have spiritual faith that you're not going to shoot up a school, right? So you served your time, you move beyond that, you should have your natural rights, and I believe that with the proper documentation you could have that restored legally and lawfully.
That is correct, and actually I've been slacking like a motherfucker because I am eligible to apply for expungement.
That's a
shit,
nice
I
offer,
just lost
bro.
my train of thought.
I would say, Paul, that's cool, bro.
That's what we're celebrating.
David, you reminded me. I also actually didn't go to my last court dates, and that warrant just expired. So.
It was all traffic citations, man. I never went. They invite you to their home, and when you don't show up, they put you in a cage.
Mine was actually failure to appear for trespassing. Ironically, they postponed the court date indefinitely because of the lockdowns, and then apparently reinstated it at some point. But fuck them, I was out of the county at that point.
Yeah, I am Talcott in that sense, because I'm literally the guy going, something bigger is going on here, brothers and sisters. And if we become aware of this, we can end legal corruption, right? Or something along those lines. Like, I really do believe if we just stop cooperating and complying and understanding the law and how it all works, we can have a different control power dynamic here, you know, where the control and power is no longer external.
Especially as time goes by, because the younger cats that are being badged up out there, it's less and less information. It's just like put them in cuffs, they did bad, cage. It's simple.
Yeah,
David Wayne, let me ask you this.
The more you calm down, I don't think that's I mean, it seems to me that that's more just a function of young people versus older people more than it is the new generation changing. And I don't disagree with what Paul said. I do think that on a level we can see eye to eye. That is why I'm asking you the questions about how you will know when you've succeeded. I am trying to figure out how to make you not feel like you need to one up or prove yourself to whoever you're trying to prove it to. Because
it's to me, man.
To me, it appears as if you feel like you have to prove something.
No, I do. To me, that's part of it. To me, I have to prove that if I have pure intentions and I do what's right, no matter how ugly it looks in the moment, God's got my back and shit's going to turn out in my favor. And I've already proved that over and over again. And so much so, I'm shocked by it. And now I'm asking myself, what do I do with it? Right? And I can only come up with the answer that, well, this is the practice and you got to keep doing it. Right? So I don't know if there's ever I've arrived moment, right? I think there's just concentric circles, you know, where you're kind of orbiting and doing what you're formed to do, and then people replicate that, and then at some point you pick your head up one day and you see the ripple effects exponentially, you know, the butterfly effects of the little work that you and others have done. You know, I think that's any movement, man. I've talked about with cannabis. Cannabis is freely available all places everywhere. Now we could argue it's poisoned and all the rest of it, but it's now legal
and always has been lawful to use that for your pursuit of happiness, right? And the only way that was going to happen is by a whole bunch of people saying, fuck you, I'm not going to do what you tell me, like that old song, right? We all grew up in that era. I don't know what happened to that.
I wonder how many old heads are still in prison right now that got arrested in the 80s and 90s and sent to prison for 30-something, 40-something years or
Supposedly
life.
they're supposed to be getting out under that Donald Trump, Kim Kardashian shit.
Hey, bro, but what if I told you that however this universe works, it literally takes a hold of people or just makes it work out a way where that's your lot in life? You have to go and play this position for X amount of time to bring more conscious and awareness to the human family about who and what we are, what we have a right to do and not do. It's like a little cell, man. Yeah, if you back up far enough, right? Every person's like a little cell in a body that is the universe. So we wouldn't sit there and go, oh man, that one red blood cell is so special. It had to blow itself up to destroy the disease to get the body politic back to harmony or balance, right?
Even the planet. I was watching something like that about how our brain is functions similar to the universe itself, like all the connections and everything.
The neurons and stuff. Yeah.
How
That's like Gaia theory. Yeah.
Mike 23 said something I thought was poignant a while back that I bring up a lot, which is that people want what they want, but they get what they are.
I can accept that. And what you are is formed by the universe, and whoever, whatever, wrote the program for that, right? For expression.
I think that you get the biggest say in what you are. It's what you attend to, and it's how you interact in the world, right? We're just the product of our behaviors.
Yeah, this is why the panelverse, even though people, it's just the internet. It's a very in your face, real time reflection of that.
You'll get feedback.
What's that? Feedback?
You'll get feedback here. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And theories tested. That's what I like about it. Theories tested. The Ojoku method. We'll back up a minute. What about this part? I love that shit about him.
So let me back up to proving that the universe has your back. Hypothetically, what if it doesn't? Because I don't know what you think, but it seems apparent to me that a lot of times the universe doesn't seem to have people's back.
I think the universe has. I think the universe has your back when you align your thoughts, emotions, and actions, either with a purpose of your own that can be achieved or a universal purpose. Because there'll be folks who'll say, well, what about all the evil people in life who seem to be rewarded in certain ways by the universe? There's something to the equation of you get what you give, right? So I don't know. I don't know the evil side of things, because when I was like consciously or unconsciously doing bad, wrong, evil things to profiteer, it didn't seem that it ever worked out in my favor. When I just decided that I'm going to try to figure out what the universe has formed me to do and be and what it wants of me, things just started to work out. So I get it. My claim is almost completely anecdotal. There's certain effects you can point to for the cause, but the cause is a change in consciousness and awareness and perspective, right? Yeah. And it also doesn't mean that those elements still don't live in me and aren't part of me. Just a change of a practice and perspective, right? It just makes it that much easier at times to do something different, to get something different. But yeah, man, it's hard to prove, and maybe I've just bought into a lie or deceived myself, but there definitely does seem to be something to this idea of alignment, more awareness and more alignment with the work, right? You got to put in the steps to
and
manifest.
I'm playing devil's advocate with that question more than like I actually lean more towards your assessment. But
I believe the foundations of law are spirituality. That's why they say spirit of the law, right? One of the maxims of law, or a couple of the maxims, is trust, equity, and faith. These are also spiritual concepts or religious concepts, right? I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's a recognition of the holographic nature of this experience. So if you trust in what is unchanging, which would be God and the eternal truth,
and you have faith that there is some order beyond your reasoning in that, and you bring equity in the sense of bringing to the world what you want to get out of it, that's when God, quote unquote, or the universe starts to open up to and choose you as a vessel for it, right? You choose it and it chooses you back.
Seek, knock.
Paul, I swear, dude, you
all
just
of these-
sounded like when you were talking to Chat EBT, dude. You just sounded like the computer when you were talking to yourself, dude. That's
Praise
crazy.
God, yeah. That's
That
his
was my put on
downloads.
spirit to grow my cult. I've gotten pretty good at that, huh?
Mm-hmm. David Wayne, were you reading some scripture?
Just
no, dude, that's just him, bro. That's the
No, I know
funny
David
part.
Wayne. I'm talking about. No, Paul was
just
downloading
where
or
it talks
something.
about-
He's a mutant or something.
It talks about seeking and knocking. All of those are, suggesting that you make an effort. You got to make an effort and then make a step forward towards, and it ain't got to be, just God. Of course, I believe it should be, but like a goal or whatever. Just make a step towards it, and that energy's that much closer. It's gonna meet you in the middle most of the time.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like Gary Baxter, winning comment. He said, "Let's make positive headway here, ladies and gentlemen." I mean, it's good. This has been a very cool.
This has been the most amicable
15
conversation
minutes.
we've had in a while.
The most what you said?
Brothers and sisters, I've been trying to say for the longest time that I'm a very loving man. If we could just make everything about me.
See, that's the bit. That's the
is
bit
about
non-bit
me.
right there. Right there.
Well, sort of. It's mocking the aspect of self that thinks it's more important than everyone and everything else, right?
You're right. Dusty, you said you've been to a lot of streams. What did you say? I didn't catch what you said. Excuse me, Dave. About this stream's been different than the others lately.
Oh, this has been the most amicable interaction we've had in quite a while. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. I gotta.
Are you gonna yell "Why is he free"? I need another clip. Yell "Why is he free" a couple times. Come on, man. Do it for old time's sake. Oh man.
Oh, look at this. He did, dude. Shout out to. I'll give it to Powder Dusty. That was totally Tommy. I learned that from Tommy. I have to learn. I don't know who he learned it from. Maybe Tommy learned it from him. But yeah, good one, Dusty. You got us. Yeah.
There was an anointing in that, Paul. What I was hearing at the beginning of the stream when you were shouting to the rooftops and meaning it, there was some anointing there. Do you feel like maybe at that point in your life you was closer to God than you are now?
Yeah.
Go.
Paul, he's talking about that compilation motivation you have on the Patriot Hub. Remember that one? It was good though.
It's possible. I mean, part of the reason why I take breaks more now is because something about this medium.
I felt that, dude. Like I felt that. Like you there was hunger there,
Yeah.
Right.
It's probably old to you by now, but that was the first time I heard you that passionate about anything, and I'm sure it was from a while back.
Well, I mean, this is if that's not another ironic statement, he's saying I was closer to God when I was more passionate, and many folks have said the more passionate I am, the more wicked I am, because I don't see anybody or anything in anybody's feelings either. All I see is that message and that truth and that understanding and that development, So I don't know, man. I don't know what experience you're having of me or the truth in general.
We like that clip though. I like that one too. What's up?
What was that one
guy?
again?
What's up,
Play
bro?
it again.
Sidon?
Bro, Sidon.
How you doing tonight, bro?
I don't necessarily want to watch or listen to myself, but just give me a reference point.
No, we got you. Yeah, we're doing
Hey,
good,
I
bro.
think everybody hates that.
And I don't hate it. I used to hate it. I don't hate it anymore. I almost like it.
It inspires me. It inspires me listening to me when I'm about to do my broadcast, but when I'm other places and people like play my stuff and because I'm like, I'm here. Like, what are we? I'm watching me with you.
Well, you weren't here. And first of all, I want to shout out to Paul for pulling through, bro, because that was a pretty big ordeal. That shit that happened earlier with your phone and shit.
I have here the definite.
Thank you, Paul. And Ortho guy, we were playing this earlier. This is what David's talking about.
Code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to
Oh
understand.
no! At the very beginning,
No,
at the
it's it.
intro, when he was
No,
spitting
listen,
bars,
patient.
and
This is it, bro. This is the intro to the intro. Watch, you'll see. Just patient.
Right, that is
I got you,
by the
brother.
Supreme Court and the law of the land.
Okay,
see, because that was the traffic stop, the viral traffic stop.
that's right.
Tell me all about how power doesn't matter. I'm so powerful and influential, even my enemies refer to me in a royal
Well, stop
fashion.
it right there.
Okay?
This is literally, and it's hard to do because I have so many of them. This is literally one of my most arrogant fucking speeches. I started off with, this is incredible to me. He goes, were you closer to God then? What's the deal? My first statement is, I'm so powerful and influential that even my enemies respect me.
More proof that you are not in touch with your own self, Paul. That right there,
No,
there's
bro,
an anointing to
star,
that, man.
Paul's just a star boy, bro. I'm so humble.
There's anointing to that, for real. I felt that.
Well, this is the thing. When I'm in that mode, when it's interesting you say that, because when I'm in that mode, I do envision myself as the one spirit that is everyone else, talking to the horde of demons.
With God and stuff, right? Like all touched into the Almighty.
Well, yeah,
Or
I'm
you
saying
just
that.
laid
I'm
back?
saying that. I'm saying that
What's
this
up?
truth, that me running with this truth is so
What's up, guys?
powerful.
What's up, Landry? Dusty?
You're connected to all of us.
Yeah.
Shouting it.
We go back to that. Let's go back to that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave. Shouting it to the heavens. You said to the Raptors. Huh?
Yeah.
Tell me all about how power doesn't matter. I'm so powerful and influential, even my enemies refer to me in a royal fashion. Okay? What does Sun Tzu say? Conduct yourself in a way where even your enemies respect you. I'm right on the money, folks. I'm thousands of years old, ancient information in the flesh. That's been true yesterday, will be true today, and true tomorrow. It was spoken and lived by all great men throughout history that you motherfuckers only look at and talk about when I'm living it.
Yeah.
If you can't even handle this broadcast, what are you going to do in combat, boy? You're going to sit in the hole and turn to me and ask me what the fuck we're doing here? It's called be a fucking man for once in your goddamn life. It's called stand up, have a voice, speak for the voiceless and the defenseless. Uphold the law, God's law first and foremost.
What is that, Paul? What happened right here?
That was the vaccine clinic where they were.
Hold on. This right here?
That was when the military was blocking the road and giving out vaccines.
Blocking the road? Damn.
Well, they were out in the middle of the road with a stop sign, and they were stopping everyone with a manufactured stop sign, like handheld stop sign, and going, "You want to come on in and get shot?" So I went in and I questioned them, and they arrested me.
Fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up because they know what they're doing right there. They know what they're
I was
doing.
going to say, this is beautiful poetry. If you really think about it, you can't write shit like this.
Yeah.
Hold the law, God's law first and foremost. Stop fucking following insane policy. Why don't you tell me who the fuck you are, what you're about? Would you like to see the Supreme Court decision saying statutes, policies, and codes are not laws? I have about 10 of them. Do something with your life. Go somewhere. Do something to move somebody. Habits that you create today lead to success tomorrow. The
True, go do something for sure.
more you produce value, the more you guarantee value back. If you think that you're going to half-ass this and fake it till you make it and get some kind of notoriety and some kind of value, some kind of resources, and not do something with it, bullshit. You're a fucking loser, punk coward like all the rest of them. You're there to win. If you're not there to win, what the fuck are you doing there? Go start a sewing circle. This is the problem. Motherfuckers don't want healthy competition.
What do you say, Dave? Like my football coach on steroids. Yeah. Well, it says that Paul Enslaved gives you an earful of motivation for sure.
They want participation trophies where they can
You
show
sound
up,
like my old football coach. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
sit half-hearted and be entitled to something. Fuck you. That's the pain of human existence right now. I don't get comfortable and say, Paulie could take a day off now. I get fired the fuck up. Now I gotta put on for these motherfuckers. Now I gotta give them good game. Now I gotta put fire under their ass because they're on their way possibly to a slave job, working on themselves, wanting to be better and wanting out. Well, I'm gonna help you with that. I don't fucking get any benefit out of shitting on people and tearing them down. That's easy. If anything, I want you to be better. And you're gonna see this gorilla monkey face in your face every motherfucking day till you put me down telling you that. Because I've been waiting for it. If you just do what's true and what's right,
to
and
be
you
fair,
create
that did
value
go
and faith, you
unnecessarily
will get
hard.
everything you need and then some. As long as you stay consistent
enough,
and stay real
Otho.
with these motherfuckers and yourself and do the next right thing. Steel sharpens steel.
Look, yeah. All right, I co-sign that
Battle
shit.
rap.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. It did go unnecessarily hard for a minute there.
Mm-hmm.
He makes me want to punch somebody in the face sometimes when I hit him. No, I'm just kidding. I don't though. But that would be like, hey, he
it
told me to
does.
drive without a license. Come on, dude. Everybody has a fucking brain. It's called common sense.
Yeah.
What's up, OG?
Powder, like,
How's it going, dude?
What's up, David? How you
Best
doing, broski?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Yeah. I'm glad you and Paul got to meet everyone in the so-called digital flesh.
Well, NPC, we've kind of met a couple of times over the last 2 days, and I was anticipating getting to meet this Paul, not the Paul that I met over the last couple of days, but this Paul. You know, the
Paul,
bit
huh?
non-bit Paul. You know, the riled up Paul, ready to fight the world Paul. I wanted.
It's not necessarily a bit, bro. It could be an actual, authentic aspect of me, right? I may just harness that at a certain time.
That's right. Aspects. That's
This
right.
man's got multiple
remember that
faces. He's complicated, all right?
Yeah. Well, hold that thought. I want to get back to that flow state with the $20. Thank you. He says, I see what it is.
And
What,
I
man?
appreciate the extortion tactic.
Yeah, listen, you guys hear that? You're supposed to leave.
He left me
leave
hanging
the
backstage. I was like, this motherfucker's gonna get it done in one way or another. I can't do anything but like that.
I guess it
Kinda
worked.
based.
My aloofness worked. Yeah, I thought you were doing that.
Hey,
Tommy
you know, a lot of you guys got to
All hail
understand.
the Griffno state.
A lot of you guys got to understand that for me, this is like all I had or have in a way, right? Like this is my whole life into something. So, you know, when I got a second chance off the drugs and had to find a purpose and a meaning and do something for society and the community, it's like just became all of me in my life, you know? So, I have a lot
It's like
invested
you're not
in
playing
it,
around.
you know?
It's like you're not playing around. I mean, that you have fun with sometimes for sure, but I get what you mean. Like,
Did you feel like you didn't have anything else
serious.
to lose and you just said, fuck it, we ball?
Yeah, I mean, in certain ways, you know, it's again, it's a real story. It's an authentic story. There's no other way
That's a
to write it or tell it.
battle.
You know,
Addiction is a battle that I'll never, so far, that I've never had. I've never had addiction, so I can't even match you guys.
That's what
when it
most
comes to
addicts say.
AA's for quitters.
You for sure need some treatment.
David Wayne. Yeah, David Wayne, you're probably addicted to hitting that fucking bag and jump rope and beating people's faces, you know?
Man,
How
I
many
need
people?
to be again.
How many people agree with what he said in that video, though? That's what I'd like to know.
I agree with it. I agree with his donation real quick.
My nigga.
Thank you, Mr. Flow.
You know, next time I say it, Resto's going to be mad at you too for
real, bro.
giving me
How many people felt that? How many people felt that? You know what I mean? Like, how many people felt that?
Did you ever go on that camp stream?
I'm with you.
Hold on, Ortho. No, Wolfie has to ask a good question real quick. You said how many people? I felt it. We all felt it.
For real.
Oh, yeah, no, it went unnecessarily hard. I'll give him that.
For real. I called it out first.
He said, "No." He said,
"I don't care, dude. It's facts. If you literally just do some research, it's not that hard, bro. Like I said earlier, everything Paul's saying, and I know I sound like
could you refine the question? Because I was Wolfie, I was getting logged back in and paying
like
stuff.
6 o'clock, bro. Everything he's saying, dude. Bible, God was against everything that they were doing, which what Paul is saying right now, dude. Everything, dude. If you just look back, it's all right there, bro. I mean, I get it, dude. Everybody thinks Paul's a robot. He can't be hurt. He's the man. He can do it all. Dude, he's a human being just like the rest of us. He just stands on something that
but let's be clear. That dynamic comes about because of the way I act and how I treat people. Right? So I can't expect people to overlook certain things with me when I go hard at people and I call people out and I work people over. So, at the end of the day, man, I'm really not necessarily wanting that. Even if I need that, maybe I do need it, and that's why I don't want it. But I can't blame anybody for that, right? If I'm bothered by that, I got to blame me because I understand the dynamic.
Easy. That shit's easy, right?
Yeah. Ortho, you gotta ask.
But seriously, did anybody catch any overspray from that glaze? Good job, Wolfie. I called it out first, but you did it better.
I'm about to change shirts.
It's like splash.
Yeah, I'll wipe up. I'll wipe up. Don't worry about it.
Nah, he loved it, man. That shit was passionate, man. I feel you.
For real.
Well, the point is that at the end there, right, I got a little bit emotional and started to kind of tear up a bit because I'm kind of looking at myself and recognizing the self-doubt and the pain and the challenges and the tests. And then, realizing that, like, for me at a certain point, whether it's toxic guilt or not, I was so low and felt like such a waste that I'm like, this is all I have. This is what I'm formed to do.
Struggle maketh the man, If you go through a bunch of struggle, you find it easier to deal with other shit, and you will eventually find your way through the light,
Well, my point is that's why I take offense to it when folks say I'm grifting or whatever else, because I may be crazy, but I really believe what the fuck I'm saying and in what I'm doing, even if it doesn't always make sense.
Well,
right?
I think anybody that's any remotely successful, no matter how big or small, I think the key to that success on the Panelverse is authenticity. Either way, no matter who you argue with, no matter who you don't like, no matter who you network or or work with, it all starts with authenticity and just being your real self.
I would agree with that, but I think the other side of that is that just attempt to give a pushback or refocus. Do any of us really know ourselves beyond what we've learned about ourselves through these experience and interaction of life? And I think there has to be at certain points in life certain processes where we kind of reflect, and go within and maybe refocus where we're at, what we're doing. So
in terms of that question, me personally, like when I'm introspective is when I'm slowing down and trying to be in the moment. And like I mentioned it earlier about the non-duality stuff, I started realizing like everything I think I am, I don't even know that, man. Who knows what I am? And I know that sounds weird and shit, but like,
no, it's not.
You really, really go deep. It's like, what the fuck is this thing? Yeah. So
what we are is what we choose, I think. And I don't think that people realize that we get as much control over that as we actually have, right? Because you have to unlearn what you've been told you are, and then retrain yourself to recognize that.
Facts.
No, you are what you decide you are. People can yap your whole life long. You're this, you're that. You're a good kid, you're a bad kid, you're smart, you're not whatever the fuck. But the reason they're telling you is because they are trying to convince you of the truth of that. Well, if something's inherently true, it doesn't need to be sold. It doesn't need to be repeated over and over again, right?
Right.
Well, no, in a way it does, because we are confronted with so many lies day to day from friends, family, and systems just by habit and tradition that it almost does need to be repeated to retrain the mind and the beingness.
Fair. That's fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, quick. Hopefully, say Martin Man lost. You were just here. Where'd you go? Everyone online calling. He says everyone online calling us. Everyone else out behind the scenes and sitting in the same circle jerk panels like this.
Hey, like bro, this? Landry, listen.
Wait, hold on. Like we're literally having like a pretty good moment right here, and it's not good enough. What the hell, dog? Come on, bro. Cut us some slack.
But brother. This is the
some people are just naturally combative or contrarian. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's me. But in this moment, it doesn't apply because, again,
I am not shy, and you've seen it even this broadcast, of calling anybody and everybody out for what it is. I'm also not going to hold grudges and poison the well in this moment for past nonsense. I will give the benefit of the doubt, Talcottian style, because I think it's funny that Talcott's known for that, because I'm very much the same way. In life, I let people do their loops, and I don't have to like them to know there's going to be a return trip at some point, and we address it again, right? So if something comes up, I am not shy. I will call it out. Just because I share space with people and they share space with me doesn't mean that we agree or align on everything. And when people get out of line, they get checked, right, with the truth. So I think that's a good thing.
I
treat this whole
YouTube modern man's comment. He'll be able to look back and see that none of this was ever about him or towards him. So, and he's good at that. So that's cool. We're good. Yeah. He'll see that. Maybe there's something going on in chat. I don't know, but
you're right.
Yeah,
there's a difference between being fake and playing power games versus recognizing at your core we're really not so different, and recognizing that a lot of the power games and bullshit are a lesser aspect of self. And if we move that out of the way, we could get to something here or recognize something that we are here, right? So I'm not going to overlook the core of my beingness at my spirit as a good person to try to hold up some measure of what being a badass is, because I'm not that. All I have to do is be real and authentic and inspire us to talk truth, or I'm gone, right? That's all it amounts to me. You know, if we're not talking truth, I'm gone. If I'm here, I'm going to try to inspire that, you know, and it don't really matter who likes who all and all the rest of the garbage.
It seems like
Ortho, what's about to say something? Excuse me, Flo.
I look at it like this, right? I've been studying Nietzschean philosophy, and I look at it like this.
Buddy.
I'm becoming more of a, and it is kind of your fault, Flo.
Get the fuck over here.
I am coming to the conclusion that, like, traditional nihilism, nothing matters. You make your own meaning, and if I can't help myself, how the hell can I help other people? So, like, I kind of don't mind grifting. I don't mind hanging out and making money. I don't mind spreading the message and making a few bucks, because I'm building myself, making myself stronger, and then I'm networking with people like NPC and Flo, and indirectly helping them. And, like, I just see I see it like it's
if
a
you
good
believe
thing.
in yourself and what you're doing, then you would recognize that you can put the resources to good use.
But I also would like to ask, what do you mean you can't help somebody because you can't help yourself?
If you're not in a position mentally, financially, if you're not stable,
right,
and you don't have the ground to stand on, you cannot affect change or help anybody else in any meaningful way. It's impossible.
Yeah, but normally, but nah, I would say you can't. I used to think that too, but the way I see things is sometimes some people just laying in the bed like paralyzed are helping people, but just by their awareness or whatever's going on. So, but I get what you're pointing at, though, Ortho. I get it. We need to be there for ourselves. We got to love ourselves for sure. Take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, Wolfie, but simple math, right? If I can't afford to feed myself, then I can't afford to feed the homeless either, right? It's just kind of math at some point.
Yeah.
No, I know, I understand that, but there's other ways besides money and food that you can help somebody.
Sure.
You can help a lady across the street.
I think you guys are missing out on a big hack here. If you can't afford to feed the homeless, just become the homeless. Someone else will worry about feeding you.
The homeless are not hungry.
But no, there's other ways.
You got to get up. You got to get up and walk to help the old lady across the street. You got to get up to walk to help the old lady across the street, though.
Believe it or not, there's some of us on the panel who are too lazy to even be homeless. We couldn't get it done.
Get up the house.
Requires too much movement. And
no, you're not talking about me. He's talking about himself. Shout out to Oxycontin.
Man, let NPC do his grifting.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Flow State for the course. $10. Salute to NPC for buying up a neutral ground. Appreciate you, Oxycontin. Beautiful inside and out.
Plug walk. I don't even understand how the fuck my plug talk. Pick him up in a space coupe. I don't let my plug walk. Skirt. Pull up in a space. New freak had to cut my other little bitch off. 50K, you could come and book a cracker for a plug walk. Big ol' Bentley, it's a spaceship. Call me on my phone, I don't say shit. I make money when I talk. I'm a boss, take a loss.
Did you just
The
compliment
boss?
Oxycat on
That
how
is
she
gold, bro.
Absolutely, I did.
on the insides?
Yeah, I'm talking
What's
about
up?
the internal personality.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm not talking about sugar walls like you, my friend.
Sugar wall.
I shouldn't even have said that. I shouldn't even said what the fuck what you made me do, you degenerate.
Sweet wall.
You got me. You got me, bro. Dude, my family's they've been waiting for me to have some lunch with them and stuff, but you guys need some place to go.
It's been awesome. W strength.
You can. I'm on my end. You can redirect if you want, or you can just eat lunch with your family, and we'll hold it down.
Holy shit!
I know. Trust. Fuck.
I love you guys. But I don't know,
Sandwiches.
yeah, I haven't operated got the whole.
I love you,
thing,
but I
can
don't
put
trust
your
you,
link in
bitch.
there.
Yeah. He couldn't figure out how to send out an email to the one he distrusts the least. But no, I'm live. You know that. So if you want to,
let me see your link
here. Anybody's welcome.
I'll get your link. We got you.
Yeah, I want to address Modern Man real quick again, Gabe.
Go ahead.
So we got to be aware this dynamic in life is also on the panel verse, right? Like,
yeah.
Even if people, I was going to say if they don't cause you loss, injury, or harm, but the reality of it is, even if they do, at our core, I think all of us are somewhat forgiving. We don't have to forget. It just comes down to qualifications and conditions, right? If we're going to keep it real with ourselves and each other and do the broadcast or have the interaction, then everybody's cool. Everything's cool. If not, then somebody or people get called out, right? So there's conditions here. There's boundaries here, right? It's not all the way one way or the other way. We're not doing broad brush tribalism, right? So everyone's in potential flux, right? If they get more conscious and aware or keep it more real with themselves and each other, then there's more grace, and we could get to something. If not, then they're static, man. And it seems that we always vacillate between the two, right? It always goes from we kept it real and straightforward and whatever else to we started getting into the backhanded, underhanded, grimy, scamulant, as Snafu makes up the word, type shit.
It's a good word.
Scamulant.
Yeah.
Scamulant. That's so fun.
It's the best thing that maybe Snafu's never done. It's fantastic.
I'm stealing that. Scamulant.
He multi-manipulated the English language. He multi-manipulated the English language.
That's part of the scripture, right? Is we have to understand quote unquote enemies in order to stop living in hate with enemies, in order to allow people to reconcile if that's what the situation is, right? So we have to be godlike in that sense.
Well,
He said he'll prepare us a place at
merry.
the table with our enemies.
Well, that's the thing. Let us drink and make merry. Look at this like it's a Christmas truce and be happy with one another that we've had this moment of peace and camaraderie in an otherwise turbulent time.
And trust in the fact that someone will fuck it up again. Most likely.
No.
The poison the well. But David Wayne, do you got it? Do you got that scripture there for us? Benton likes that one too.
But he said he'd prepare us a place at the table with our enemies. That's all I
got. No, give me the whole thing.
Okay.
Give me the whole thing.
Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
So, who watched some good corn lately?
Georgia band corn. Kind of bass, not gonna lie.
Yeah, prohibition.
About real corn, right?
Prohibition worked good. That's how we got rid of drugs, by the way.
no, bro. Fucking gang members are gonna start selling bootleg porn DVDs.
Yeah.
Modern Man, come up here. Man, I don't understand what you're saying, bro. Like you're just saying these.
He sounds like Tommy. You know how Tommy is stuck because he gets this fixed image in his head of how people really are, and then when they're not behaving as he thinks that they ought to be behaving, in reality, like it's I don't know.
The point is, the thing is like I spoke on kind of like I told you guys that I'm like transitioning my channel. I'd say my channel.
That's pretty brave of you,
like,
ma'am.
So stunning and brave. Hey, look. After you called Mel a good girl on my stream this morning, bro, I was like, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute. I gotta clip that, bro. I gotta do you like that now.
It's like I'm damned if I do. I go hard on. I was about to say I go hard on the trannies. That sounds worse.
Hit that. I run through them like water.
Flipped. What's the timestamp here?
Holy shit. Anyway, no, what I'm saying though, like my channel, I already spoke on this earlier in the broadcast. Like I'm gonna be isolated a little bit more and do more of those like one-on-ones, three people, 4 people at the most, because I want you guys to I need to challenge myself to get my narrative out more instead of leaning on the panel so much. And that's me personally. But with that said, times like this, I love it, man. Like every now and then, like when we can all come together and talk shit and maybe learn something.
Yeah, I mean, I think I personally learn more, by interacting with others. And I think that, I know that you do your channel a lot to document things for your son.
Right.
I think it will be like you've managed to be able to navigate as neutrally as basically anybody in this panel verse.
Mm-hmm.
He can learn a lot about diplomacy from you, and that may not even be something you recognize, because we normally don't recognize our biggest strengths.
I remember you told me that like a couple months ago, and I was like, I took it to heart, because I mean, coming from the big dog flow state, that was a nice compliment.
And over time, right? The more it goes on, the more true it becomes, right? Because time erodes all. But.
Right.
Hey, what would you tell modern day? I would tell him, stop getting triggered, man. Be smooth, let it go, bro.
Me? Good question. No, I was telling him he reminds me of like a young version of NPC the game last year, 13 months ago, in a sense, or maybe even 5 months ago. To be honest,
like he feels some sort of way, but that's his problem.
I would tell him let it go, because I don't care, and it seems like he was mad at me because when I popped up, it's like, oh, now I got to come up. I'm like, that's okay. If you want to talk, we can. I don't want to debate you, but like, just let it go, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he
let
knows
us love you.
Ball busting, bro. That's what I think. Never.
That's what you said to Tommy, right?
Yeah, it is.
I remember you said that. Yeah. And I swear on this panel verse, I will have his kneecaps. Okay. But all I say is, my own advice is to meet people where they're at. And enough said. And Paul, bro, this has been fucking epic, bro. I appreciate you giving us your time and being candid. I think I learned a lot about you. Cool, good stuff. And I think I want to learn more.
Yeah, I'm here for it, man. It kind of sucks that we missed the first hour with the Starlink and all the bullshit, but whatever. We roll with the punches, right? You got it there, David Wayne? Psalms 23, 1-9, or what? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
You got modern disappointed man in the back.
Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cuppeth runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
My girlfriend told me a part of that was true. Thy rod comforteth her.
Wow. Listen.
Yeah. I got the next one, Paul. I'll get the next one. My Google machine's dead.
All right, you got modern man back there. Go ahead.
Is he back here? I don't see him. Where is he?
I just saw a comment back there. Oh, maybe that was from earlier.
That's
my
me. Bad. That's me. I don't know where he's at. I'm about to have to crack some heads, bro. Little Ben, he's giving mom a hard time doing his homework. So, yeah,
that's all right. Just choose which one of us you distrust the least, and we'll hold it down for you.
This guy.
Remember that he's part Asian, and be like high expectations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Why aren't you practicing the violin?
The violin. No, we electric guitar, baby.
Nice. See, there's that American influence.
That's it.
Based.
No, I actually trust Landry the most, but he's not even here. Isn't that ironic?
What size speaker?
Interesting.
That's
interesting.
Yeah.
What size speaker is he rocking the guitar on? 10 inch?
10 inches, baby. Just like his dad. I'll see you guys soon, bro. Hit up Flow State, Paul. Stay back here for a second, bro. Let me tell you, I want to talk to you real quick. But appreciate you guys. And
you're giving us the stay after class routine.
Yes. Yeah, that's what you got.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on,
it's not one of those special episodes. Peace, guys. I love you guys. Flow State, the Powder Dusty, Orthodox Guy, David Wayne, Wolfie, and the great Paul Slave, and everyone else. We love you guys. Peace.
Thank you, sir.
Love all you.
Welcome.
So